Okay.
Previously on the midterm report. Like, are you there, God? It's me, Margaret. All right. Now, like, I'm pregnant. Who is the father? Dun dun dun. And now the thrilling conclusion. Nobody. It was gas. Anyway, now beginning.
It was a joke.
But who
Yeah.
shot Mr. Burns? That's the view.
That's true.
How's it going, buddy?
Yep.
As always. So, all right, before we begin, have we hit 15 seconds?
Yeah.
Have we hit 15 seconds? Fuck you, Ben Shapiro. You micro dick, nadless, Barbie bashing.
Well, he dressed up. He dressed up. He dressed up as Ken. He made his whole fucking place pink, and then he played with Barbies at the end. I think he really liked the movie. Because who would go out and buy all the Barbies if they didn't like the movie and make their whole room pink?
Of course he liked it, but he can't say that because he can't
say it because it's against his political belief. Yeah, right. No, yeah, true.
Yeah, alt-right chudhead. Like I said, the best moment in one of my favorite films theaters for everybody is when in the theater when he showed up and I went, ugh, this bitch. And then Tucker Carlson came in next with that whole intersex, whatever that means thing, and then I was like, ugh, this fucking bitch.
I want to hear what Tucker Carlson thinks of the movie. Because he gives me ultra angry Ken energy. I want to see what he thinks about the movie.
He can just go suck.
Watch him love it.
Suck a huge or small one. Anyway, if whatever you prefer. So anyway, that being said, guys, the moment is finally here. The thrilling conclusion. Yes. We are here to talk about the films that we are like, maybe we'll just get a root canal with no anesthesia instead. Or the movies that make us go, you know what? Maybe I would rather get my toenail removed with a plastic baby spoon.
That is bad. I'll admit that is a terrible feeling. I don't want that ever again. Okay. The toe shit is bad. What I'll say, I watched one of these with my mom. I will say which one it is when we get to it. She thought it was fucking ridiculous.
And there will be controversial picks. Ponto. Sorry, what? Anyway.
You know what, guys, I'm just really excited that I finally get to talk about Oppenheimer on YouTube.
Okay, we're gonna call a moratorium on the Oppenheimer bashing because it's a good movie too. Come on,
it's a good 7. I will agree with that. Yeah, it's a good. It's not Nolan's worst movie. It's not following.
The backlash is shitty, especially the way they've been treating you, Becca. That's some bullshit. But it's not.
No, I don't even fucking care at this point. At this point, I just have fun. Like I just have fun commenting with people because now there was some dude that was saying like, oh, cancel culture, Me Too movement is fake and men are in trouble. And this kid looks like he's 19. And I'm like, bro, you look younger than me. Maybe you should just not talk about this right now. Go start your
shift at Hot Topic, you freaking edgelord. Anyway.
True.
Let's begin. All right. You guys ready? All right.
Yeah.
Do the thing.
Yes.
There we go. Let's begin with our fancy new intro. Let's do this.
Again, the people got to see
the Angry Grant Show live, everyone. Yeah, nobody stayed till the end. It's fine. Some of the films were in this video. Yeah, we're doing this. Yeah, this is gonna be one of those ones where Grant gets a little angry. My apologies for any profanity. This movie was so bad I made friends. I just wasted 98 minutes of the 70 years I have left. Every character in this movie is kind of a dick. This is putrid. This is boring. I hated this. This is really bad. You also know you're old when everything in your childhood is bastardized. Should I run? Should I run? Should I run? It had no redeeming things about it. Directed by David Helling. Wow, ironic. He's probably going to hell for this. Hashtag notice. Movies like this are everything that's wrong with the conservative evangelical sides of cinema. This is a con artist. This is a con artist. Guys, I'm gonna say this is the worst film I've ever seen. Fuck you, movie. I hated this movie. I hated this movie. I hated this movie. It ruined Christmas, guys. I'm a guy. I like tits as much as I That's not. You can't base a whole movie off of tits. Do what I said on Twitter. Fuck this movie. Fuck it. A bitch willy nilly silly old ass.
That is it. Fuck the plot. I feel like they're in brown face.
Yeah, and then, horrible movie.
This is awful.
I don't like movies anymore. How did they get all these talented comedians in this movie?
Hollywood sucks. Because they make good movies, unlike your piece of shit. But okay.
He tortures them.
Is it strange that I want to go over there and punch her in the face? Fuck this movie.
Ah! A little shit weasel kid. Alright.
Really? Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
That's our hero!
It pissed me off.
This is the worst Christmas movie ever made.
What am I signed up for? Why? Why are they letting these people make movies? I'm sorry, this just makes me so angry.
Worst movie ever. There. That is it. We're done.
Yay!
Yeah.
Alright.
That was
made by the wonderfully talented Adele Dazeem. No, I'm just kidding. It was Becca Sanders.
Adele Dazeem. No, it's funny. Did I tell you that it took
Barbie.
me like 2 hours at most to do that? Most of the time was
It took
finding
you like 30
clips.
minutes to do that.
Well, because like most of it was downloading your videos and going through them and looking for moments. But I used like 6 videos to do that. I could have used more, but I just didn't feel like it would be necessarily work to go through and just like go through 30 videos to find clips. I thought that'd be too much, but no. And no, we're here to talk about shitty movies.
Well, and the thing is also there is also a lovely playlist for anyone to watch all the episodes of the Angry Grant Show that we've ever done. All the 2 to 0-star movies. We got a nice little thing for you.
It's funny that you cut off at 2-star because my whole list I think is like 1 stars and maybe 1.5s. Like I'm usually generous to a film, but 2.5 is my half point where I'm like I don't like it and I don't hate it, but it's just like it's mid as fuck. Like it's
2.5, like The Outlaws is that kind of movie. You know, something like that. Which I enjoyed some of it and I didn't enjoy some of it. So it was
what's my 2.5 movies like? I will give you an example.
All right,
like Little Mermaid and Fast X, where I'm like I don't hate them, but I also don't like them, so I'm just gonna sit them in the middle. You know what I mean? Like that's like that.
All right, is everybody ready?
Yeah,
I'm ready. Everybody, raise your middle fingers of kindness as we roast these fuckers.
Do we have to do that?
Yes. Roast all these movies that took, as Siskel and Ebert once said, 2 hours out of our lives. 2 hours. They're what
they would call, what Siskel and Ebert would call the dogs of the week.
The dogs of the year, and also
movies.
The Critics' Revenge. That was the other thing it's always called.
I've been rewatching them recently. Good shit. Good shit.
I love Siskel and Ebert. Oh, I'm gonna make a hot take right now. I also like Ben Lyons and Ben Mankiewicz. I like A. Scott and Michael Phillip. And I like Connie and Christie.
I like the shows after Siskel after Siskel and Ebert. I'm fine with the shows. They're not as cool though. They don't have the energy that Siskel and Ebert do. Like,
but I'll tell you this. Ben Lyons is a little cringe, but I genuinely think Ben Mankiewicz is a good critic. Like I've seen him elsewhere doing other stuff.
I seen him on TCM. I think he's got a great knowledge of it.
A little film nerd trivia. Ben Mankiewicz has a vocal cameo in David Fincher's Mank.
Yeah,
the Academy Awards announcer. And that's because
his grandfather is
Herman Mankiewicz. So yeah. All right, you ready?
Yes. Yep. So what are we gonna do? Are we gonna do honorable, dishonorable, and then go into the number list? Because I know you have 20. You have
I have 13.
13. Okay.
With a few, other than honorable mentions and whatnot. Go. So, do you want me to start, or do you want to go?
I guess so. Yeah.
Or you know what? Let's do this. Let me go last, like we did before. Becca, you.
Okay. So, dishonorable mentions. I've seen about 71 movies fully this year so far. A lot of these are Tubi movies because what I like to do is I like to go into Tubi and find 2023 releases that look absolutely awful, and I watch them, and they're usually really awful. That's what happened with me with Amityville Karen last year.
Still can't believe it.
Okay, it's such a bad movie, but it's fun.
I love the title.
It's bad. So the 5 that I want to talk about. So there's another Amityville this year called Amityville Emmanuel. I don't know if you could see it, but it's essentially about a girl who discovers murderous secrets about the house. It's more Amityville than the other one.
There's only one Amityville movie this year? I thought
there's multiple.
77 or something.
I haven't seen some of them yet though. Yeah. There's a movie called Dark Entities that was also on Tubi that wasn't very good. I don't even remember. That was about murder or something. There was a movie I saw on YouTube called Medusa's Venom about a woman that like killed dudes and shit. It wasn't good. Shingles. Okay, Shingles, the movie's interesting because it's a Goosebumps parody, and every single segment is making fun of a Goosebumps book, but really poorly. And it was on Tubi and it's on YouTube. So it's just cringe.
Basically, the Mortuary Collection, but not good.
Yes, but it's also 2 hours of it of really bad stuff. This one is one that I actually watched again, which I don't hate, because I think it's got that Freddy Got Fingered energy where it's just really weirdly funny for no fucking. It's not. It's like it's so bad, but it's called The Gilbert Diaries. It's on. I'm the only one who's reviewed it on Letterboxd. It's on Tubi. It's essentially a dude who's like a naive dude, but it kind of comes off a little weird, like it's a little bit disrespectful. But ultimately, it's about this goofy. It's this goofy guy that just goes around and he just does stupid shit. Like he does a fashion show. They get a car and the car blows up. They go in a car wash and they roll down the windows. Just a bunch of stupid shit that like makes no sense. But
maybe hopefully not.
There is a scene though. There's a scene where he's playing chess with himself, and he does a smart version of himself and a dumb version. And that's where I saw a little Tom Green, where I'm like, okay, maybe the point is that it's not supposed to be good. But those are my dishonorable mentions. I have 15 that are worse that I think should be made fun of a little longer. But yeah, those are it. Those are the 5. Just weird TV shit.
I'm just getting a notification from our friend Dave Show. Hey, Dave Show. He just saw
Dave.
Barbie. He just saw Barbie. David Brissett. He just saw Barbie and he said, Barbie is Ken of a good time.
Nice.
Cute.
It's good. It's a good review.
Right. I like it.
So, quick hot take before we move on to Luke's dishonorable mentions and or honorable mentions.
Mm-hmm.
I love Freddy Got Fingered. Don't at me.
I will say I do too.
I love it for how bad it is.
Like, it's not bad though. It's an anti-comedy.
It took me a while to get.
Grant, listen to this. Critically speaking, Freddy Got Fingered is horrible.
It's horribly made, but it's hilarious.
But it's a fun movie to watch. It's that's what I'm saying. Like enjoyment wise, it's so much fun. But critically speaking, it is a horrible movie.
Hey,
we just got on Disney Plus in Canada. So I'm gonna watch it again one of these nights.
Hey, Luke,
on Disney Plus.
Luke, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? You can put it in your bum bum.
It's always the
backwards. Creative. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have some work to do. Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausage?
It's the backwards man thing. The backwards man is the scene where I'm like, oh, this is a Davis masterpiece.
I can walk backwards as you
like,
can. The backwards man, the backwards man.
I get
walk back
it.
As you can. The backwards man, the backwards man. I can walk back as you can. I love it.
We triggered Luke to go.
But he's always been like that. His show, he used to run around the streets of Toronto and just yell at people. Like that's just his vibe, and I get it. It's kind of.
Well, that's why I love it, is because, look, in a post-Eric Andre world, if they did that movie now, people would hail it as some brilliant comedy.
It would be, yes. If they did it with an Adult Swim aesthetic, it would be the People's Joker for me, where I'm like this is the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen. Yeah. Yes, it would, 100%.
I love Greener Grass.
That movie's great, too.
Yep.
What's your honorable mentions or dishonorable mentions, Luke?
So I have 3 dishonorable mentions, and these are all streaming movies, of course.
Okay.
First dishonorable mention is Clock. One of the biggest disappointments of the entire year on Hulu. I wanted to love it, but my
God, it was
so it was
the short
bored me. I mean, even though it has a really neat idea, some decent performances, and it's pretty well directed, but the film as a whole, honestly, was pretty boring. Like I was,
it's
just
underwhelming. I have to say though, Deanna Agron is fantastic. That was my one thing that kind of
better. I heard she's better in Shiva Baby though. I heard though I heard that Clock.
I need to watch that.
I heard that Clock was a disappointment at Sundance. Same with Run Rabbit Run. Those were the two where people were like,
Run.
"This is terrible."
We'll talk more about Run Rabbit Run later.
On his, we'll talk about that. But my second dishonorable mention is The Magician's Elephant, an animated film on Netflix starring Noah Jupe. I mean, the animation looks good.
Jupe, man.
Yeah, animation looks good, and but it's generic, typical kind of kids movie. Honestly, I could not really get into it. Mm-hmm. And my last dishonorable mention, my biggest disappointment of 2023 thus far, We Have a Ghost.
Oh yeah,
the biggest disappointment of the year so far. I wanted to love this movie.
I thought it was fine. It was just kind of a movie.
This man though went from
with the movie though. The biggest problem with the movie though is they gave David Harbour a silent role.
Yeah.
That is the film's biggest problem. And I was just like, how can you do this to a guy that is so good at delivering comedic dialogue?
Also, I think it was the fact that it was Christopher Landon and his last movie, Freaky, made my best of list in 2020.
That's the thing. How do you go from
that high to that low?
How do you go from the Happy Death Day movies?
Anthony Mackie so unlikable.
Yeah. I don't know, because
massive
wise, those movies were great directing wise. I think the problem was you tried to make a movie for families, and it's like Eli Roth trying to make movies.
You have
for
like
families.
All these plot lines jumbled. You even have like a freaking Ghostbusters kind of subplot that just meddled in for no reason. Like it just looks like when you watch this movie, it just looks like they sat in the production room for like years, like just trying to meddle all of these like ghost kind of movies together, and it just comes off in the most cliche and predictable route.
Yeah. He probably took a bunch of influences and shoved them together.
Like they just like were writing the script and it's like, what's the ghost movie there? Oh yeah, write this one. Ghost movie? This one.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny is that since watching that movie, I went off and read the short story it was based on, and here's what they should have done, because it could have been really a clever twist. In the short story, Ernest is supposed to be Ernest Borgnine. He's supposed to be the ghost of Ernest Borgnine. That's the plot of the short story. Is a bunch of kids meet the ghost of Ernest Borgnine and have to help him with his unfinished business. It's literally the plot.
Maybe they weren't able to get that clearance to do that. I think that's
but
maybe
he looks
what
like
it
him,
is.
though. They make him up to look like him.
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly, I don't know how this film was bought out by Netflix, because this movie literally looked like it was made for Netflix.
They probably got it for really cheap. What happened was it's a Monster situation probably, where they're like, the studio's like, we don't want this anymore. Here's a cheap price for this.
You said Monsters. It's the Monster.
Yeah, the Monster. No, but with them, it's like the even 1440 was like, we don't want this. You get it for cheap. Here you go. That's probably what happened.
And
with this movie.
That's probably what happened with We Have a Ghost. So if you guys are looking through, if you guys are scrolling through Netflix,
just skip over it. You know what the greatest cinema, and watch They Clone Tyrone instead, including you, Luke.
I'm gonna watch that. I'm probably gonna watch that probably over the weekend as soon as I.
But
because I'm still I'm continuing on The Flash, so on Netflix, the CW show.
Okay.
So I'm watching that first before I decide to watch They Clone Tyrone. I'm on the 5th episode of season 2, so yeah, it's so good, dude. It's so good.
It gets worse though, sadly.
Yeah,
we'll see.
The CGI gets really bad.
We'll see. Hold on a second. I haven't gotten that far yet, so
okay.
We'll definitely see.
You know what? I think the biggest. I guess I think I gave I Have a Ghost like 3 stars, maybe 3.5 stars.
Did you say I Have a Ghost?
Yeah, We Have a Ghost. We bought a zoo, and we. By the way, did you guys watch the Honest trailer today for Transformers Rise of the Beast? The fake title is We Fought a Zoo. I love it.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't watched Screen Junkies. I haven't watched Screen Junkies since the controversy, so that was probably when I was 15. I haven't watched their stuff since I was like 15, which, to be honest, maybe it's still good. I don't know, but a lot of them left. That's why I kind of stopped watching.
So they got some new people.
Rise of the Beast, though.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing. Here's my biggest issue with it, and I said this in my review, and I stand by it: is you wasting Jennifer Coolidge's time, because Jennifer Coolidge is hilarious, and having her in there as the psychic to be in like one scene and not give her anything funny to do, even in freaking epic movies, she's like the only kind of halfway kind of amusing thing in that freaking.
Honestly, movie. I don't care what y'all say. I did not find her funny in Shotgun Wedding. She was so annoying.
Oh no! See, I thought she was funny in that. I liked Shotgun Wedding. I actually thought that was.
I didn't care for that movie. I thought it was annoying.
Like, okay.
And speaking of parodying
movies,
hey
Brian,
I gotta say it. I've seen
Everyone
the Hunger
say hi
Games.
To Brian. He's awesome. We love you, Brian.
I've been at the theater so many times that I saw the Hunger Games trailer like 4 times so far this week, and it looks so fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to really like it. Well, specifically, you've got Hunter Schafer, and you have I can't think of her name right now from
Rachel Zegler.
Rachel Zegler, and like they look great in the movie, and then you also have like a Viola Davis and a Peter Dinklage, where I'm like it looks good, and I will see it with my mom because my mom loves the books and loved the movies, and I haven't seen the movies for a long time.
Yeah, my boy, Jason Schwartzman.
It looks great.
All right, Grant.
Oh, Brian, you're the man. What I was gonna say is the Hunger Games. I'm looking forward to it. Here's the thing. I have a bit of a hot take with that. The Hunger Games, I love the first movie. I think the first movie's fantastic. The sequels are not bad. I like them fine. I don't think they're as good as the first one because I feel like it's just the Hunger Games again and again and again. And
I need to rewatch them.
I'm sorry, but Catching Fire is the best one.
That's true. That's true.
I
remember Catching.
Yeah,
Catching Fire was the best one, and then Mockingjay Part 1, the theater. I wasn't a big fan of it, but I was also 14. I didn't like political thrillers.
Yeah,
I didn't see this.
Was all build up, but
I need to watch it again.
Well,
I need to watch it again.
If all goes well, the Hunger Games is coming out the week of my birthday. It is coming out the day after my birthday.
Yep.
Here's the thing. I will see the Hunger Games that weekend. I'm seeing Eli Roth Thanksgiving first because I've waited for that movie since I was 14.
My theater's not gonna I don't think my theater will get that, so I'm just gonna see Hunger Games.
I'm only gonna see Hunger Games for Hunter Schafer. That's the secret. That's the only reason I care about it, to be honest with you.
Thanksgiving, the only thing I'm not excited about for Thanksgiving is the fact that the lead is Addison Rae, and the last movie I saw Addison Rae on was He's All Bad.
With the CGI hand. Yeah. That's a bad fucking movie.
He's All Bad is
She's not an actress. She's a TikToker.
Yeah, she really is. That is true. Like, I'm sorry.
How do you destroy such a uniquely 90s movie by making a TikTok movie? It's crazy. It's awful.
And
it's from the guy that freaking made Mean Girls.
Like I said,
which is crazy.
Review,
but Mean Girls is only good. Mean Girls is only good because of the Tina Fey script. I'll say that. If it didn't have Tina Fey's script, it would be a really bad early 2000s
Freaky Friday
teen girl film.
Yeah, Freaky Friday.
Film. The Spiderwick Chronicles. Everyone forgets the freaking Spiderwick Chronicles.
Yes, thank you. Spiderwick Chronicles.
It's not as good as the books, but still good. No, I was gonna say, before we get to the other movies, let me just quickly say about He's All That. I'll tell you guys. The one joke that made me go from being just dead to being like...
Was it the iPad joke about the iPad kid?
No, no, I don't think so. It was Matthew Lillard gave me like the one, because he's Matthew Lillard. Matthew Lillard is hits. And we all know this. But that's one of the things I'm excited for with FNAF, is that he's going to be in it.
Yes. They might play it at TIFF. I might see him. I don't know.
And also, another hot take, the Scooby-Doo movies are good. Fuck y'all haters.
Yes, they are.
Agree.
Thank you. They are.
Especially the first one.
The first one,
they're good time capsules.
I love the first one, man.
First one's hilarious.
They're good time capsules.
There's a lot of stuff in that movie that is not meant for kids.
That's what
makes that movie so good.
It wasn't supposed to be for kids. I kind of wish they would have released that version that was for adults, because I think that it would have, in the similar vein of Barbie, if they would have geared it more towards adults, it might have been more successful, because it would have been for the people who remembered it, and then they would have been like, a movie for us that's something that we grew up with.
Let the inmates run the asylum like they did with Barbie.
Yes. I think they should have let James Gunn run with it. It would have been crazy.
All right. But before we begin, I just have to say this. Okay, so the one line is, it's at the very end. And it's like one part where I was like, It was sort of like the Bigfoot Hunter line from Family Camper. I'm like, okay, that's the one line where I kind of had a half of a smirk. Okay, so the line is, it's Matthew Lillard, and he's like the principal. And this is like the first real scene you see his face. Like, it's mostly his voice, and then it's like, oh, it's a reveal. It's Matthew Lillard, because he was in the first one. Same with Rachel Lee Cook. Who, by the way, Rachel Lee Cook, sweet, sweet Rachel Lee Cook, please do good movies again. We all miss you. We miss the Josie.
Yes, I agree.
Rachel Lee Cook, and she's all that. But anyway, fuck it. Nancy Drew, Rachel Lee Cook. That movie's also underrated. Anyway, so especially the Bruce Willis cameo. That was awesome. Anyway.
Anyways.
So when he's all that, there's like a scene where they're at the prom and he's talking to the DJ. The DJ looks all of like 11. And he's doing like that, and that's kind of
that's what I'm talking about. The joke about the kid on the iPad being like, "Oh, I can do this on my thing. Why are we paying you that much?" You know?
Yeah, that's the line. He goes,
"Yeah,
this is the $10 joke, guys, because this was intended for theaters. It was a Miramax film. It was. He goes something to the extent of like, "You're doing that all on your iPad," and then he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "You do," and he's saying it through his teeth. Like it's also how Matthew Lillard delivers it. He goes, "You do realize you're getting paid more than I make in a year for this, right?" It's like the one line where I'm like, okay, that's kind of cute. Everything else.
That was the one. I watched that in a hotel with my family. That's the one joke we laughed at. Everything else we're like, this is really fucking bad.
Credit where credit is due.
Yeah, what's your dishonorable mentions?
Yeah,
I want to know what
track,
you see so much.
We need to get through that so we can continue.
Yeah, we're a half hour in already.
Nice.
Okay, so my dishonorable mentions are in two categories, and the third one is the Middle Fingers of Kindness of the Year, which is like the worst. So the worst of the worst movies, the top 13. So going in, these are the first category is movies that are bad but not awful. So like 2 1.5 star movies to me. And we'll just go in number order. Number 19, Mafia Mama.
Okay.
Not even the best Catherine Hardwicke movie of the year, and the other Catherine Hardwicke movie wasn't even that spectacular. Prisoner's Daughter.
What was the other one?
Prisoner's Daughter.
Oh shit, she did that too. You're right. Yeah.
Which wasn't spectacular, but at least it was half a good movie. This is like, and I think the biggest problem with Mafia Mama is this. Toni Collette is phenomenal, always.
Yeah.
She's great in this movie. Monica Bellucci is phenomenal, always. She's phenomenal in this movie. The movie doesn't know what it's trying to do. Is this a violent mobster movie, or is it a lighthearted sitcom about this mom getting her groove back? And
they kept playing the trailer at work, and I was like, do I go see it with a free ticket? And every time I was like, no, it doesn't look great enough for me to go.
And it's the waters don't mesh. Like those elements could work together if you have a better script. But the problem is that they will start by having a joke, and it's played for laughs, about a guy breaking into Toni Collette's hotel room, trying to rape her, and then her taking. And when this scene happened, I had this thought of like, this is the same woman who made 13. How the fuck is this happening? Like, she used to make good movies. Lords of Dogtown, great movie, underrated. But she goes and she stabs him in the eye with her freaking stiletto, and then rips the eye and the freaking like the freaking nerve out of his head. And you're just like, and then it goes to a scene of her making jokes about like bake sales and her kids, and it's like, this is just tonally fucked.
It's giving me Serial Mom vibes.
Serial Mom, but again, not as good, because Serial Mom had John Waters. John Waters did something with this. Like Cecil B. Demented is what this should have kind of been. A really dark, go for it comedy, and it just didn't know what it wanted to do. Like,
that's true.
We needed like, speaking of Cecil B. Demented, best scene in Cecil B. Demented when they're at the sex convention and Alicia Witt's like, perverts, follow me! I need your hardcore help! That's the best line in the movie.
It's a wild movie.
Yeah, but Mafia Mama. The opening credits were cool because they were parodying The Godfather, but and again, Toni Collette, like, and not to also, there were some moments that were moderately amusing, but I just think the tone was the problem. The tone was the problem.
Yeah, well, they did a movie in the '80s called "Married to the Mob," which I have on VHS at my parents' house, which I did like quite a bit, and I think that this is probably just a more modern, not as good version of that, is what it sounds like.
You know what it kind of made me think in my head? Like, you're right, movie. I should be watching Zucker, Abrams, and Zucker's Mafia right now. The one with Christina Applegate, because that movie's a lot funnier, and it gets the
the one where a guy like freaking throws a spear at Barney.
Yeah, exactly.
That was so funny. They were just like he was just watching it like a sexy girl on TV, and then
it has so many jokes you couldn't get away with now. Like they have, I think it's like Mickey, it's like Andy Griffith or something, and he's like the Don or someone of that nature, an older actor who's like respected. It's like the Peter Graves in Airplane thing where he's like, he's like giving a toast. He goes, I knew I loved this woman from the moment I forced myself on her. And you're just like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and then also you got a guy like at the bar, and he's dancing and he kicks the guy's face off. Like,
right, exactly.
How can you get away with that now?
Well, then the scene where they're doing like the Godfather thing where Jay Moore, who's supposed to be like Michael Corleone, is like talking about how he met the Diane Keaton equivalent, and he's at a strip club, and it's not just that she's spinning on the thing, she's biting a chunk out of it and spitting it at the audience and somebody catches it. I mean,
so it's a parody, essentially.
It's a parody. Exactly.
It is a parody.
It's an Airplane kind of movie, movie type of thing. But it's funny. This wasn't. So number 18, sorry Luke, sorry Jared, 65. Or as I like to call it, I was in dinosaur times. I spent a week in dinosaur times.
Did I ever tell you what I said to my sister? Took her boyfriend to it, and she said it was really bad. And I texted her and I said, "So you're telling me it should have been 65 minutes?" And she thought that was so funny. That was like,
it's only like 90 minutes, but it feels like it goes on for like 4 hours. And the movie, here's the thing, and I mean this, and keep in mind when I say this. I was the guy who, on his best of us this year, had The Cathedral, which was a very slow experimental film. Like, I don't mind slow movies. How do you take 3 things I love, laser guns, dinosaurs, and Adam Driver, mix those together and make it so fucking boring? Like, just so dull as a dishwater. It's
Look, I can admit there are some boring moments for me, but it wasn't like to a point. It wasn't like to a point where I was just like falling asleep or anything. It was still at least keeping me invested.
The whole movie to me felt like the first hour of Insidious: The Red Door. And the thing is that
which, by the way, you'll be seeing that on my list.
Yeah. So anyway, but you see how I just carry on? Anyway, Anyway, so yeah, the movie is, I like Adam Driver, I like Ariana Greenblatt, I think she's really good in Barbie, for instance.
Oh, hell yeah, she's great.
Some people are like, she was the worst part. No, she was good.
Oh, she was fun. I liked her.
Bro, there was no worst part of that movie. That's the trick of it all.
It was great.
It was a perfect movie, yeah.
Hey, bro, check it out. I'm just Ken. No, I just want to talk about Barbie. This is what the stream is going to be. Just talk.
We'll just turn it into a Barbie stream.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just kidding. But, hey, Jared, who goes there? You do, homie. Hey, Jared, what's up, buddy?
They show me, homie.
I know, Jared, I know. He really liked it.
I liked it too, man, so...
65%.
Anyway, 65, I will give you one thing, and then we'll move on to the next honorable mention so we can get out of here before it's like 4 hours like it was the last time. The thing is that 65, there was one element where they had the freaking like hot burning geysers, and I was like, okay, if you use that effectively later, I might give you a little bit. I think I gave this movie another half star up to 2, just because that particular kill involving one of the dinosaurs with the geyser at the end. Fantastic. But other than that,
I might see it. It's on Amazon Prime. I might check it out one of these nights. Same with Air.
Like on Netflix, it wouldn't be difficult to watch if I was at a friend's house and I could just like play Royal Match on my phone while I half watched it again. I probably wouldn't be like that's why it's low on the list, because I wouldn't rip my own arm off to not watch the movie. Yeah.
I'd probably just play Candy Crush the whole time.
Right, exactly.
While the movie's going on. Yeah.
Number 17. Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
You also
but Luke also buys movies he hates, so
that's true.
You have a wide
hold on a second though. That's dependable.
That is dependable. That is true.
So don't judge my collection, because it's my collection. So what you gonna do?
I have like 10 movies, so I have a small ass collection.
So again, don't judge my collection, even if I buy stuff I hate, because it's my collection.
To quote Mark Kermode, you see how I just carry on? All right,
Mark Kermode. Oh, yes, I love him. He's a great
I love Mark Kermode. I listen to the podcast every week.
I love hearing him talk about shit like French extremist cinema. He loves that shit.
You know what? I haven't seen Blackbird, but that review is notorious about the movie Michael Flatley made with like his own money. It was like an action movie, and he's like, this is like Vanity Project is one thing, Insanity Project is quite another. Well, the best part of that is they showed the trailer as the clip, and then Simon Mayo's like, okay, but you know we always talk about you can make anything look good in a trailer? Like, apparently not. And then he's like laughing because like if you notice that there, it's like he's supposed to kiss someone. That's like the easiest thing you're supposed to do. The man can't kiss. He looks like he's
a good reviewer.
Great. Anyway, moving on. So number 17 is also a movie that Luke likes a lot more than I do. Sorry, buddy. Marlowe.
Well, hold on a second, though. I don't particularly like the movie.
But you like it more than I do.
I do, but I don't. But I don't necessarily. I think it's just okay.
You think it's meh? I think it's
just like a meh.
Yeah, like meh.
Just meh. It's okay. But I mean, but again, Gramps, I respect it. Like I respect it.
Well, here's the thing. This is why it's low on the list because I like Neil Jordan as a director. He's a great director. Liam Neeson, I think, is trying. I think he's doing the best he can. And my thing with it is that it has weirdly racist undertones and kind of misogynist undertones to this movie. And they wasted Daniela Melchior, which I will never forgive, ever, because she's a treasure. But the other thing is, here's the thing. Every once in a while, there will be a scene in Marlowe where you kind of... It's disappointing because you see the really good movie it could have been. Like, when he's talking... The scenes with, like, Jessica Lange, for instance, or the scenes with Alan Cumming. You kind of see a hint of, like, the type of noir pastiche they're trying to do. It's not like it's great cinema or anything, but you see, like, the decent little drive-in movie that they're trying to make that they don't quite do. The matinee version of this movie instead of the 1.5-star version of it. That's kind of what this is. And what's too bad about it is that, again, I like Liam Neeson. I even like Liam Neeson when he's in this kind of B-movie mode, but his last 3 efforts have just been garbage. Between this is the least of those, but this Memory and Blacklight, which is like one of the most hilariously inept movies I've ever seen.
Oh, that one was bad.
I would rather watch Memory over Blacklight.
Well, me too. And therefore I say, actually, Memory,
I just won't watch any of them.
Yeah, it's too bad, but yeah, not Memory. Sorry, I'm getting
Marlowe.
They're all the same movie, essentially.
Basically, but Marlowe, here's the thing. I wanted Marlowe to be better because it had more ambition. It was a detective story. I love detective movies. I love that kind of Howard Hawks thing they're going for, like Maltese Falcon shit. And I was really hoping they really pulled that off. The poster was great.
You're not wrong on something because every time I went to the movie and they showed the clip of it before the movie I went
the trailer
to.
Was good.
Me and everyone that we saw during the intro, where he's like, I want to make a detective movie. Most people I went with, we were like, this looks really misogynistic and racist. Like every time, not even the trailer, just them interviewing about it, we were like, these clips don't make it look really bad. Like,
I think it's saying something when you see a great actor like Liam Neeson, and his 2 best performances in the last 2 years are his guest appearances on Derry Girl in Atlanta, or like his best performances.
That's true.
In a career where he was in Schindler's List, and it's like, what are you doing, Liam? Like, come on, man. You were Taken. I like Taken.
Taken ruined his career because now he's just that guy, and like he doesn't do serious movies anymore.
I don't think Taken ruined his career. I think the success of Taken ruined his career. Taken is a fun movie for what it is. I like Taken.
But I think
it was
success of Taken, and then the movies that tried to be Taken, like The Grey and all that. I think that those coming out, all of them ruined his career because he just basically did the same movie over and over again, and it
my issue though is not with the Taken movies. It's the bad ones. Like I liked The Grey. I'll tell you this, it was on my best list. I loved Cold Pursuit because that was more of like a Coen Brothers-y kind of crime thriller than it really was an action film.
I agree.
It was because it was a remake of like a Swedish movie. It was by the same director. Like it was a remake of In Order of Disappearance, which I also have seen.
Yeah.
They did a good job.
Unknown was good. I liked Unknown.
Yeah, Unknown was good. Nonstop.
Oh, that was like fun. Yeah,
Nonstop. Dude, Nonstop is so much fun. Like
Marlowe was kind
Run
of
All Night.
It almost put me to sleep. Yeah, and here's the thing. Again, I wanted it to be better because it was going for something that I'm kind of a sucker for, and it was too bad. And then my last of my first gauge of honorable mentions before we get to the so bad they're awesome is talk about a missed opportunity, a movie that had ambition, and that's why I can't hate it, but it's disappointing. Fool's Paradise. I love Charlie Day.
Yeah.
I still want to give it a try.
That one's really close to my worst list. That's not good.
Here's the thing with Fool's Paradise, though, is that I think the first 30 minutes of it is kind of great when it actually has a narrative and there's the setup of it. I'm like, okay, I kind of like
the first 10 minutes are decent, and then it falls apart.
The first 20 minutes, basically everything up to when he's on the film set with Kate Beckinsale and Adrian Brody, and then everything after that. Because Adrian Brody, I think, is kind of awesome in this movie.
I do agree. It's very passable until they introduce the caveat of the film being that he's going to be a replacement. And then they start throwing him in these situations, and then it becomes the least funny movie I've seen in a long time.
Well,
which is unfortunate.
The problem is with Fool's Paradise is that it kind of has the Good Morning thing of this is not a bad short film, like a 15-minute Adult Swim infomercial. But at 90 minutes, it doesn't hold weight.
Or in It's Sunny episode. It could have been an It's Sunny episode and it would have worked. Yeah.
The gang does Chaplin or something.
Because they did film noir and it was not bad. So
Fool's Paradise, what I did like about the first 20, 30 minutes is I'm like, okay, because I heard all the bad stuff, how it was on a shelf for 5 years and all that stuff. When they set up the premise of this is a mental, the best joke in the movie is in the opening 5 minutes, and it's when he's in the insane asylum. And this is the thing in the trailer that made me kind of want to see the movie, is when he's in the insane asylum, because it was actually the closest the movie had to an actually good satirical joke. The thing about how he has the brain capacity of a 12-year-old or like a Rottweiler or like a golden retriever puppy. And then they said he'll need, maybe with some counseling and some grief counseling, he'll be able to one day speak again. He goes, yeah, but we can't afford any of that. So dump his ass on the next bus out of town. That was funny.
The problem is he's written really good It's Sunny episodes. Yeah. I kind of wish he would have went a little demented with the movie and did look how fucked up Hollywood is, and made it dark and comedic, because that probably would have been way more interesting. But he plays it safe, and I know it's because he doesn't want to lose jobs, but he should have totally made a character who was going around sexually assaulting everyone, and then make a really dark comedy out of it.
Make it the player, basically.
Yes, do the player. If he did the player, it would have been a much better movie, because the player is fucked up and honest. Yeah.
Now I don't want to watch it now. Thanks a lot.
No, you gotta go watch the player. Watch the player though. The player, Robert Altman's the player is great.
I've seen the player. I was talking about Fool's Paradise. Now you guys don't make me want to watch it.
Okay, don't get mad now. This is what this is for. We're venting about movies we didn't like. If you don't like, you can still watch the movie if you want to. Anyway, what I'm saying is Fool's Paradise, my issue with it is, and it's also low on the list, but here's why. Because I do think there's potential for this to have kind of a cult following. Because here's the thing. Here's my issue with it. There are chunks of this movie that I kind of like, but the problem with it is that the whole movie is chunks. Essentially, once the movie starts, my problem with it is there's no narrative momentum. Once you get the idea of this is he's sort of a silent simpleton who's kind of thrown into these adventures. It's just him being.
It's loosely connected SNL skits or a parody movie. It's like a parody movie where everything's loosely connected, where it doesn't really. But
not even like that. It's more like you're just watching him being. It gets samey because it's like you're just watching him being bounced from one eccentric, irritating weirdo played by a big time actor friend of Charlie Day's. It's like, it's one of those movies where it's like, oh, there's Jason Bateman. And the other problem with the movie is because Charlie Day, his whole thing, for those who know, is the fast talking. Oh, hey man, what are you talking about? Like that kind of thing. There's one scene of that, and it's one of the funniest scenes in the movie. It's when you meet the Charlie Day he's going to replace before inevitably.
And he's playing himself. Yeah.
Tragic. And that's funny because he's doing the, come on, Mac.
Well, this movie also had weird elements to it. I like some of the social satire about Hollywood maybe would have worked, but then you have little weird choices like Glenn Howerton in brown face, and you're like,
Right.
why
Right,
is this
exactly.
in the movie? This makes no
wasn't-
sense. It doesn't add to it, and it's
And
like,
I saw it literally less than 24 hours after I saw Blackberry, which was a great Glenn Howerton.
yeah, which is so
And-
weird because that's a great
Yeah.
It's Always Sunny style comedy,
Oh yeah.
and then you have the other side, and it's not. But
It's like
yeah,
it's basically it would be like if It's Always Sunny tried to do something like Atlanta, the goof who sat by the door, but for Blackberry. It's that kind of feel.
yes,
And what I like about
and
it
it's
is
as good. Yeah,
But the thing is, there are ideas in this movie that on paper, okay, they kind of have setups to these, but okay, then you realize, oh, it's one eccentric weirdo to the other. But then they set up things with some of the weirdos that are kind of funny as a setup, but there's no payoff.
Yeah.
Like, Kate Beckinsale shows up, and I love Kate Beckinsale. Kate Beckinsale, she was really good in Prisoner's Daughter, that's why it wasn't terrible. She is set up, there's kind of one setup of a joke that, like, on paper is like, I can see how written out that's funny. Where she shows up and she's this socialite starlet type who kind of shows up and it's like, we're going to get married. Now we're going to adopt kids from other countries together, like an Angelina Jolie type.
making
And
fun
then
of the
there's-
Jolie, yeah.
And then she's going to leave him to go live with her sisters with their adopted kids. And of course, he doesn't speak, so he's not involved. It's just happening to him.
It would have been
paper-
better if John Waters or Damien Chazelle did a satire like this, because I just feel like maybe Charlie Day wasn't the best choice because he has been writing at Sunny for like 15 years. So he's stuck in this sense where he didn't write his other movies he was a part of. So I do think he's a little out of his element in the movie, and I think that's the
20
problem.
minutes well, but not 90.
It does,
And the
because
thing
some of
is-
it would be really funny, Sunny punchlines, but then the rest of the movie, you're like, it's kind of just a vehicle to tell funny jokes, like funny jokes.
My biggest flaw with it, beyond all that, and again, what I said was just finish the Kate Beckinsale of it all. That idea, okay, it's an entire Hollywood marriage that's short-lived, on fast forward, and he has like no say because he doesn't speak. Like that's kind of funny on paper, but the problem is that is the only joke over and over. Is she shows up, she tells him, "We need to talk more." Oh, I can't deal with this right now.
I like the idea that everyone projects their own insecurities onto him,
That's kind of
but
a
I
funny
don't
idea,
think
right.
that works with a movie when it's just a revolving door of losers coming in his life.
Well,
I
like
just
Edie
don't think it
Falco.
doesn't work.
Well, like Edie Falco, the first time they do that gag is kind of amusing, where she's like,
Mhm.
"Hey, kid, I'm your Hollywood agent. This is your guy. This is the hairstylist. All this.
Yeah.
Putting at all the people." But then that's the only joke they have. They just keep going back to it. Edie Falco talks fast.
Of all
She's
these
like,
random people you're paying, and
your
it's not
movie
funny.
Your Marvel movie bombed. So
Yeah.
we're gonna let you go, and we're gonna hire this guy and this guy. That's my biggest issue too with the movie is that Charlie Day, because he can't do his motor mouth shtick, every actor, all the kind of all-star cast of bit players in this, overact to such an fingernails on a blackboard degree to overcompensate.
To
It's
balance,
Especially Ken Jeong, and I like Ken Jeong. I think that he's kind of underrated as a comedy actor. But
he's not great in this. His
whole gag is
he's playing an archetype that isn't funny, and it doesn't work. I've seen these types of scabs in Hollywood being played better by a lot of other people. To see him play it, I was like, this is very generic.
He drinks energy drinks and he talks loud and fast. That's his whole character.
He's way better in Hangover. He's kind of playing a similar character, but in Hangover, he takes it over the edge and it's way funnier. Community.
As Senior Chang. I mean, come on. But the other thing that I think was the one chunk of the movie where I'm like, I want more of this. In fact, you know how sometimes they'll take minor characters and they'll spin it off, like they'll do Forgetting Sarah Marshall and then do Get Him to the Greek. I kind of want a Get Him to the Greek just for Adrian Brody's character, because I kind of liked what he was doing, because his character,
he was one of the
so
more
funny.
interesting people.
The few belly laughs I got in the movie came from the fact that he was sort of sending up that Jared Leto style of super method acting.
What I'll say is he was a lesser version of Bradley Cooper in Licorice Pizza. That's what I would say. Yeah.
Exactly.
But Bradley Cooper was way better though, and he's fucking phenomenal.
Well,
The best part of that movie.
Licorice Pizza is a great movie. It's a much better movie. But the thing is that Barbara Streisand.
It's very similar though, because their movie's about being in the middle of Hollywood and just watching everything happen and being like, what are we a part of? And I think that those two work, but you need strong writers for it.
Well,
yeah.
And also, like, Charlie Day, talented though he is, he's no Paul Thomas Anderson. He's not there yet as a filmmaker.
He's no Tarantino with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Right. He just doesn't have that, like, energy you need for that.
Like, he's not there yet. But here's the thing that is kind of why I liked the Adrien Brody novels, that a lot of the running jokes that got repetitive were not funny. His running joke was the only one where every time it happened, I kind of went,
yeah.
Which is him drinking and driving and kind of driving recklessly
and shooting out
pistols out the window as he looks horrified. That's kind of the one element where I'm like, that keeps being funny. And
it could have been so much funnier if it was in the hands of someone else. I think that's at the bottom line. The problem with this movie is Charlie Day wasn't the right person to tell this odd Hollywood tale, because there's so many other people who've done it before who have done it better, that maybe it should have been a smaller thing. Maybe it should have been in its Sunny movie. It should have been something that was different.
Have Casper Kelly, the guy who did like the Adult Swim Yule Log and Too Many Cooks, do something like this.
Yes, because I think he would do him or Tim and Eric do something about Hollywood that's entirely bonker bananas. I think that would be way more
Tim and Eric's
out there and interesting.
Movie 2, The Player. That's what this should have been.
And that's a good movie too. I think I really like the Tim and
movie.
Eric movie. It's fun and it's funny and it's a great mockery of Hollywood and the little guy, and it's good.
Shrimp. Here's the thing.
It's a crazy fucking movie.
I love it. It sounds a lot like shrimp. Anyway. But that's what I mean, is that's what this should have been, an anti-comedy. But it's one of those movies that it's so flop sweaty and it's so falling over and so old-fashioned that, and here's the thing, the circumstances in which I saw it were not great. I was the only one in the theater. It was in a theater in O'Fallon, which is a nice theater, but it was in one of the back theaters where it like hasn't been touched up in like 10 years.
And it's small as shit. Yeah, and there's
small,
like no
There was a thunderstorm going on, and I literally walked into the Evil Dead Rise like first look thing blasting at louder volume than the movie.
Yeah. So I saw Spencer in a small theater with a bunch of old people. Worst idea ever. Just saw it at the TIFF
that's
theater.
a good movie though.
But the problem is that small theaters are terrible for movies because you can't fully get into them. And I think but Fool's Paradise is just a movie that I would have been better in different hands.
But it's sort of felt strange. It's kind of watching it with that. It was so unfunny and so for so much of it and so slow in how it was delivering lines that being in that theater where the roof was pattering with rain, where there was thunder outside, and it almost felt like a theater that the house lights didn't come on and didn't go off. Or they went off
and you just wanted to fucking leave. You were just ready to go the whole time.
Well, it felt like I was in purgatory. Like it was so awkward and uncomfortable. It kind of was creepy. There was just something weird about watching that movie the way I watched it, and the movie itself was so slow that every time there was a joke that worked, I laughed and I felt better because it was like, okay, this is what it should feel like.
Yeah,
it shouldn't matter
very much.
Because I can go see a movie by myself in a theater and be the only one in the theater and have a great time if I enjoy the movie or if I hate the movie.
That was me with The Whale, and that was not a bad situation.
The Whale was a good movie.
It just has to be a movie that's enjoyable to an extent. No, I get why it's on your list because it's not very good. It was close to mine, but the Tubi stuff beat it out.
It felt fussed over to no real purpose. It just felt... Anyway, but moving on. So that's it for the main honorable mentions, and now we go to two movies before we get to the main list. Two movies that are so bad they're awesome, and they are in ranked order. So number 15 is a movie I saw alone in the theater with only my two friends with me, and we had a blast. The Devil Conspiracy. If you're not watching it that way, you're doing it wrong. This movie is totally a canon film from the 80s that was left on ice, and they touched it up slightly and put it out in theaters. There is no reason it should be in theaters in the year of our Lord 2023. There is no reason.
It looks like shitty. It looks shitty Tubi by the poster. It doesn't look great at all.
But when you hear the premise, which is the Archangel Michael coming, literally, in some instances, literally coming inside the body of this priest. Just appearing inside of him, like him going, oh, like that. Inside of him, to save this woman who has been impregnated by the Shroud of Christ by a bunch of Satanists to give birth to a super devil Jesus.
That sounds like Halloween 6, Curse of Michael Myers.
And here's the thing. This movie, one thing I will give it that is positive is they embrace the campiness of that plot so perfectly.
At least
so
they do.
Crazy and batshit.
It sounds like a weird 80s straight-to-video movie that got forgotten, and then some people got stoned and watched it in the 2000s. Like, oh, it's amazing.
It feels like a New World Pictures movie from the 80s.
Does
like
it? Oh, that's fucking crazy.
Punisher or something. I mean, it feels like Superman 4: The Quest for Peace. I mean, it has that feel to it, that shoddy.
I might have to watch it now.
It's so bad, and yet it's so hilarious because it's played so straight. And it has one of the funniest jump scares of the year, and it involves an ultrasound. That's all I will say. It is. I couldn't believe it, and me and my buddy Ryan and my buddy Austin were the only ones in the theater. We were having a ball just making jokes. And all of them were the fact that there were some weird pedophilic undertones to this movie. I can't even begin to describe it. It's like they would always cut to children being auctioned off to Satanists, and then cut to people making weirdly sexual faces in another scene. Like right after, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And it's a priest. Like,
is this a religious thing?
And then cut to kids being auctioned to Satanists.
Is this a religious movie? Is this like got religious ties?
That's
this
the other
movie?
thing is, I thought, okay,
that makes it even weirder.
It feels, well, maybe, here's the thing, it was made by Samuel Goldwyn Films, which, by God, they've seen better days. Shit.
Very true.
The last movie I saw in a theater that they made was Kirk Cameron Saving Christmas. That was also an amazing
And that
movie.
that was one of the worst fucking movies I've ever seen in my life.
It's
That's
one
not
of the
even a movie.
worst. And
It's
I've
sitting
seen
in
it,
church for an hour and a half.
times. I watch it every Christmas. It's so bad. It's free on YouTube. I watch it every year on Christmas because it's just so bad.
It's so bad because it's not a movie. It's just listening to a church sermon for an hour and a half. And I'm like, this isn't a fucking movie.
A church sermon that, you know who had the best review ever of that movie is the Cinema Snob. When they did the freaking midnight screenings, and he goes, "You're wrong. No, dude, you're all wrong." And he goes, "Whatever. I'm gonna go fuck your sister." He goes, "No, you're wrong. I'm gonna go fuck my sister." They're like, "Probably."
It's a bad movie.
It's terrible. I mean, but here's the thing: The Devil Conspiracy. It's not a religious movie. I mean, okay. It's not a religious movie in the sense that it's made by like a religious.
But it has some weird religious undertones that
it's not a religious movie in the sense. It's not a religious movie in the sense that like something like His Only Son or Nefarious is a religious movie. It's made. It has that whole Catholic save the day element, but it's not like. It's not. It's pretty secular. It's just a really bad Z movie that somehow escaped and found its way to theater. It's like Creature. Remember that movie Creature from like 10 years ago? It's
you're right. Yeah, that's
where
fucking
it's just like
weird.
You can't believe you're there watching that in a movie.
It's like that Hercules movie, not the Hercules. That movie that came
Legend
out.
of Hercules.
Legend of Hercules.
That was
okay.
Like, why the hell am I seeing this in a theater? Did he just stab a guy through? Did he just put the sword under the guy's shoulder and it's visible to the camera? What the fuck? It's in 3D. What the fuck is this?
Maybe I'll have to see this because I like really fucking weird, like out there
it's on Hulu, man.
movies by people that don't know how to make films. That's all.
It's on Hulu. It's on Hulu.
It's on Hulu. Well, I'm gonna watch it then.
Everyone should watch it. It's a bad movie. I recommend. And then the other last one is if you thought though that was bad. Talk about a movie that should have been made in 2009, and even if that, maybe more like 1999. Knights of the fucking Zodiac, bro.
Yeah.
That movie was awesome. And
when I worked at the theater, no one went to that movie. No one went. It is the
Dragon Ball evolution of this year and of this decade, really. And the thing I love about it, look, I will say this: if you are at all a fan of, I think it's called Saint Seiya, I believe, the manga. Don't watch this. I've heard from fans. I've gotten comments saying, like, dude, the bigger problem is also as a fan,
bad.
This is disrespectful. So
I saw the trailer once at Suzume, and I was like, this looks fucking terrible.
Yeah, that's where I first saw it. And here's the thing. Putting that in front of Suzume to me feels like an even bigger fucking insult than the movie itself, because Suzume's a great movie, and this is such shit. And this sucks such shit through a straw. And the thing that's hilarious about it, though, is that it's so bad, it's awesome. It's the kind of movie where Famke Janssen is in it, which I love Famke Janssen. But come on, back to good movies again.
X-Men, yeah.
It's Famke Janssen and like the one other dude from On My Block, like the Hispanic dude, and they're the villains. And there's like a part in it. He's also the dude in the Old Spice commercial. So the new ones. So the one who has like the Stinky Pits, the West Side Story parody.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a part where there's like a heel turn where Famke Janssen is trying to help the heroes, and he's like the main villain, and he's in the other Power Ranger suit fighting the main guy later on, and darkly lit, of course.
It looks like a really shitty Power Rangers fan film.
Yeah,
it's just the vibe.
I've seen Power Rangers episodes with better production value. And then this movie, what happens is that she goes to turn off the device because and she literally, Eller's like, I can't do this, and she's wounded, and he goes, I'm sorry, I have to save her, and she's like, stop, you fool! Totally earnestly. It was like something out of it's like I was giddy watching this movie. The best part of this movie, the opening scene has Sean Bean, who of course, spoiler alert, dies. Because he dies never freaking. Even that's hilarious when that comes in, because like, of course Sean Bean dies in this movie.
It's one of those movies. Only one guy I knew that was a customer went there to see it, but that's because he was an old man who saw everything that he could at the theater.
He had like the pass.
No one else was there. It was 0% every fucking day. And I'm like, it must be really bad that even the weebs don't want to see this. It must be fucking terrible.
My theater was surprisingly crowded for like the Saturday night I saw it. But the thing that's funny is that I think I told you the story, but the family in front of me was just awesome, especially the kids, because there was a family. Because this is a PG-13 movie that totally could have been PG in the mid 2000s. Like this is totally the Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Very Max Steel. Yeah.
But Max Steel was actually made me angry. This one, at least, like Shark Boy and Lava Girl, if I were 12, this would be the best movie ever. And as a 29-year-old man, this is the best movie ever in a totally different way. In the way that Shark Boy and Lava Girl is, where it's hilarious. It's you ruined my dream journal. I did not. Mr. Electric, send him to the principal's office and have him expelled. It's that kind of experience. The movie, there were these three kids in front of me. Like, one was like, the oldest kid looked about 13. There's this girl that looked about 10. The other one's like 8, 9 years old. The kid, the 13-year-old kid, who's a boy, turned to the mom and was like, this is bullshit. I want to go home. Mom, this is stupid. The other girl's like, oh, whatever, he likes it. Like, she was like, whatever, kind of mid on it. And then the little boy's like, said out loud in the theater, it's like, shut up, bro, this is badass. And I was like, I love this so much. This movie is the tits. Like, it's terrible, but you have to buy it. And
it's one of those ones that I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch once on YouTube, because I genuinely need to see what this is. And I'll probably play catch up in November and December, because I usually do. I usually play catch up, and then I reveal my list of the best of the year on midnight, New Year's Eve. So I will play catch up and see this, but I'm going to see it once for the only reason because I need to see what the fuck it is.
That's a good freaking reason.
Yeah, it's one where it's literally a fucking, what's that called? It's a Pandora's box of your like, what the fuck is in it? I need to open it up and see what's in it. That's how I feel about movies like this, and that's why I see them like once.
This movie has to become the next The Room, Dancing It's On, Cats, that kind of Miami Connection. Like, that's this movie.
Well, with those Rotten Tomatoes scores. With those Rotten Tomatoes scores, genre fans are going to make this into like some fucking crazy shit where they just make fun of it.
Oh, it's amazing. And the thing is, it's Sony, so it'll be on Netflix. That's the best thing about it. Second off, it might already be on there, honestly. The best thing is they have Sean Bean in it. The opening scene is the worst CGI. It's like one of those opening scenes, there's text, and then, in case you didn't see the text, here's Sean Bean's deep Sean Bean voice. One does not simply walk into Mordor. I'm talking like Sean Bean, but also kind of, you can halfway hear him going, check. Where's the fucking check? Where's my paycheck? Kind of like Jeffrey Dean Morgan in Fall and The Unholy, where it's like, I'm too good for this. I know I'm too good for this. Check.
But I need that money because Walking Dead is
I need
over.
a house payment. So he's talking, and he's intoning about how it's one of the things. Like the only thing this is missing is freaking Bob Hoskins as Mario talking about what if the dinosaurs came back? Because the whole thing,
they just played that at my local theater where they play old movies. They did a drunken cinema, and everyone that went said it was so much fucking fun. Because that is one of those movies where it's like it's not good, but seeing it with an audience, it's like they play The Room out here all the time, every month at the theater by this apartment. And I watch it. I've been there once. I want to go again before I leave. I want to go and see The Room again because it's so much fucking fun with an audience because you know it's not serious and no one takes it serious. And it's just that you have the time of your life. And I hope that that's the fate that Knights of the Zodiac gets, because if it's really fucking terrible, I hope it gets the Midnight Circuit treatment where people just love to laugh at it, you know, and then it can have a life of its own.
But it's another movie that has, you can tell that there's like 3 seasons of this anime that they're shoving into 2 hours.
Yes.
It's like, because what it is that it's an exposition dump, but it immediately, if you don't know the source material, makes you go, wait a minute, what the fuck? Because it's like them trying to shove all the Demon Slayer episodes into one movie and saying this is our live action counterpart, you know? Well, no, it's literally like, okay, it's Sean Bean literally telling us the wiki page. It's like Sean Bean.
Oh shit! Okay.
Basically, because it's like this is the story of my daughter. Her name is Aurora. She showed up in volume 2 of the manga. Well, no, not that. He doesn't, not quite that, but she's like, he's like, she is the reincarnation of the goddess Athena, the goddess of war and knowledge. I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck? This is and somehow this involves Power Ranger Knights, who are the guardians of her. But the other thing is, some of them want to kill her because if she becomes the goddess of war, she'll turn into a human nuclear bomb that'll blow up the galaxy. I'm like, what the fuck is this movie? It's hilarious, but what is it? It sounds like something that only works as an anime or a manga. It sounds like it's so wild that you can't do it live action, and they tried and they failed. Because the CGI even looks like early 2000s. Dude, it looks films that I remember as a kid. The freaking 98 Michael Jai White Spawn movie has better special effects than this. Yeah. This looks like Mortal Kombat 95. I mean, it's really bad. It's like, but it's bad in like, I'm going to buy it on Blu-ray bad. Like, it's like so bad I have to watch it again. So you can show it to your friends, get drunk and show it to your friends kind of thing. It is a get loaded and watch a bad movie. Movie. It seems like it. And I feel like that might become a thing if it's a thing where that occasion rises, I might have to do that just because it's like that's the vibe I get from the movie. All right, well that's my honorable mentions. Let's bring how many worst dubs do you have at this point? You had 13, right? Yeah, 13. You had zeros. Yo, Movies of Trains.
I'm finally in here after 15 minutes. Yo,
we haven't started the list yet, so we just had. What's your honorable mentions?
I honestly don't even have any.
Ooh, okay.
Fantastic. How many
do you have?
Like my most disappointing movies, and then like my bottom 5 are like the actually bad ones, because I didn't really have a whole lot of offensively bad movies. But
I have plenty. It's okay.
So who has the most? It's Luke, right? You start, right?
Yeah, Luke
you have
has
20. Right? Yeah.
So Luke, you want to start with? And then I will. How about we do this? I have 13. You have 20. You have 15, Becca?
I have 10. I got 10.
You have 10. Okay, you have 10, and then you have 5. So why don't we do this? Luke will start, then I will jump in at 13, and then you will jump in at 10, and then
And I'm gonna and just so we can keep this flowing, I'm gonna keep it quick.
Yeah. Let's,
I do not want this to be like last time.
Well, here's the thing. Luke. We need to though reserve some slightly longer times for like the top 2, because I feel like those are the ones that we need to.
I know, but I'm just saying,
because me and Grant have the same. Me and Grant have the same talk.
Like, I'm trying to be helpful here.
Right. What I'm saying is, quite frankly, when we get to the top 5, we're gonna need to like really elaborate on those.
Oh, yeah, because me and Grant will be on a really bad. Your top 1 is my top 1, so we'll definitely be on a killing spree for that one. That one's
they're like
really
the all-time worst. Those ones. Those are like the top of the top, where they're unimpeachably the worst.
I don't know. I don't think I need that much time for everything except for the last one, except for my top 1, because that actually deserved a rant. on it. But
wait,
yeah.
is my number one also your number one? Let me just ask.
Yes, I think we do have the same number one because we were talking about it before because you asked me before if I saw it and I said yeah because I watched it.
Don't spoil it.
I won't say it though. We'll keep it.
But we're gonna kill two birds when it gets to ours.
Yeah.
We'll just both do ours. We'll save whoever's up for when.
Yeah.
The next. Yeah.
I'm gonna say this: that Movies and Trains and I have the same number one.
Okay. Well, let's begin.
Unfortunately, yeah.
That's wild. So it's double.
Oh, and by the way, Movies and Trains, because you missed it, the father was nobody. It was Gas. Anyway. That's the payoff to the cliffhanger. Who shot Mr. Burns? We still don't know, but it was Maggie, right? Anyway, spoiler alert for those binge watching The Simpsons.
Okay, Luke, what do we got? What's your?
Oh wait, Movies and Trains. 14? You don't have honorable mentions though.
I don't know.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Luke. Number 20.
So number 20, and again, most of the movies on my list are streaming movies, so this is not going to be any surprise to anybody.
I have plenty. Too.
Number 20 is a Hulu original film called Jagged Mind. So basically, a girl that is finding herself in different versions of the same first date that she went on with her ex-girlfriend. Absolutely boring. It was just like nothing was happening. The most generic plot line possible. Even though it had some decent performances and neat ideas, but it's just done in the most cliched way possible to a point where it was like, no, I can't. Nope. What the?
That was one I was gonna watch, and then I had to sacrifice one of the movies that was on the schedule just because the weekend was so full up, and I was going to consider watching that at the end of the year. So thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me about it so I can skip it.
So it's called Jagged Mind?
Jagged Mind. I saw the short it was based on, but I haven't seen it.
Okay. Maybe I'll check it out at the end of the year.
Don't.
It's a queer romance horror, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's not good.
That's unfortunate that it's not good.
I think Hari Neff was in the short, actually, as the girlfriend.
Oh, well, I'm going to go watch the short.
Yeah,
Hari Neff
in the feature. She's not
awesome.
In the feature.
Well, then fuck the feature. I ain't watching the feature.
It wasn't Hari Neff, sorry.
Oh, well, I'm not going to watch it now. I'm sorry. I won't watch.
Oh, maybe it was. Hold on, I'm trying to remember who.
If it's her, then yes. If it's not, then I don't care enough to watch the short.
Let me, real quick. You can carry on, Luke. I'm just going to look this up, Rebecca.
No, wait, man.
It was Hari Neff. Okay, I was right.
Okay, well, then I'm watching the short because
it's like 2 minutes. It's actually not bad.
Okay.
It's on Hulu, too, I think.
In U.S. it is, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll find it.
All right, number 19.
You're going to notice a trend that there's also a lot of Netflix movies on my list. So.
Yep. There are a few on mine as well.
Number 19 for me is a film called The Strays. A movie about a black woman that her privilege starts to unravel after 2 strangers show up at her house.
Haven't even heard of this one.
So not Strays with Will Ferrell.
Oh, no, I don't have any Netflix movies. It's
not out for at least another couple
That's
weeks.
True.
So don't give me none of that.
Could you imagine?
Like, you can tell that, like, when you watch this film, like, you can tell that this was exclusively made for Netflix, and it's like you can't even hide it with the film's production value, the acting, and basically how boring it is.
Like the open house.
Yep.
Is that the one where is that the one with freaking 13 Reasons Why in it?
Yeah. My parents saw it and their reaction was, "This is so fucking bad. We never want to see anything like this again." I'm like, "Yeah, it's fucking terrible."
That movie's kind of similar to the one Netflix movie on my list. We'll get there. But okay, so that's your number 19, Luke. What's your number 18?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say this. If there's going to be old ladies watching this video, which I don't know why, they're going to hate me for this.
Maybe my aunt, but she's not old.
I'm just saying this right away. I'm just saying that right away in case there's going to be old ladies watching this.
Okay, go ahead.
My number 18 is Book Club: The Next Chapter.
Oh, thank God! I thought you were about to say 80 for Brady, and I was like, 80 for Brady.
No. I could watch 80 for Brady and not and be like, it's passable.
80 for Brady is fine. 80 for Brady.
Book Club though, no, I did not like this film. It was very unfunny, and it didn't even kind of focus on Book Club this time. It was like, let's just go on vacation because one of our friends is engaged, so let's go on vacation.
So it was Las Vegas.
In the most unfunny way possible.
So it was Las Vegas then.
It was Las Vegas with women. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly.
I'd rather watch Las Vegas than Book Club 2.
Well, because it has the blowjob joke, and that was funny.
Well, honestly, it has
the red food joke.
I like the cast more in Las Vegas because you got Michael Douglas, De Niro, and Morgan Freeman.
I find it hilarious that I'm going to have to say this, but because there's been so many, it's the weakest Jane Fonda movie of the year, and there is a best one, and it's the one that no one saw, which is Moving On.
It's interesting really that there's these older women team up movies. Essentially, there's like a bunch of them this year. I think it's fascinating that that's the.
Wait a second. Does Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken count? Because she is a voice in that movie.
No, because that's a kids movie.
Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah,
that was all right. I mean, it was. The second half was better than the first half. It was kind of lame, but it was better than one movie on my list that everybody seems to love that I hate.
Yeah.
All right.
17.
That's
17.
You're moving.
Yeah,
along
another Netflix movie. So yeah, again, you're starting.
Fuck Netflix, I guess. Fuck Netflix.
It's a movie called Infisto. This is a film that takes place during COVID, which again, already a red flag. And it's a really generic detective story.
What's it called?
Did you say Infisto?
Infisto?
INFIESTO.
Is it a Spanish movie?
I don't even give a crap about language.
Is it what I'm saying? Is it a foreign language film or is it like in English?
It is a foreign film. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, that makes
Sounds
sense.
like it.
It's probably a Spanish COVID detective movie.
Yeah,
so it's
dude, it being set during COVID, it's like that's an immediate red flag.
Well, except
like there's some okay COVID movies, but a lot of the bulk of them have been really
most
bad
of them though
really
like
reactive.
When it comes to like something like bad, that's when I say it's a red flag.
Kimmy was good. Steven Soderbergh, that was good.
I think I turned it off halfway.
No, wasn't good.
You're wrong, Gary.
I love Soderbergh, but I turned it off halfway.
It basically tried to be searching, mixed with another culminated found footage film.
I love Zoe Kravitz, but that movie
it's not a found
didn't work
footage
for me.
film though. Kimmy's not a found
It's
footage
filmed
film.
like it. That's another thing. It was filmed like a found footage film.
It's
not
filmed
really
like a Steven Soderbergh film.
I wish I liked it more. I wish it was more Logan Lucky because that movie actually
Logan
I fucked
Lucky's
with that
great.
movie a lot.
I love Logan. No, I was gonna say is no, but there are a few ones I liked. Let Them All Talk. I don't know if that counts as a COVID film. It probably did because it was just a small cast on a boat.
Yeah.
And then I loved. I know it was hated by most, but I'm sorry, I kind of liked it. Lockdown with Anne Hathaway. I got it.
Yeah, I didn't really like that one. I liked
that movie. That movie sucked.
COVID movies. Not to think about COVID
Remember,
movies.
it's your opinion, not everybody else.
Bodies is not technically a COVID movie, but they shot it at COVID. It's a
like
small
one,
group of people. I would count that, and I love that movie. That's like.
Wait a second. I feel like there was a COVID movie that was on my list last year that I really loved, and I can't remember what it was.
There's a lot of those.
Where COVID was like a plot point, and I remember it actually being kind of great, and I can't remember what that
was. Was it Zoe Lister-Jones's film about her and her younger version of herself? I thought that one was decent.
I didn't get to see that one. I wanted to see that one. Is that the What Happens Next or something like
It's the one about her meeting her younger self and then them going around and talking to people. It was okay for what it was. It was definitely better than Locked Down and stuff like that. But
Would you consider Past Lives a COVID movie? I kind of would.
No, not really. It's shot during COVID, but the premise of it is just people not being connected.
Yeah.
But it's good though.
Let me Okay. So yeah, okay. That was your number Infisto. And by the way, it was a Spanish movie. I just
Okay.
It is Spanish? Okay, good.
Yeah, it's Spanish.
But then again, I really do not care.
Okay. What's your number 16?
Number 16, again, just like We Have a Ghost, one of the most disappointing films of the year, Jungi. Basically a foreign Terminator film from the director of Train to Busan.
Is it Jungi? I thought it was Jungle. It looks like Jungle with the font.
It's underscore E, so I call it Jungi.
Okay. That's I saw it. I just had no interest to watch it. Kind of looked
that
like
movie again. I don't know why. How could you take a good concept like this and make it this boring?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's number 16. Number 15. Just when I thought the man himself was just on a roll for the past couple of years, went for another downfall. The Old Way with Nicolas Cage.
Oh, shoot.
That was another downfall.
You know what's really funny about that? Nicolas Cage has had 2 really bad cowboy movies in the last 2 years because there was a movie called Miller's Crossing that he did at TIFF and everyone fucking hated it. Maybe Nicolas Cage just shouldn't do cowboy movies because he did 2 and they were bad. Because I heard The Old Way was terrible.
Not good.
Yeah.
Haven't even heard of that one. He just turns them out, some of them are good, some of them aren't.
Well, he just did one recently where he plays the devil and he's like, and Joel Kinnaman is driving him around. They played that at Fantasia. I heard it was mid as fuck. So
Sympathy for the Devil, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. I heard it's not very good, so I'm not surprised though.
I thought that one looked pretty decent from the trailer, but
I liked Willy's Wonderland. I know that was kind of a polarizing one.
That's a fun movie.
I don't think I'll ever watch it
B-movie.
again, but it is cheesy and fun. It's cheesy and fun for the right reasons, but I won't watch it again ever.
It's a solid B movie.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so 15 or 14?
14.
Now on 14. 15 was The Old Way.
Okay, 14. And then after that, I'm going to jump in after your 13. So
I'll jump in with you, Grant, because I'm going to give some disappointing movies.
Okay.
So yeah, my number 14 is a film that I also found on Netflix called The Tutor, and it has here's the click. These are 3 actors where I was like, okay, I should check this out. Garrett Hedlund, Noah Schnapp, and Victoria Justice.
That's a weird lineup.
3 talented people.
I like 2 of those people, and I used to like one of them when she was on television.
Oh, yeah, that's such a strange
How can you
lineup.
do an interesting kind of thriller, but it's an interesting premise with this kind of thriller, but again, make it into a complete snooze fest.
Hearing that lineup, it sounds like it was doomed from the start, just because it's a bunch of people that don't have like star power as much,
Or they used to.
They used to, or they have one thing they're known for, and they make a movie together. It just seems very B-movie straight to DVD type thing.
Very much is, and honestly, it doesn't even feel like a straight to DVD movie. It just feels like something that's straight for TV.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll say this. One of the movies I have on the docket for this weekend is Zoe 102, the Zoe 101 reunion
Is
film.
that coming out?
It is.
I
on Thursday.
gotta watch it.
I'm nervous. I'm a little nervous, but
I don't think it's gonna be good.
It's a childhood. It's a certified classic, Zoe 101. But here's the thing: no Victoria Justice, 0 stars. Like fuck that.
Yeah.
We want some Lola, man. But here's the thing. I will be the first to say, speaking of Nickelodeon projects with Victoria Justice in it, I'll be the first to say that Fun Size is an underrated comfort movie. I kind of like that movie.
Sorry.
I watched it when I watched it way too young. I watched it when I was way too young, and I need to watch it again because as an adult, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about it. I might like it, I might not. It just depends on.
I think it deserves a reevaluation. It was
well, because I saw it when I was 10.
The best parts of it involve Johnny Knoxville, so.
That is true, actually. He's the best thing in the movie, and he's not even credited in the movie, but he's really good.
Which I hate.
Yeah. Okay, so 13?
Yep, 13. Grant, I just know that for sure, Grant, this will appear on your list. So, but I'm not gonna spoil like what position.
I'm keeping mum, dude.
But I just know for sure that this one will appear on your list. On a Link in a Prayer.
Hey, you want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Luke? It's my number 13 too.
Okay,
On
there we go.
Prayer.
Yeah, honestly, dude. I can just give it this. Dennis Quaid tried. He tried, but he tried his best with this one.
Yeah.
With such a crappy script and just characters that have no idea what they're doing throughout this entire film makes it maddening to me. Oh my god.
Yeah. Here's my thing. It's low on the list because I think I said this in my review. It's a 0-star movie. Unlike some of the other movies on this list, it wasn't offensive. Its heart is in the right place, but its brain is kind of in another universe.
Yeah.
And the thing about it
is... I wouldn't say it's offensive, because I didn't hate myself while watching it.
No.
But There was just things that made me so angry to a certain degree where it was like, what is this?
It was slightly more watchable when the actual plot kicked in, but it also was unwatchable because Sean McNamara can't direct it out of a paper bag.
He can't direct movies. He should not be a filmmaker.
The King's Daughter should have been the final nail in that coffin. Hell,
did he direct The King's Daughter?
And Cats and Dogs and Bratz.
Bratz too. I recently watched that again just because I was interested because of this weekend. That movie's so fucking bad. This guy just should never direct a movie ever again. He's never made.
He's basically what I would say about director John Moore, who made freaking Die Hard 5.
He's got that Uwe Boll energy where it's like, why are you still making movies?
Bratz,
I agree.
Bratz is a movie that's so bad I kind of love it because it has Kung Fu Master Chet Hanks in it.
So
that's my favorite part of the movie.
It's so terrible.
I just didn't pay attention to it the whole time. It just was not interesting.
I saw it in the theater with when I was like in 8th grade. I think it was like 2006.
I'll raise you one. My family saw Space Chimps in the theater. I'll raise you one.
I saw Space Chimps in the theater too. I don't think it's that bad. Yeah. It's kind of.
I haven't seen it since. I haven't seen it since it came out. It was like when I was 7. I haven't seen it since it came out. I don't even remember what it's about, other than chimps going to space.
I remember I saw. This is how old I am. I saw Snow Day in the theater, and I vividly remember it. Not the crappy
not
one.
The new one. Yo, I watched that one when I was home for Christmas. That movie fucking sucked, bro. That was a bad
the remake.
Movie. Yeah, I got Paramount Plus and I watched it, and I'm like, this is fucking bad.
Jerry Trainer is the only thing that's watchable at all in that movie. He's kind of funny.
I mean, Jerry Trainer's funny.
Yeah, Jerry Trainer is funny, and he's kind of the only. There was a part. The only song I have since listened to half of is his "I Hate Kids" song. That's like the only, because it's like I like the.
Because you relate to it.
Well, and also I love Spencer Shea. He's one of my favorite fictional characters ever in all of creation, and so I also really like the iCarly reboot. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna say it. I think it's actually kind of fun. But anyway, it's more for adults, but I dig it.
It's
anyway,
movies and trains. I want to hear these.
Hold on.
Well, no, great. Like you already killed 2 birds with 1 stone already.
Yeah, I was. I'm gonna say my piece now on a Wing and a Prayer. So it's my 13. Here's the thing. I know that it's common to hate him because he's some weird QAnon guy. I think Dennis Quaid can be a good actor in the right script. Like
Day After Tomorrow.
Inner Space, like when he's in. Mind you, those are all in the 80s, but like, I have a soft spot. Speaking of middle school nostalgia, I have a bit of a soft spot for Yours, Mine, and Ours. I know that no one else
Me too.
does.
Thank you.
That's probably the last movie I liked him in.
I don't think it's as bad as people say, especially if you look at it from the perspective of I was 12 when I saw it and I liked it at the time. But here's the thing. And I love Heather Graham. Like, I've been in love with Heather Graham since I was a kid. And she can be really good in the right material. She was, she can be really funny even.
Look at Austin Powers.
Austin Powers, her run on Scrubs was really funny. As sort of like the therapist on there.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, okay, here's the thing. The first, 40 minutes, everything before they get on the plane, it's so... First off, it's made by MGM, which is an insult because they
this is the plane movie.
Yes,
about
it is. It's
Jesus
the Amazon plane movie.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
Okay, everything before they get on the plane. When the plane happens, it's like a really bad, low-budget version of Sully. But everything before that is so... That's kind of like... Not good, but it's like, okay... They have to have a plot has to happen now, so they're trying even if the filmmaking isn't. The first 30 minutes where it's just them in their domestic life before they get on the plane, it's so shoddy and so terrible. I was like, man, my middle school drama class could do better than this. And this is like Dennis Quaid and Heather Graham. I mean, they're at like a cookout and they're talking, and it's one of those movies, that Christian movie thing where they like. You know who the characters are because all they talk is in blatant exposition. Like, well, honey, as you know, as your wife
and
of like
Bible
10 years,
quotes
it's
and
like,
like you gotta set it out so people don't get confused about the politics or the opinions by the end of the movie.
This is the best review I could give this week. my mother, who is very much still a more conservative, sort of lapsed Catholic, current Catholic, not practicing, but Catholic faith. She was convinced by my aunt, who has shitty taste in movies, who liked it, to watch it. I told her, I was like, hey, what did you think of On a Wing and a Prayer? And she goes, and she has a crush on Dennis Quaid. Says, oh, that? I was like, what's that? I'm like, oh, Dennis Quaid, pilot movie. And it's like, oh, that, I shut it off after 15 minutes. That shit was bad. I'm like, yes!
Makes sense. It does look bad.
I watched the whole damn thing, and fuck.
I forgot about it instantly. Like after I forgot about it instantly after it was done.
Like vapor. It just hit my brain, and it just evaporated on contact. It was one of those movies that just like. The only thing is, I thought the little girl who, not the daughter, but like the little girl. The other thing is also those kids were obnoxious. I hated those freaking kids. They were little brats. But the other girl who's like wants to be a pilot, she was okay. I could see her maybe in a better movie being fine. But yeah, the movie was bad. It wasn't that movie. And the thing is, like, okay. I feel bad because I want Dennis Quaid to be in good shit again. But it's like, it's never going to happen again, I don't think. Unless he gets like the Wrestler or the Whale or something. Like I know unless
he changes his, because he infamously is hated by Hollywood. Unless he stops being an ass, then like when he does, he'll get more roles. But the problem is that it's like the Kirk Cameron thing. It's like the what's his face to play Jesus that's in The Sound of Freedom. It's like once you've done stuff and dug a hole deep enough for yourself, it's hard to get out of.
Right.
Well,
and then first off, look at your son. Your son can scream The Boys and fucking Oppenheimer. Yeah. Come on, Dennis. Like seriously, pick better scripts. Like your son is doing better than you are. Also, I should point out for disclosure, he's married to a former high school classmate of mine. That is true, actually. His current wife. I had a bit of a crush. She was in my high school class.
Isn't Dennis Quaid like fucking 60? Like that's a little weird, bro.
Yeah, she's like a year ahead of me, but we had like a homeroom together or something.
That's fucking weird.
She's a nice girl, but like she's a girl. I mean, I'm 29. He's like 70. I'm no spring chicken, but I'm not that old. Like that's pretty young, Dennis Quaid. That's kind of creepy. But
it's always those guys.
The other thing though is, you know what his next movie is? What? A biopic of Ronald Reagan. Guess who's and he's playing Ronald Reagan. Guess who's directing it? Sean McNamara. Dude, stop working with fucking Sean McNamara. That's the other thing. Just stop.
I thought you were gonna say Mel Gibson. I'd be like, oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Mel Gibson is a crazy motherfucker.
The motherfucker can't make movies. He doesn't know how to do it. He also, you know what his other thing on his IMDb page is? 3 Ninjas 4 with fucking Hulk Hogan and Baby Genius 3, 4, and 5. What the
Not
fuck?
Even 2? Not even Super Babies? Just 3, 4, and 5?
No, Bob Clark directed that one too.
No,
that's Super fucking
Babies
weird,
is so
bro.
bad, you have to watch it. Now, Super Babies is a 1-star movie because it's so bad you have to see it.
But the rest of them are
With
half-star
friends.
bullshit that is not good. That you never
Bratz,
watch.
Like Bratz is like, I watched like 5 minutes of it the other day. It's so cringe that I almost wet myself laughing.
It's such an early 2000s teen film. It's trying to be Mean Girls, but without any of the nuance of Mean Girls. It's fucking crazy.
And the other thing is, it's like when you compare it to another movie about a popular doll that they sell at grocery stores and Walmarts recently. This movie is so stereotypical in the sense of like, hey, look, it's that one girl. She's Asian. You know what that means? She must be really good at math, but also likes to design clothes.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Oh, speaking on that, Grant, did you realize that the 4 girls in Barbie are the Bratz girls? Did you realize that?
What do you mean?
Sasha and her friends are the Bratz girls in the Barbie movie.
Are they in the movie?
Because Sasha, her nickname is the same nickname that Sasha from Bratz has. If you look at all the girls and you hear their names when they're talking to each other, the 4 of them are the Bratz girls. I don't know if they fully confirmed it, but most people have put the pieces together that they're a mockery of the Bratz dolls. Like that's what the 4 friends are. Because how Bratz is all edgy and we know women edgy. Like it's a parody of them.
Bratz isn't. If you're not at work or you're not near your grandmother, look up the audio review from Spill.com of like freaking C. Rob Cargill reviewing the Bratz movie. It's full of jokes about how good he is at luring underage girls into his head, but it's hilarious. He's doing it as a joke to be like edgy, but it's like he's like I don't use the word worst movie of the year very often. He goes, "This is fucking bullshit." Anyway,
we got
Trains. He knows
No, it's Movies and Trains.
Movies and
Okay.
Trains. I want to hear these dishonorable mentions.
Okay, so 13 through 6 are going to be these dishonorable mentions, disappointing movies. And my number 13 is Shazam! Fury of the Gods because I was expecting way more.
I'm going to keep quiet because I have some things to say later.
I agree.
Bro,
It's
you
not
don't
very
hate that
good.
movie though. That's the thing. You don't hate it.
It's not that bad. And like I said, I don't hate it. It's disappointing though.
It's like a 5. I agree.
I liked it more on a rewatch, but I still didn't love it like I wanted to, like I did the first movie. So
makes sense. It does. It feels like a very big step down from the first one, which is probably why I have hard feelings against it.
It's not a sequel, damn it. It's a superhero movie, the movie. It's all it freaking is. There's nothing to it that's anything like the heart or humor of the first one. Anyway,
I love how Grant. I love how your photo's frozen and it's just you giving the finger. I think that's kind of funny.
Oh, really? For real?
Yeah, but it's funny because it's you giving the finger, so it fits the video really well.
Can you guys actually hear me though?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay,
the image
good.
is frozen of you fingering the audience.
Let's
Shazam. That's all I got for it. So
Okay, I agree. It's kind of bad. Are we on 12 now?
Yeah. Go ahead, Luke.
So my number 12, yet again, another Netflix movie. So there you go. That should tell you all you need to know. Murder Mystery 2.
Oof, I didn't see that one.
One of the most unfunny sequels I've ever seen. Except there's there's only one moment that actually made me laugh.
The car chase was funny. The truck.
The car chase was funny, but everything else was just painful. Adam Sandler and Jennifer Aniston in this one have no chemistry. The first one they did fine together, but with this one, it's it really shows that they do not have chemistry together.
The second one to me is like the first one, where it's this movie is fine if you're doing it while you're on your phone or folding laundry. Just have honest background noise.
That's what
I don't even think it would even be good for background noise.
It's the Man from Toronto of this year, basically.
Nice. That movie was fucking dog. That was bad.
I hated Man from Toronto.
It
just was stupid, and the joke of it wasn't even relevant because they weren't even. It wasn't even like a joke that made sense for anyone from Toronto. It just didn't make fucking sense.
I have to be honest with you guys. The further I'm away for it, the more I kind of want to give The Outlaws a second look, because in hindsight, that was actually not bad. The one with freaking Pierce Brosnan and Ellen Barkin. That was actually not terrible. As far as Adam Sandler movies go, that are not like Hustle or freaking Uncut Gems.
Or Punch Drunk Love.
Did you see the interview with Julia Fox where she calls it that?
Yes, where she said,
I
was Benny Safdie's muse. I should have went to she was at a movie screening for a movie I really liked this year. I should have went there and told her that. Just been like, well, you know what? I was someone's muse for this movie.
Benny Safdie's having quite a year as an actor, I must say.
He is, and he's really good actor too.
Are you there, Godspeed, Margaret?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your number 12.
What's your 12, Grant?
Okay, all you weebos. Is that the word for anime fans?
Weeaboos.
Weeaboos, yeah. In the audience, don't at me. I know you hate me.
Weebo is that toy when I was a kid. That was the people that couldn't balance. You had to balance them. They move around.
I thought Weebo was the robot sidekick from Flubber. But anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was referring to.
Yeah, his
Thank you, Grant.
Freaking Little Mermaid did the voice of it. Anyway, so sorry guys. I know I never watched the show, but here's the thing. I didn't mention this because I never got to finish it because of the thunderstorm, but also Psycho-Pass, whatever that subtitle was also dog shit. But it kind of fits with this though. Number 12, I'm sorry, I know I haven't watched the anime, but look, I'm a movie reviewer. I should be able to watch the movie and know what's going on.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I think that's only fair. Let me look up this title, because the title is obnoxiously long. Sword Art,
they always are.
Okay, Sword Art Online, the movie, progressive colon, Scheherazade of Deep Night is my number 12. Exposition dump the movie. This movie is drab. It's boring. It is ugly looking after a while. It's dimly lit. You don't even get to see the beauty of the colors that anime can give to these, shadings to the characters. Yeah. And it also has none of like the mad genius of other more uneven animes, like That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, the movie from this year, where there's at least some moments that are so out there that you're kind of like, okay, a lot of this isn't working, but I'll remember the dragon passing out from the scent mid-flight and just like dropping. Sword Art Online, the movie, there's this trend in lore-based anime that I just don't like, which is that there's no natural dialogue anymore. It's all like Suzume had natural dialogue, but it didn't have any IP to go by.
Yeah.
It's like we need to go to the place to get the thing. And then while we're going to the place to get the thing, we need to describe how we're going to the place to get the thing. Hey, we went to the place and got the thing. Now let's all talk for the next 20 minutes about how we just went to the place and got the thing before we go to the other place and get the thing while we talk about going to the place and getting the thing the whole time. It's like for 2 hours and then it just is over. And there's a climax and it goes on for about 2 seconds and it looks ugly. And it's basically, you know how in Ready Player One, most of the fighting in that movie most of the action was retained to the virtual world, but they would occasionally cut to like the Ants trailer blowing up to show the real world stakes of this battle that's going on in the virtual space. Imagine that, but not good, and none of those elements are in there. So it just seems like watching 2 hours of watching a bunch of boring people trying to protect a virtual world as if the actual world's at stake with no real world stakes. Like,
oh yeah,
we need to do this so that people don't. It's basically, you know what it is? I said this in my review, and I think this is perfect because actually people have come up to me. It's like that's one of the best catchphrases you have. As I said, it's like Leroy Jenkins if Leroy Jenkins never shows up. That's basically this movie. It's like the part where all the nerds are stuck around talking about battle strategies. It's 2 hours of that, and I'm so bored. It's so boring, and the theater I was in was full of fans who just loved it, and poor Xavier. Xavier, if you're watching this, I know I hated this. I know I really hated the quintuplets. I think those were my number 2 or number 3 of last year. I'm sorry.
Hey, not everything can be Belle.
Or Suzume.
Suzume.
Or for that matter, Demon Slayer, the freaking movie, which
I didn't make sense,
but it was so batshit. Or One Piece, those I can kind of get behind as crazy fun anime movies that are creative and weird. This was it wasn't even creative and weird. It was just dull. It was people walking around dull rooms. There was no imagination.
Yeah.
So yeah, number 12 is Sword Art Online, the movie with the obnoxious subtitle. Just fuck that movie, whatever it's called. Here Comes Movies and Trains to tell me I'm a piece of shit because he liked that shit.
I didn't watch the show. I don't even know what the fuck the show is. So
okay.
Anyway,
it's like Ready Player One, the anime. That's what it essentially
but not good.
is. Okay.
That's
yeah.
My number 12 in terms of my disappointment is 65 because
yay,
the trailers promised something pretty decent, and the concept I thought was actually kind of good, and the cast was kind of good, but nope.
How do you turn To Rock into a shitty movie? I don't know.
I don't know, but yeah, I was hoping to have a fun time with Adam Driver shooting dinosaurs or something. It didn't do that. It was that was 5% of the movie was him running away from dinosaurs. That stuff was cool and it's shot well, and the story's okay at best, but it's
The Last of Us.
Drab and
but not as good.
The Last of Us with dinosaurs.
Basically.
Yeah. So that's all I got for it.
Movies and Trains, you missed it, but it was on my dishonorable mentions, and I said my first thought walking out, and I think it's what I put on my tweet about with my scores. I gave it 2 stars. It was a low. It was almost to the bottom of my worst, but it was because it had its moments, but it was kind of I said something to the degree of how could you take dinosaurs, laser guns, and Adam Driver and make it boring?
Exactly.
The combination of those three elements.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Very true.
All things I love. Like, all right, number 11.
That's me.
All right, go ahead.
Number 11. Come on now. This movie should not be as boring as it is. Your Place or Mine.
I watched 5 minutes of
This
it.
movie, it should not be as boring as it is. I mean,
it looks.
And look, the biggest problem with that film is that you have Ashton Kutcher and Reese Witherspoon apart for most of the movie. Like, they're not even together. So no chemistry is even shown here.
It's a rom-com, isn't it?
It's a rom-com without really much romance.
Without no rom. Yeah.
So it's basically Sleepless in Seattle, but not as good. Because they're
way worse than Sleepless in
Seattle. But
Seattle.
Sleepless in Seattle, they had chemistry over the phone and talking to each other. It's like over You Got Mail.
Yeah.
They had that
but
chemistry.
With Your Place or Mine, it has none of that. Like, it tries to take the best elements of Sleepless in Seattle and You've Got Mail and mesh them into pretty much a shit pile. Like,
Sweet Home Alabama. Well,
Sweet Home Alabama. My mom loves it.
I like that movie.
It's good.
Well, here's the thing, Luke. I'll tell you this. I did not technically watch the movie. I was upstairs while people were watching it for about 5 minutes. My aunt and my mom were watching it, and I caught about 5 minutes of it. And to be honest, I thought the 5 minutes I saw was kind of charming. I was actually tempted to check it out. I haven't seen it yet, but I thought it was a pleasant little movie. I didn't think it was that bad. But anyway. But
just my personal suggestion, man. Just don't.
Yeah, just rent.
Just save your time Save your time, man. Like, go freaking watch They Clone Tyrone again or something like that.
They Clone Tyrone.
Or Barbie. Go see Barbie again.
Or Barbie. Or if you want
Oppenheimer.
Or Oppenheimer.
I'm seeing Barbie Thursday, so
nice.
Buddy.
If you want to watch an Ashton Kutcher movie, go rent Vengeance. That movie's underrated as shit.
Dude, where's my car?
Or hell, I would even say for Ashton Kutcher, or even anything Ashton Kutcher, just watch that 70s show.
I was about to say that. And that 90s show.
You can't see it, but found it.
Dude, Where's My Car is... Yes, Dude, Where's My Car? Thank you. I love that.
We are going to send you to Hoboken, New Jersey.
Dude, Where's My Car?
Dude!
What's another good...
What does it say? Dude! Okay, what's mine say? Sweet! What does it say? Dude! What does mine say?
Sweet!
That's such a stoner movie. That's all-time stoner film.
Yeah.
Great movie.
But Your Place or Mine, one of the biggest bores of the year.
Yeah.
But don't worry, it gets better from here.
Speaking of Netflix movies, my number 11 is the only Netflix movie, I think.
Oh yeah.
How long can you play a chunk of a song before it gets demonetized?
Like 30 seconds.
Okay, perfect. One moment.
Oh God, here we go. I think I might know what this is.
On the phone every Friday.
I know what it is.
It's funny how this was used way better in Get Out. It was intimidating in Get Out.
Well, first off, it wasn't used in this movie, and that's a damn insult. First insult. The fact that this is only number 11 shows how bad the top 10 are. Number 11 I saw at Sundance.
Yeah.
I call it the Babadook and Relic, but if dumb, Run Rabbit Run. Fuck that shit. That movie
I know it.
is so fucking inept. How did Sundance let that movie in? Why is Sarah Snook and Damon Harriman in that? They're such good actors.
Here's the secret. Usually, film festivals let shitty movies in because they have good actors in them, or because they don't have enough movies. That's usually what happens. That's what Run Rabbit Run was.
You got Shiv Roy and fucking Charles Manson from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Like, how is this bad? And okay, here's the thing. Okay, about Run Rabbit Run. First off, the ending. What ending? They forgot to write one. Secondly, when I saw this movie, I didn't rewatch it before it was on Netflix. I remembered it vividly. So I was just like, fuck it. I saw this in January. Fuck it. I'm just review it before it comes out. We'll do it live. Fuck it. We'll do it. I'll write it. We'll do it live.
Fuck it.
This movie. I actually was in so much pain watching this movie, I almost cried because it was so bad. And I just was sitting there and I'm like, if it's that easy to get a movie into Sundance, fuck it. I'll go outside right now and I'll make a horror movie. I'll go outside. I'd love to be able to go into the freaking like Australian like a little Australian village and just go off and make this shitty underlit.
All you gotta do is get a really famous actor in it and you'll be fine.
The best shot in the movie is what drew me to it because they used it as the.
It's the one of her with the mask on, right?
Yes, little girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only good shot against the skyline. The whole movie it's one of those movies that has what I call Carol Ann syndrome, like a motherfucker, which is every other line is Mia, Sarah, Mia, Joan, Mia, Carol Ann, Bruce, Patricia, Kate, Taylor, Kate. And then this movie, what makes it great, though, is that when I saw it at Sundance, the only good part of it was if you do virtual Sundance, after they do the Q&A, it jumps you right to the Q&A. I'm like, I have to know what they were thinking. They interviewed the director. One person, everyone was kissing their ass. And it's a woman. I don't want to bring a woman filmmaker down, because I want to support that. But here's the problem. What I don't support is pretentiousness. This woman was insanely pretentious. They bring her on, and someone asks her, just totally innocuously, don't you think this is a little bit similar to things like The Babadook or The Omen or Relic? And she has this look of, how dare you, suggest that our thing is not the most original thing. I'm like, fuck off. You know what you're doing. You know that's
you know exactly what kind of movie you made.
It's the Babadook, but shitty. That's what this movie, it's literally what this movie is.
That's what I was saying. How can you say that you're that original when you clearly made a movie like that?
Spoiler alert, there's a moment where when the little girl acts like the dead sister, where the mom says something to the degree of, she died when we were girls, and I said out loud, she killed her. She pushed her off a cliff.
And that happened.
Guess what fucking happened?
Yeah, it seems like a super predictable horror film that was just someone who really liked other movies who's like, I'm going to do that too, and then it just was
I'll take.
I'm friends with Sarah.
Relic, and I'll take. The Babadook.
Well, let's put it this way,
and just make it, and I'll just put it in the blender, and I will make Run Rabbit Run.
Yeah, exactly. The two best movies I saw at Sundance only recently got American distribution and don't have release dates yet. Those are A Little Prayer and Sometimes They Think About Dying. Mm-hmm. Run Rabbit Run was the fastest to come out, and it was the fastest to get picked up.
Well, it's because you can.
It was.
You pay cheap for it, and you can easily make a buck on it. It seems like one of those movies you just drop on a service, and people are gonna be like, "Oh, Shiv Roy, let's see it," and they'll get their clicks.
Yeah, exactly. It's deceptive and shitty. And the other thing is, okay, we're talking about the open house earlier. That's like this year's The Open House. That's exactly what it is. It is such a non-entity of a movie. It's so, but at the same time, it's also painful because you're like, just be good.
Yeah.
Your prestige, making this whole thing prestigious.
Mm-hmm.
A festival level movie. Do better. Fuck.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my number 11. Run Rabbit Run. Run away from this bullshit.
Movies and true. What's your 11?
All right.
Your 11, dude.
Number 11. In terms of disappointment, again, I have to say this because it's not the worst, but Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania disappointed me a lot.
I agree with that too. Yeah.
It was all right.
I enjoyed it, but
I don't know. For a movie that's supposed to set up this huge villain for the future of a huge franchise, it didn't work at all. Kang, Jonathan Majors I'm not sold yet, except for the Kang Army or whatever the fuck that was at the end. That was kind of neat. I like the Loki post-credit scene, but other than that,
It's a little weird when you release Guardians after, and that the villain for one movie is a much stronger and scarier presence than your big baddie for the whole phase.
It is, yeah. It's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah,
but it's just whatever to me. It's been a hot second since I've seen it. I think I rewatched it a couple months ago though, but it still wasn't as good as I was hoping it would be on a rewatch. So
yeah,
that's all about.
It's still I still would say it's a good movie, but yeah, it's disappointing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now we've reached.
We're at number 10. Number 10.
Becca, you go first because you're.
This is the first time I'm publicly talking about this movie because I saw it because a friend of mine worked on the movie. The movie's called The Forest Hills. I don't know if you know what it is. It's essentially the movie that, you know how everyone was saying Shelley Duvall is back, she's in a movie.
Oh, is that the one where she's in it?
Yes, she's in it for the first 5 minutes.
That's a bummer that's
the
bad.
first 5 minutes is the only good part. The way I describe it to people is it's a movie about a convicted pedophile who essentially thinks he's a werewolf because he runs into Edward Furlong, and Edward Furlong convinces this mentally unhinged child creep that he's a werewolf. And the twist is very stupid. It's expected. The only reason I saw it was because Alex Leba worked on it and we're friends, and he showed me the movie, and I was like, after it, I just was honest and blunt, and I was like, this is one of the worst fucking things I've seen this year. I'm sorry. Like you should not have attached your name to it.
You're a good
It's
friend.
Unfortunate because Shelley Duvall deserves the world, but this movie's really bad. She's literally just a 5-minute cameo that doesn't have anything to do with the film. Edward Furlong is overacting, and it's actually really, really bad a lot of the time. The main dude is bad too. There's one good performance of a dude that's like not crucial to the plot of the movie, but it's disappointing. It's being touted as this big return movie, and people are going to see it, and if they just accept it as a shitty, crazy horror flick, then that's what it is. But if they expect something special from it, like The Shining, it's not this. This movie's just really bad. That's my 10. That's my 10. Just so it hasn't officially come out yet. Don't see it. I just don't think people need to see it when it comes out because it really is a very much a to be flavored movie. You know what, Becca? I'm gonna pull a Ponto. I'm gonna put that on my top 10. I haven't seen it or even seen a trailer, but just the fact that Shelley Duvall is bad isn't a big comeback for it. I'm going to pull a Ponto with Nefarious. I'm just going to put that. No, I'm just kidding. No, what I was going to say was, first off, am I unfrozen? A little bit, sometimes, some moments. Sorry about that. The other thing I'll say is, did Alex Jones make this? Because it sure sounds a lot like that Alex Jones. It's a guy who, I don't know how, but he found me, probably because I'm friends with Leba. This guy randomly added me on Facebook. He asked me to donate to his movie a bunch of times, and I just didn't because I was like, whatever. My friend's an executive producer or like a person. He's essentially all he's doing is promoting it and making a documentary about it. But it's unfortunate because I think that the horror community deserves these movies that are like, people who've been adored before coming into movies of filmmakers who are new, but this just isn't it. It just isn't it. Well, the reason I made that Alex Jones joke is because I don't know if you've seen the clip where he talks about how and all elites they dress up as werewolves and they rape I've heard about children. That. Yeah. No, but like that's the thing too is the whole inciting incident of the movie is that this guy took two kids into the forest. He took all of his clothes off. He's like, let's become werewolves. And then the next scene is him in a courtroom being like, I didn't do anything. It's like, bro, how do you explain yourself in your underwear in the forest with children? But that's literally like the catalyst of the movie, which is not a great way to start it. A lot of the reviews of people who saw it at conventions on Letterboxd are like, Shelley Duvall's cool, but this is the worst fucking thing I've seen in my life. It's not great. Produced by Ezra Miller.
Everybody.
I don't know, but no, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. That's the fact.
I met up with Leba, I think 2 weeks ago, and he told me about it. That's like the only reason that I know about that movie. So
yes, because he's promoting it. Because I've talked to him, he realized he's so deep in it, where the documentary is going to take him a year to make. He doesn't really want to be a part of it anymore, but he feels this need to like promote it now. And I'm like, bro, just don't promote it. Don't put your effort into it if you don't like it. Like it's, you know, you don't have to be a part of it. But yeah,
that's a shame. Really, it is.
Yeah.
I kid, but that really does suck because I was rooting for Shelley Duvall to come back and do something great. So guys, I want to let you know we are now in hour 2 of what's going to be probably like a freaking long stream. So let's just move forward. So number 10, Luke.
Number 10, speaking of Big Boar Fest, and I actually sat through this in a theater.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, this will tell you something. My number 10 worst movie of 2023 so far is Insidious: The Red Door.
I
hated this movie. Sure. Like, I hated it. Like, pretty much every single jump scare that was about to come out, I was just like, 3, 2, 1, boom! Someone comes out, and then it's just like, yeah, I don't care. I saw that coming.
Patrick Wilson
did a good job directing the movie, and him and Ty Simpkins tried with the source material. But this is a movie about basically his college life. Like, this is not Insidious.
Here's the thing I'll say to this. The first hour I give you, that was at a 0, and it climbed up to a 3.5 for me just because the second half to me, as a conclusion to that series, I thought Patrick Wilson did a good job, and I also give him credit for trying to take the franchise in kind of a slightly new direction in how he set up the story this time. I have to give
I honestly cannot. I mean, look, Patrick, I can just say this: the film is actually pretty well directed. Like,
it absolutely is. That was one of the
it is, but just I just want, like, dude, if Patrick Wilson wants to make more films, cool, but just no more of this.
Yeah. Also, the post-credit scene that implies that there's going to be more.
I didn't even stay for that. I left. Like,
it's only like 10 seconds. Yeah.
Like, as soon as it was as soon as the credits started rolling, I was just like, I'm out here.
Yeah. All right.
The friend that I saw it with, he was like, because we met up when we saw Barbie, and he was like, we were talking a little bit about it before it started, and it was like, yeah, that shit was it.
All right. My number 10, now, Movies and Trains, your number 11. Yes, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania had its problems, but it's not the worst superhero movie of the year. That would be my number 10. Shazam! Fury of My Cock, everybody. That's my number 10.
It is not very good. That's true.
It's not bad at all.
Hold on. I know some people are going to get upset. Sorry, Tracy. I know you're going to get upset. I know you like the movie. Hear me out. It's not a Shazam movie.
No.
It should not have been a Shazam sequel. I know, okay, politically, I don't necessarily love this guy all the time. I really like Zachary Levi. He's annoying as balls in this movie.
He took a step down with this one. It felt like it was a Super Friends movie. It wasn't a Shazam movie.
Yeah, and the thing is, one of the things I liked about the first movie, well, I'll say the one thing I did like about this one, LGBTQ plus representation.
Yes.
The scene involved, the little subplot involving, what was his name, Pedro?
Yeah.
Yeah. Loved that. That's the closest I think the movie came to getting to the spirit of the first one again.
Yeah.
This movie, I, out the gate, didn't really like Sandberg as a director because I'm one of the few people who I kind of hated Lights Out and I didn't understand the praise of that. Yeah, I know. But I liked it.
I love Lights Out.
I know, you and the rest of the world. I'm in a small boat.
Shazam 2 is too safe of a movie. It doesn't try anything.
But what's sad is that Annabelle Creation came out. I'm like, okay, I kind of like this. And then Shazam came out, and it was on my best of list. It was one of my favorite superhero movies. I watch it every Christmas. I was like, it's one of the few DCEU movies I own on Blu-ray. Like, I really like the movie. And so I was like, I was genuinely looking forward to this. And for the first 20 minutes, it was me and my buddy Ben in the IMAX. And I was sitting there and I'm like, and I was just kind of laughing almost out of obligation. Like, I like these characters. I want to laugh. I want to kind of act like this is on the same level. And then 20 minutes in, and I kind of turned to Ben, and he was smiling, like, trying to contain himself. Mm-hmm. And I looked at him, and I said, Ben, I was kind of half shrugging and half... I sounded crestfallen. He says, you sounded heartbroken. I was kind of what? I turned to him, and I said, hey, Ben. He goes, yeah, I think I hate this movie. and then here's the thing. I forgot I was a movie reviewer for a minute because there was a key moment that happened, and it was Unicorn eats the Skittles.
Yes.
You need to get more Skittles, and I said, I said out loud to the theater, and I just went, and the only laugh in the theater was the lady went, she saw my middle finger.
It was bad. It felt like it was written by a 9-year-old. That's what the movie felt like.
And then I did that, and then when they're on the back of the horse riding off, and then the little girl stands up and goes, taste the rainbow, mother! I literally stood up and I said, I gotta go.
Yeah, that was it was the rare moment. I've only had this in a few movies where I was sitting there and I was like, I should leave. I hate this, but I can't get out of my seat. I can't leave. Like I felt more shame leaving the movie than, so I just sat there and watched the rest of it.
Well, it's a dignity thing. I mean, part of it with me is, first off, I had to be reminded, and Ben, being the good friend he was, no. It's like, sit down, you're going to stay to the bitter end because you're Grant. That's what you do. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. God damn it. And I sat down and watched, even to the pointless post-credit scene, and then we went home. And I stood there, and if you watch my first reaction, the first thing out of my mouth is just dead silence, and I just look like I want to punch somebody. And then he goes, all right, you ready? And I was just like, and I went like, where do I fucking start? That was like the first words out of my mouth. And I couldn't think. It was like one of those movies, and like, David Sandberg, like, I want to believe you're really a good director. I want to believe those two movies weren't just a fluke. The two in the middle there. But by God, bro, Shazam! Fear the Gods. And, like, the thing is, Zachary Levi, I loved him in the first movie. He was hilarious in the first movie. And the other thing is, they take these characters that you like in the first one, like Jack Dylan Grazer, terrific young actor, really good in We Are Who We Are, the Luca Guadagnino HBO miniseries as well. I loved Freddy in the first movie. He was great. He was like me in middle school. In this one, he's a little douchebag. Like, the whole movie, he and Rachel Zegler's character, both of whom are good actors and they're trying, their characters are awful people. Mm-hmm. Like, you just don't like them. Helen Mirren is wasted. Again, she was better used in the Barbie movie.
Yes.
And Lucy Liu was the only one who seemed to be having any kind of fun, and even then she was kind of wasted. It's just the whole thing was... And then at the end, this is the best, I was told by Ben, I said, this is the best outburst you've ever had in a movie that I've seen. Either in a review or here.
The Wonder Woman thing?
Well, it was right before that, and then afterwards I literally shouted, oh, fuck you, movie. The first one was, no one could hear me, it was IMAX. There was barely anyone there, too. It bombed horribly, as it should have. But it was right before that when it looks like, oh, Billy Batson is really dead this time. Oh, look, Billy Batson is really dead this time. And I literally, the second time they did that beat, I said out loud, oh, suck my cock. He's not dead. I said that out loud. And here's the other thing. That's the other thing. What they did to Billy Batson's character, too, is unforgivable. Because the thing about the first movie that I loved as a dramatic arc was that he starts by being this kid who is abandoned by his mother. He meets this family who welcomes him in, and then he basically calls them mom and dad. I mean, they become a family, and it's really touching. The first moment you see him, and he's not Shazam, or Captain Sparklefingers, or whatever the fuck, Captain Marvel, whatever. The first time you see him, I'm just, fuck it, he's Captain Sparklefingers, because that was one of the best lines in the first movie. So Captain Sparklefingers, when he's not him, he comes downstairs, and the mom's like, okay, honey, have a fun day at school, or something. He goes, yeah, sure, mom's first name. And, like, is really curt toward her. I'm like, fuck you! Did you just... It's one of those movies where to make a sequel happen, all the characters had to unlearn their arcs from the first movie. So, like, in the first one, the Grace Fulton character, same difference. Her character is, she had to learn to use her intelligence to apply herself and go to college and be okay with not being the mama bear older sister and leaving her siblings to grow up without her protection and kind of go on and have an adult life. In this movie, what happens? She tries to do that, but decides it would be better to just fuck around and just play superhero forever. Mm-hmm. Like, all these characters had to unlearn what they learned in the first movie to make the second one happen. And I hate when that happens. It's a stupid gimmick. It's not clever. It's not funny. And it's like, sequels don't need to do that to make a sequel. They just don't. You can find a way to make a follow-up. Guardians of the Galaxy 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can do that.
Yeah.
Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Miles Morales is the same kid on the same journey that we met in the first one. They don't change his character to make the second one happen.
Yeah.
No,
so it's fucking bullshit. I hated that movie. Anyway, sorry, I ranted a little bit, but it's just, I really was
that was a bit much.
I was heartbroken, dude. I loved the first one. It's just because you liked it. Don't be butthurt, Luke.
Well, I'm about to do that later, but
yeah. Well, if you thought number 10 was bad, you're gonna want to murder me after you hear number 9. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, you're gonna murder me for one of my picks, so
go ahead.
Alrighty, so I've got two for this one. I can't decide which is more disappointing. So we have a Ghost and You People. The trailer for both kind of looked promising. I thought I was gonna have a good laugh with You People. I was bored as hell.
Eddie Murphy was good in it. That was about the only thing I could say for it.
Yeah, it's just not very good. And then we have a Ghost. I mean, it's the dude who made the Happy Death Day movies and Freaky, and it's like
Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse.
Yeah, it's
which is actually not bad, honestly.
I do like Scout's Guide. Scout's Guide is pretty good.
He made one of the best Paranormal Activity movies too, the marked ones.
The guilty pleasure one, in my opinion.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a bad track record until now with that movie, and not very good. So
it's like a Netflix.
It's just fundamentally flawed, though. It's just fundamentally flawed, though, because it's freaking David Harbour, who's supposed to be like your charismatic lead or whatever, and
that's exactly what I pointed out. He's given a silent role.
Yeah, he's a mute. Like.
It also doesn't understand who its audience is. Is it for kids or is it for
it's not even it's like seriously, it's not even aware of its target audience.
Like Barbie was mainly for adults, but I could see kids liking it.
I think the problem is movies that don't know who they're making it for and they just think, oh, for everyone, and then they can't pinpoint.
And
they can't even pinpoint one freaking thing that's even for even a kid.
Mm-hmm.
What was that freaking thing?
I have no clue.
Yeah.
Oh, hush now, Riffy. Sorry, the cat is scratching at my door. My apologies.
Alrighty. Becca?
Fuck off.
Number 9. I think this is one everyone will agree with. I had it on my hard drive for a bit, and then it took me a long time to watch it just because it was such a daunting task to watch it. I didn't see it in the theater. I didn't feel like it was worth seeing in the theater. It was a movie that started out with like an infamous legacy where everyone was like, we have to see this movie. It was as bad as people thought it was going to be, but it's not fun. And that is Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
That's your number 9?
It's a movie.
Get out of the right now. That's only number 9.
Too low.
It's unfortunate that the movie, because by the way, the Banana Splits movie is an example of doing it mid, where it's not amazing, but it's still like I like the actual the try that's there. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey just felt like we're gonna make a movie that just has name value and nothing else. It had no fun Winnie the Pooh level energy. It was just a guy in a mask killing a bunch of women who have to be naked because that's like the genre. And
a bad Spencer's Gift mask.
It was the most egregious example of the worst things about the horror genre. And I think that that's something that was detrimental. It's not a great movie. It's problematic. it's not fun. And the problem too is the best part of horror is the kills. Why are the kills so bad too? And you don't see them.
The kills in that film is pretty much every freaking thing you've seen in a slasher movie.
It's true.
It makes it even matter because of that. Like, think about all the creativity that film could have actually done.
Shot by a guy who doesn't know how to hire a lighting crew and has taken 5 Red Bulls before he started.
That's the thing too. This is a movie that bullied its way into success, because this is a movie that in other circumstances it would have ended up on Tubi, because all the stuff lower on here are that example of movies that ended up on Tubi because they were from terrible directors. But because they said Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, and because it was run as a joke from all these news places, it became a thing where it's like, we gotta play this at like theaters. And I'm
Twitter jumped on it.
Twitter jumped on it and ruined it. When here's the thing, Twitter has jumped on stuff and it's been great, like Megan and Barbenheimer and
Skinamarink.
Well, Twitter jumped on this one and it was like, this is not warranted of that. It was a film made by a dude that I seriously believe does not respect women or just people in general, making a movie about Winnie the Pooh that was just fucking terrible. It was just,
he did the Killing Tree,
wasn't
right?
Fun.
Didn't he do the Killing Tree?
Yes, and he wants to do a Peter Pan movie, and it's just like, I'm like, bro, and it sounds awful, and it's sadness.
I'm sorry to cut you off for a second, but I have to point this out. Like, I really, really got to point this out. The filmmakers behind the film, the actors behind it, the composer behind it, leave us alone, for crying out loud.
That's a good
coming at people for no reason, just because of their opinion.
Yeah, that's a good point too that Luke makes, because I used to follow the composer.
I can't support your movie.
Yeah, I used to follow the composer, and when the movie came out and people were genuinely like, this isn't a great movie, they were actively going to people and saying, well, you don't want to have fun, you hate people. And it's like, just because the movie's bad. And
plus look at your movie. You really hate women.
I've had that experience before with like
you hate the art of filmmaking.
A filmmaker attacking me.
I'm not going to elaborate too much more on it. I'm going to wait till I get
me too.
But it's definitely a problematic movie that it didn't help that the filmmakers are just assholes. And I think that's kind of what.
That's why I'm never supporting anything he makes ever again.
Yeah, that's my 9 though.
I'm not even going to go. I'll just watch it for free, man. Like, I'm not freaking paying for it. I'm not paying for it.
You know, everyone wait for it to be on Tubi. Just watch it on Tubi, because the people who run the ads are the ones who get the money, not.
Okay.
Yeah. Clearly, yes.
All right, number 9, Luke.
Number 9, another movie that pretty much no one's heard of. Another Netflix movie. It's another foreign film called Noise. Basically a movie that has a bunch of family drama that comes off like a comedy. Like, it makes it funny. Like, and I'm just like, how can you make a family drama kind of movie just to be funny? Like, this is just an embarrassment. Like,
that's unfortunate.
Every single passing minute of the film, I was just laughing. Like,
because White Noise was amazing.
Yeah,
like,
true.
Like, it's so like it thinks it's the thing thinks it's so like amazing. Like, it's this film. They think it's the filmmakers just think it's this film that looks so amazing. Like, think back to like what Alex Proyas was thinking when it came to freaking Gods of Egypt.
Yeah,
and I like Alex Proyas. That broke my heart.
Like, and with this film, it's like you watch it and you're like, what were the filmmakers thinking? Like, this is terrible. I think that's the worst thing a film can do, is try to jump into a genre and then accidentally do the other genre. I think it's like a clear misunderstanding of the genre you're trying to target.
And plus, there's other films that can do family drama and actually be not only scary, but also pretty sad.
Shiva Baby.
Hereditary. Yes, let's go.
There you go.
I have that Blu-ray, and I'm never going to give it away. Beau's Afraid, yes.
Beau's Afraid, yeah, that's a good one.
Very true.
Family drama.
The Babadook.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The Babadook.
I would even say Exorcist to an extent, the first Exorcist.
Yeah.
Like, it's the problem is that people conflate genres all the time, and I think that ruins it. Is when you make you're like, I'm gonna make a horror movie, but then it comes off as really comedic, and it's like as long as it doesn't ruin the narrative, then but
it just
a lot of the times it does.
Like I watched it and I'm like, this is what you give me, like, as a consumer.
Yeah.
Fuck you, movie.
You should watch They Clone Tyrone. It's a lot better.
I'll watch that soon, but I'll probably watch it over the weekend.
I want to talk to you about it.
But okay. I want to continue on with the Flash TV shows first. So
yeah. So now is it number 9 for me?
Yeah, number 9.
This is.
By the way, I'm just gonna do it right away.
You don't even know what it is, and don't give it away.
Yes, I do actually.
Is it gonna be the Flash?
Don't give it away.
Wait, was it actually?
No, it's not the Flash. I liked the Flash fun.
Okay.
No,
I did too.
Okay. Oh, put those down.
I'm not.
It's not your turn anymore. All right.
I already know what it is.
Deal with it. Anyway.
Look, you were just yelling about people's opinions and how they're being disrespected by the winning.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a joke, man. Calm the frick down.
Got him.
Okay. My number 9. This is the epitome of don't at me, because people have. First thing I will say, the message of this movie is fine. Everything else about it is bad, and it tarnishes the legacy of one of the best studios ever. My number 9 is Elemental. Fuck that movie.
Elemental. Okay.
Yep. I'm sorry.
None of my friends liked it. The most I heard that it's mid, so that's not surprising.
I wish it was mid. Here's the thing. First and foremost, I will say this. If you're going to go see Elemental, this is the best way to do it. It's still in your theater. If Spider-Man is playing next door, or better yet, if you're one of the few theaters that got Nimona, go...
Buy a ticket for that.
No, buy a ticket for that for one purpose. Watch the trailers. Watch up to the short. There's a short subject that is a sequel to the movie Up.
Yeah, the Carl's Date.
Carl's Date.
It's 4 minutes long. It has all the heart and the humor you want out of a Pixar movie. It made me actually cry, and then go next door and see Spider-Man. Because I'm telling you right now, and buy tickets for both, like, the short alone is worth the price of admission. Then the movie starts. And I have not seen, this might be the worst Pixar movie I've seen, and I thought The Good Dinosaur was going to be unbeatable. This movie, and it's made by the same guy. And look, I understand the importance of it. I understand. It's an immigrant story. I want people to understand this right now. When I say I don't like Elemental, it doesn't mean I don't like Peterson. It means I don't like his film. Like, I respect him. I respect that he wanted to tell a personal story, and I respect the people who are emotionally touched by this kind of thing, who have been through that experience. I have not been through that experience, so I can't speak to it. I was struggling to stay awake. Now, I will say this. Elemental is pretty. The characters are really irritating. The water guy, his whole gag is he cries a lot. Okay, he's fucking water. He cries a lot. So, is there any more to that joke?
The ambulance.
I honestly know that was funny.
And there is... It also, logistically, the world building, it's one of those movies if it was... Look, all Pixar movies, when you really break them down and you get intellectual about them, don't make a lot of sense. But the thing is that when they're really good, you can kind of watch them and be like, yeah, I can forget about that. Like, Inside Out does not make a lot of logistical sense when you break it down, but it's just a great movie, so it doesn't really matter. This is a case where it was so boring to me that I just thought of logistically how this whole world doesn't make sense. Yeah. Like, the fire shouldn't do the things the fire does. The water shouldn't do the things the water does. And it threw me off. And the thing is that it's Moonstruck. It's Moonstruck, but without the charm. It's like Moonstruck but animated, but with none of the humor or the heart or share. So it just feels... It feels like AI wrote a Pixar movie. It almost feels like someone put in ChatGPT, write a Pixar movie that will make people who cry easily cry, and shout out Elemental. It just felt like they didn't earn anything. It just felt really robotic, and the love story didn't work. I kind of liked the stuff with the parents a little more, I guess. I'd rather see that movie, but sadly, it really wasn't that movie. It was a love story, and the love story was not good. Yeah, so yeah, fuck Elemental. I'm sorry, but don't at me. One of the worst films I've seen all year. I hated it. I was so disappointed. Sony is eating your lunch, man. They made Suzume and Spider-Man this year, and Netflix made Nimona. Like, you got to step up, Pixar. They're eating your the movie that Disney cast off onto Netflix because gay is the second best animated movie of the year. Like, come on. I think the other best animated movie is the Venture Brothers movie, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah. Fuck Elemental. Not fuck the people who like it, not fuck the filmmaker, just the movie. I don't like the movie. It's my opinion. Anyway.
All right.
So, let's move on before you depress me again.
All right. I know Grant likes this movie.
Yep.
And I'm sorry to say, but it massively disappointed me, and it was a bad movie. Hypnotic.
It's okay.
Thank you.
You know what? I know
Moving
I'm in a
drains.
minority on
Thank
that
you.
movie. That's fair. I know I'm in a
It's
minority.
it's from the guy that did We Can Be Heroes. What can you expect? You know what I mean?
But the thing is, that
It's also the guy who made From Dusk Till Dawn and
Alita,
Evil Angel.
Yeah.
It's not on that level.
and Spy Kids.
He made Didn't he make Spy Kids 4?
He made all of them.
Yeah.
That's bad.
You know what his next movie is, don't you? Is Spy Kids 5 Armageddon.
No, it's a Spy Kids remake. Yeah, he's doing a reboot.
Yeah, it's like but is it a remake?
Kids.
I thought it was a reboot.
It's a reboot. He's rebooting it. Yeah.
But I think some of the actors are coming back though. I think it's like a reboot Quill, like it's like a Scream 5 situation. Who knows? Maybe it'll be better than number 4. Anything could be better than number 4. That's still, I think, the worst Robert Rodriguez movie.
Any Robert Rodriguez movie is better than Spy Kids 4.
Yeah. But
including Hypnotic. Ha, you admitted it.
But yeah, this movie
I haven't even gotten to it yet.
This movie is like confusing, and I don't understand a single thing that was happening in it because it was that confusing. It was more confusing than freaking Tenet.
I'm gonna say this from the pictures in the trailer. It looks like a stupid person's Memento. Is that true?
That's what it is.
Pretty much
that's
is.
what I liked about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay.
It's a stupid person's Inception, basically.
Okay.
But it's overly complicated.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's sort of like a stupid person's hybrid of Push, Synecdoche, New York, and Inception. It's basically all three of those.
Fucking awful.
It is. But I kind of like it.
But it looked promising because I like Robert Rodriguez's good movies, and it's a Ben Affleck movie, and it's a thriller. And I was like, okay, it could be kind of cool, like mind-tripping thriller with Ben Affleck. Mm-hmm. But I don't know.
Am I frozen, by the way?
I can still hear you.
Shit.
Yeah. You can't hear me?
I can.
No,
hear
I
you.
can. I said.
Yeah,
I can. Okay, Luke, don't be upset because I didn't like a movie you liked. Come on, it's okay.
I'm not upset. It's just, dude, like I can't. Like you didn't hear what I said the first time.
That's fine.
Just listen carefully. Was what I'm trying to say, man. Okay.
Whose channel is this? I completely forgot. Isn't this?
I might have to leave. It's gonna start to become a beach fight with dancing.
Oh no,
I
we're not gonna beach off. It's fine.
I might have to leave. You're gonna beach each other off.
We're not gonna beach each other off. Nobody's beaching anybody off.
All right.
Are we at 8 now?
When the beach off starts, I'm handing it over to Becca, though.
Hey, Luke,
Okay.
can we call a truce for Becca's benefit? Truce.
Let's call it truce. Let's move on, please.
We're all friends here. Let's all be friends.
Let's move on.
No one saw this movie. It's an anthology with 15 stories in it, and it's 90 minutes long. It's called Creepypasta. It's a really cheaply made. It's a Screenbox movie, of course, because Screenbox is a joke.
Except Terrifier 2.
Except Terrifier 2, which is the only
and
good
the
one on
Outwaters.
But it's essentially when you think creepypasta, you're like, okay, this is gonna be a Slender Man story, a Smile Dog story. No, it's a bunch of no sleep stories written by like 12-year-olds that they just put into movies. And some of them, actually, that's not true. There's like 20 of them in there. Some of the movies, or the segments are 3 minutes long, and they just do nothing. And it's the most. It's like a stupid Tubi anthology, but they for some reason got a little bit more funding because they used the name Creepypasta on it. But essentially, it's a movie that is about a trend that frankly died when Channel Zero died as a show.
It's like hashtag horror, basically.
It's like hashtag horror, but at least hashtag horror had like Natasha Lyonne and Chloe Sevigny and like a good lineup.
Are they in this?
Creepypasta is a bunch of nobodies. Yeah. Creepypasta is a bunch of nobodies who probably shot it on their phone. Like, it's just not like a something. At least with hashtag horror, you can get behind it on an Assassination Nation level where you're like, okay, it's like a weird, quirky feminist horror film, and then you have a good cast with that movie. With this one, it's like, it's just a bunch of nobodies making a bunch of horror shorts that are based
like
on
a Shark Boy and Lava Girl situation, like it's written by kids.
It kind of. It's like because it's based on like no sleep stories that 14-year-olds wrote in like 2012. Like it's not great. But what do you expect from
honestly?
What do you expect from Creepypasta though? It's literally you grow out of Creepypasta when you're like 16. Like as an idea, you know. But yeah, no, it's bad.
Squidward's suicide scared me, I think, when I was 9, and then after
me too. But then I learned it was fake, and I'm like, huh.
Right.
And then the writing's really bad in them. But no, it's just bad. It's just bad.
Yeah. All right. Number 8, Luke.
All right. So number 8, you want to talk about movies that I honestly felt like were written and even directed by 12-year-olds. Praise this.
Do you want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? We're back.
Praise this?
By the way, friendship reinstated, Lucas. So my number 8 is also Praise This.
Is that the one? Is that the one about?
Like
it's gospel.
It's basically, dude. Look at the plot of this film.
It's
and the type of characters it has. It's pitch perfect, beat for beat. But done in the worst way possible. I mean, I can give credit though. Chloe Bailey tried, but I mean, nothing else. Pretty much, really, everything else was pretty much a disaster.
If it wasn't made by Universal, they should have sued. If it wasn't made by them, because it's so like Pitch Perfect.
I would have sued them honestly, just for that.
It also stars the most recognizable name. It is the less talented Bailey sister, the one that wasn't in Little Mermaid.
Agreed.
Really? It's the one that doesn't write
Chloe Bailey.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I, Luke? Do you mind if I?
You go off. I already just gave my quick thoughts on it. So.
Okay. Do you mind if I roast the turkey like a Christmas dinner? All right. So
roast it.
Yay, friendship again. So praise this.
The movie.
I agree, Gary. So praise
Burn
this.
it to shreds.
Look at Taz die. Kill it if you have to. Praise this is a Xerox of Pitch Perfect. In fact, I think on my Facebook Quick Thoughts, I literally said, praise this is Xerox Pitch Perfect, and it was terrible. Let's move on.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, when you were watching it, you were texting me about it, and I was just like...
This is a movie. I saw this the same day I saw On a Wing and a Prayer at Home. Worst fucking streaming double feature ever. This movie,
awful.
I think it made me go a little easier on a Wing and a Prayer because this was worse. I was like,
oh my god, terrible, way worse,
but
man.
Praise this. At least On a Wing and a Prayer didn't make my teeth itch from cringe. This kind of did. And here's the thing.
I cringed.
Praise this. You know what it is? It's Pitch Perfect and Joyful Noise, which I actually think is not that bad of a movie. The one with like freaking Queen Latifah in it. It's like if you took those 2 movies exactly beat for beat and just.
Oh, you did tell me that. We were talking about movie one day. We were talking. I think it was you, and you're like, "It's Joyful Noise if it was bad," and I'm like,
"Praise This is a movie. It's the kind of movie where it's supposed to be like a gospel singing competition.
It's basically a movie that was made by conservative Christians, like that love.
No, not even conservative. Not even conservative, because it's not. Here's the thing: it's not a hateful movie. It's not a anti.
It's more. You mean it's more center right? It's more center right in an extent.
It's more mainstream than that. But what it is essentially it's more like gospel. It's an all black cast and crew, which I respect. I mean, it's Will Packer.
I mean, I respect that too. But it was like But just the way they were written, I was just like, you guys are acting like 12-year-olds.
Luke, I thought I was supposed to roast this turkey now. I thought you already roasted.
I'm trying to help you roast this turkey, dude, because this movie freaking sucks.
Well, that's fine, and it was produced by people who are talented. I think even Ryan Coogler was one of the executive producers. What's crazy about this movie is praise this. I know, praise this. This is the extent of this movie's difference from Pitch Perfect. You know how in Pitch Perfect they would do like the riff-offs, where they do like they take like jukebox songs. I guess, or like pop songs, and they'd remix it and kind of mash it up. So they do like,
which I liked, by the way.
They do like S&M by Rihanna, and then they'd mix in "Don't You Forget About Me" or something, right?
Yeah.
So like that.
S&M and the Wheels on the Bus.
Exactly. No. It's even worse than that. It's like they won't even try that hard. It's literally, okay. You know, arguably, I don't even think it's arguably the best Lil Wayne song is "How to Love." It's a great song. Okay, so you know How to Love, like you had a lot of crooks try to steal your heart, never really had luck, never really figured out how to love. Okay, imagine everything I said up to that point, but then you say How to Love Jesus.
Oh no!
I'm not even fucking kidding. This
so
is like a Universal
awful.
Pictures. If for Peacock, it was gonna go to theaters, and then Peacock, they cast it off to Peacock. This movie
makes sense.
It's they/them. Without the homophobia, but still, it's they/them. It's that kind
but
of.
But it's still cringe.
They/them sucks.
They/them was terrible. But here's the thing. It's a pun, get it? Because it's their pronouns, but it's also because they slash them.
Yeah, that movie was fucking bad. I'll admit, when they started singing that song, they were clearly trying to do the Miseducation of Cameron Post scene where they sing what's going on, but it was cringe as fuck. Like, it was not. Because at least that movie was good, you know?
Well, and here's the thing. Here's the thing about Praise This. It's one of those movies, again, where every beat of Pitch Perfect, I mean, even the periphery stuff, like the stuff that's off in the background, like you got two comic relief characters sitting in the stands running commentary, kind of like Elizabeth Banks and John Michael Higgins. You got the girl who's kind of the really stick-up-the-ass, uptight one who clashes with the rebellious protagonist, kind of like Pitch Perfect. You have her betray the protagonist, and then eventually they become friends, like Pitch Perfect. You have the rebel girl who doesn't like anyone or anything and doesn't want to be there, and her father convinces her to join the choir, just like Pitch Perfect, just to see how it goes.
Every single thing about that film is Pitch Perfect.
And then you have the big singing competition where they do all the mashups, and they win, like Pitch Perfect. It's every beat of that movie. And then also she wins the love interest back by doing a remix for him, just like Pitch Perfect. It's the same fucking movie. I want to talk about, and also you have the quirky, overweight friend who is annoying, but in the case of Rebel Wilson in that movie, it was funny annoying, whereas in this one, it's just annoying.
Yeah.
She screeches and goes, "Oh my god, I'm fat." Like, that's her character.
And I'm just like,
I hated this movie actually.
I just do this, and I'm just like, shut the fuck up.
You know what this movie is? It's the sharpest fingernails being dragged down the longest blackboard for like 2 hours. It is all of 2 hours too. It's like 1:50.
Close enough. I'll give you that. Close enough.
I almost turned it off. I almost said, fuck the review. This doesn't fit my criteria. I'm watching it at home, but I stayed for you people. So, and nobody saw that review, so it was totally pointless. I think I got like 10 views because no one gives a shit about Praise This. Anyway, fuck that movie.
Doesn't even shouldn't even be mad because honestly, nobody even really cares about that movie.
I've had a waste of my time, honestly. All right.
I know, but I'm just saying.
I know. Number 8, Movies and Trains. I'm sorry, I'm passionate.
Number 3, biggest disappointment for me is Fool's Paradise. No, we talked about this earlier. You guys talked about it earlier. I wasn't in here, but
bad.
Yeah.
Shit. I was looking forward to this one. 1, because it's Ray Liotta's last movie. 2, because I freaking love Charlie Day. I don't care what anybody says.
It's Always Sunny.
I love Charlie Day too. Pepe Sylvia.
Man. What was this movie?
Yeah.
It was a bunch of sketches. A good first 20 minutes, and then it's just one.
That's what we said. It would have made a really good spin-off episode of It's Always Sunny, but
yeah, as an episode of It's Always Sunny, this would be genius because the first 20 minutes is actually kind of clever, and then after that, it's just he's flung from one loud, screechy, weird Hollywood weirdo to another with no plot progression. It's just like another weirdo played by a famous person. Another weirdo. There's Kate Beckinsale being weird for 5 minutes. There's Adrian Brody being weird for 5 minutes. There's Edie Falco. There's Jason Bateman. There's Catherine McNamara. It's like, do you want to be about something? Like, well, there they are.
Exactly.
Like,
and I feel like I feel like what you guys said, if it was in different hands, it could have been way better and have like the exact same cast. But
John Waters.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe replace the cast. I think if they would have made a Robert Altman's the player, or they would have let one of the Adult Swim people make this movie and make it deviously fucked up and shit and play into like conspiracy theories about Hollywood, it might have been way more interesting. But because they didn't and it played it safe and it was generic as fuck, I think that it genuinely ruined the movie. I don't think Charlie Day is a strong director, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think there was any direction to it.
This is just his first movie, though. You never know exactly.
But he's directed episodes of It's Always Sunny, and some of them have been decent, and some of them have been the worst of the show. Director. But it's kind of similar, though. You know what I mean? Like
it's a testing ground.
It's a testing ground, and for this first movie to be a testing ground, it just shows me that maybe either make something smaller or just don't direct a movie again, because it feels like he wanted to make this Charlie Chaplin epic. Yeah. But the problem is he doesn't have that talent to do it, at least at this point.
Well, and
the thing is, too, he co-wrote this one, I'm pretty sure. So it's part of his own creation that he's directing, too. So.
Yeah, because this was his passion project. Yeah.
He took 5 years to finish it. And the thing is like, the other thing I was going to mention, I forgot to mention this before, sorry, Movies and Trains, is that there's another good idea I forgot about, because I think that while we were talking about it, by that point in the movie, it was so late in the movie that I kind of was ready to throw my hands up and just give up anyway. But the stuff with Common, I feel like in a better movie that could be kind of funny, where he's like the weird conspiratorial guy with like the freaking like silver on his head, like what do you call it? The wrap, silver,
the tin hat, right?
Tin hat, yeah, where he's talking about like I was an actor too, but conspiracies, man, that could have been something. But again, there's ideas but no payoffs.
He's strong with It's Always Sunny, but I think it's because that show's been on for 16 years, and I'll admit the last 3 seasons haven't been very good. I think that it's a thing of like you have a style for him. He can't really do like, I would love to see a really fucked up comedy about Hollywood and get really deep into actual serious stuff, but you need to be really talented and have a level of,
you have to have balls too.
You have to have balls, but you also have to like be careful. And I don't think that Charlie Day is that director that can do a movie like that. I think that this story would work if it was someone who had restraint, but also could do. Ari Aster could do a great fucking movie about the industry, and it would be perfect. I think that, but it's not Charlie Day though.
Yeah, plain and simple. It was a missed opportunity. I think that's something we can all agree on.
7.
All right. I think it's 7, isn't it?
Do you guys know who Mark Polonia is? No, he directs a bunch of Tubi stuff. I'll say that. He's been directing since he was a child. I'll say that. He made a movie called Cocaine Shark this year, and it was bad. Which is weird because I have 2 cocaine type movies in my list, and not the one that you think. That shouldn't even
count, actually. I'm kidding.
Cocaine Shark. A movie that is actually surprisingly better than the other cocaine movie I have in my list. This is about a movie where they're doing tests on a shark in a lab. It does too much cocaine and it starts eating people. Except a lot of it is just establishing shots. It's really bad. It's really cheesy. Green screen is awful. It's just what you would expect from someone who has no talent in filmmaking, but just keeps making films. There's actually another director coming up in a couple. I think it's my 6th or my 5th. He has 4 films on my list.
What?
I'll get to him and I'll tell you about it. He made the other cocaine film that is going to be on this list. It's just what you expect. It's a reactionary film after the success or after the whole cocaine bear thing happened. Everyone's like, oh, they're going to make a movie about cocaine and bears. And it's exactly what you expect. It's as bad as you think it's going to be. It's very much cheesy as fuck. It's just bad. It's a movie about a shark that does cocaine, but it's not as fun as Cocaine Bear. Yeah.
A fucking shark did cocaine? Fucking shark did cocaine? That doesn't ring as well.
It doesn't. It's just bad. That's my whatever we're on. Are we on 7 now? That's my 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, my 6 to 2 is this. Actually, my 5 to 2 is the same director.
No.
Yeah, we'll get to him.
Number 7, Luke.
This is it here. Grant, I'm sorry, buddy.
Okay.
Hypnotic.
Again,
this movie was awful.
I say I like Hypnotic. It's not on my best of list. I don't love that movie. I like it more than some people. I am aware. I'm making fun of you guys. I am aware I'm in a small boat of people who like that movie.
I love not being a part of this.
Not only was it just super confusing to a certain degree where it's like you can't even understand a freaking thing going on in that movie.
It's convoluted as hell. It's
so boring. Like,
yeah.
I wanted to legit just fall asleep while watching this movie, and without even a doubt, I mean, there's some neat ideas thrown in the mix. Like, here, I'll give it this though. The reason why this is not like down to like a 0 or anything like that, it's mostly because there is some good ideas thrown into the mix, and Ben Affleck is giving it his all with the film. But everything else surrounding it just was awful. Like everything.
I thought William Fichtner was good as the villain. I guess. I don't know if I can say
compelling. And you have a freaking
has he been good
that's up for a sequel. When's that going to happen?
I don't think that was setting up a sequel. I think that was just revealing something that was left hanging
after he gets this Spy Kids movie out.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting on Shark.
Grant, I'm really sorry, man, but fuck Hypnotic.
Okay, I know I'm in a small boat. It's fine. I'll get over it.
Grant's gonna have a 7 that's gonna piss everyone else off, right?
Oh well, here's the thing. My number 7 comes with a little bit of a note, but yeah.
Oh, is it because you know?
No, hold on.
No. So is it my turn?
Yeah,
it's your turn. I already
just said my I wound it up. His Only Son is my number 7.
Yeah, I was gonna say because you know the filmmakers.
That's not really gonna piss anybody off here.
No, it's not. Here's the thing. If you watch my original review, like many people did, who added me afterwards, I basically, it's in the opening here. I accused the director David Helling of being a con artist. I essentially said that because it felt fishy when I watched it. Here's the thing. Me and David Helling have since become friends, and like I've met the man.
But isn't the film still racist?
No, the thing is, it's not really racist. My thing was, I didn't know. Here's why. I thought it was racist at the time. The guy actually was Middle Eastern. I didn't realize that because it looked like shitty blackface or brownface makeup. The guy, I stand by the movie as dull as dishwater. It's not good. The only people who think it's genuinely good are people who are already, they're preaching to the choir. But here's the thing.
They're preaching.
I like David Helling. He's a good man. And
they're
he's
praising
a good
this.
filmmaker. And I'm not being forced at gunpoint to do this. In fact, he loved the review more than anyone else. He thinks it's great. He loved that I criticized his movie. He was a really chill dude. I like him. Mm-hmm. He's a good guy. So my number 7 is His Only Son, but with all due respect to David Helling and to the people at Angel Studios, a lot of those people are really cool people. So don't agree with their politics or even some of their religious beliefs. But here's the thing. Look, before you say Sound of Freedom, they did not make that movie. They just acquired it.
They bought it. That is true. They bought it.
And I'll also tell you this much. I have talked to the president of Angel Studios. They also don't like what Tim Ballard's been saying.
Okay. Well, that's not bad, actually.
They're like, he's making it so hard to promote this movie because of his behavior.
Well, because now it's only one small demographic that's willing to go see the movie, and it's probably hurting their capital.
You know what? And you know what sucks though is that the movie itself, as a movie in and of itself, is actually pretty good. Like it's not bad because the movie itself is not hateful. Sucks about Tim Ballard, but the movie itself is actually not even that much of a faith-based movie. They mentioned God like twice, and it's not for any kind of ulterior motive. Like it's actually pretty solid. It's one of the better ones that's out there. But It's just too bad it's hard to recommend now because of who he is and because of the audience who is really glomming onto it, as you said. So
yeah.
So yeah, my number 7 is His Only Son. It's a bad Christian Broadcast Network TV movie that found its way to movie theaters. But I like the director. He's a good guy. All right. Number 7, movies and trains?
My number 7 is a movie that I wasn't expecting to be as bad as it was, and I was hoping to have at least a decent time. But and it's lower than any of the movies that I've mentioned before on the list, and it's the lowest of these, and it's lower than the one that I'm about to mention for my number 6. But I was just more disappointed by my number 6. So my number 7 is Kids vs. Aliens, which is directed by the guy who did Hobo with a Shotgun.
Yeah,
and I like Hobo with a Shotgun.
I hated Kids vs. Aliens. It
I haven't seen it, but
it feels like a slog, even though it's only like 70. It's only 75 minutes.
Yeah.
The ending is
that the VHS spinoff? Is that like one based on the segment from VHS?
No, it's a movie that played at Sundance, and most of their cred they've gotten is from internet people.
Fantastic Fest.
Yeah,
Fantastic Fest too. Yeah, it got a lot of
Fantastic
from
Fest,
internet people. Yeah.
I wasn't crazy about this movie. I was gonna give it like a 2 stars, and then holy crap, the ending.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
The ending. I'm not gonna spoil anything because it just comes out of nowhere. You feel like, oh, we're like this is still the climax of the movie,
out of nowhere in a bad way. Like,
yeah.
I saw the trailer and it just looked like this year's Psycho Gorman, and I liked Psycho Gorman.
I want to see Psycho Gorman.
That's kind of what I thought it was going to be, and I thought it was going to be like Stranger Things-esque,
it looks Attack the Block a little bit, like it looks like a mix of a bunch of other genre films.
Yeah,
great.
But it's just genuinely terrible and incomprehensibly bad. That's all I'll say about it.
That's a bummer because I liked the trailer. I kind of wanted to watch it.
So funny. And I'd heard like okay things about it from Fantastic Fest, but like nothing glowing about it. So I was
nothing
this could be fun.
Very true.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
number 6, Becca.
I'm looking at the only 13 people have seen this movie, and that's what the scores look like on Letterboxd. I don't even remember this one, to be honest with you. It's
like me with the Country Club, except I like
the Lost Chronicles. It says the terror begins for several people when nightmares become reality. They deal with stalkers, murderers, and monsters. I think what the thing is probably an anthology that I found on Tubi, but this is the poster. It kind of looks a little bit generic. I don't know what to say about it because I don't remember it. I don't remember it, so I'm just gonna say nothing. It's just I just remember it's something from Tubi, and I always block the Tubi films together because they're all the same quality. I put them lower than the studio films because at least with something like You People or Shazam, they're trying with a budget. These are just random people that run around with their phone and they're like, oh, let's shoot a sex scene. Oh, let's shoot someone's gonna die. And they're all really bad. Right. So I just link them together.
With Microsoft Paint level effects.
It's just bad. It's just bad quality shit. And it's just like, so I link them together. So I don't remember this one, but it's probably in the same vein of everything that I've listed so far. That's all I'll say.
Is it the one that's made by the same guy, or is that your 532?
No, that's the next one. I've got my 5, 3, 2, and 1 are the same dude. So we'll get into him when we get into my next one because he's probably one of the worst filmmakers ever.
Your number 1 is made by the same guy? I thought we had the same.
No, my 5, 4, 3, 2 are, but my number 1 is a completely different movie. Yeah.
Yeah, we're being quiet about it because we're gonna say it because we're gonna roast that one.
I don't know. I think it's the same one. Maybe we'll see. I'll do a little.
I just know for sure that Moving Trains and I have the same number 1.
I will announce it, do a big announcement thing for it, and we'll see if we have the same one. But no, I don't remember Lost Chronicles, but it's at my it's my fucking 6. It's a Tubi thing, but yeah, no,
yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
So,
granted,
and 1 for 6. So, my 6 and 5 also, just kind of like what Becca was going through, are from the same director. So.
Oh shit!
But hold up a second. These are not Tubi films. Just to say that they're not Tubi films.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Are they Netflix films?
No, first one was actually a streaming movie, but then the other one actually went to theaters.
Okay.
But hold on a second. So this is an example of why you never remake a movie like this. My number 6 is White Man Can't Jump.
Oh shit! I know exactly what you're talking about.
Like, a lot of people were on Letterboxd, and I saw like a lot of good scores for this film, and I was like, "What are you people on?"
I don't like him as a director. I don't think he's a good director.
Like, look, I'll give the credit for this. Like, there was at least a couple chuckle-worthy moments in there, but as an overall film, it's not funny. And Jack Harlow, like, I've seen some of his stuff on SNL. Like, he does seem like he has potential to be a good actor. And I like some of his music, particularly "They Don't Love It." Like, I really like that song, but I don't know. Like, it's not his performance at all. Like, 'cause he did decent, but the way he was written and like some of the dialogue he has to give out, just felt like he was just waiting for his paycheck to be up.
Yeah,
like so.
I didn't see White Man Can't Jump. Yeah, I didn't see White Man Can't Jump, but I saw his other film this year.
I'm just going to say this. Just watch the original. The original is amazing, and I will take that to my dying grave. I love that movie.
My only flaw... Well, here's the thing. I liked it more than you did. Here's the thing about and I liked your number 5, because I know it is. I'm not going to say what it is, but I know it is. It's also
just don't say it.
I think it's fair to say. Both movies I liked more than you did, because mainly for certain elements that made it watchable. I like Jack Harlow fine. I will say this: the biggest crimes of the White Man Can't Jump is, first off, the original is made by the great Ron Shelton. It's a great movie. You just go watch the original. But secondly, they wasted Tiana Taylor, who was so fucking good this year in 1001, like Oscar freaking worthy in 1001. And she's like barely a factor at all in the plot. She's just the girlfriend. She's basically the Rosie Perez equivalent, but without any of the characterization and depth that they gave the Rosie Perez character in the original. Like, there's no... They don't even have her on
There's just not enough to it.
Yeah, basically. All right, so is it my number 6?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, your number 6.
It's time for a song, everybody.
Oh, God.
Baby, 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 when you cringe me like this, and when you make
this is a documentary about the rapist.
All the this, it's like the horribleness. Oh, it's all coming back to me. Love again, or as I like to call it, shit again.
I thought we were talking about the documentary about the terrible dude. Okay.
A 95-minute terrible AI advert for Celine Dion. And you know what the shittiest thing of all is? Celine Dion is actually kind of great in it, but everything else about it, as herself.
I heard it was like the fake romance movies in real romance movies, is what I heard.
No, you know where you heard that? Me, because I'm the one who said it.
You did say that, because I was telling customers at the theater about that. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen the movie Friends with Benefits? It's a really good romantic comedy with Mila Kunis and Justin Timberlake, where it's like a satirical. Yeah. Okay, you remember in that movie they have the fake romantic comedy where they have like, I think it was like Channing Tatum and was it Emma Stone, where they're like, yeah, where it was sappy and they were mocking it. Okay, so imagine, or even like in Bros,
I was about to say that the parodies in Bros is what I thought when I saw
those little Hallmark parodies. Like that was gold.
Yeah, like a very, what was it? Like a very
polyamorous Christmas or something. There's like 10 of them.
Okay, here's the thing. So imagine those fake movies, or like the Hallmark parody skit from Inside Amy Schumer. Like, name your pick, which was amazing. Imagine that movie, the fake movie, if it was real. I was sitting in the theater, and it actually had an actress in it who can be good, which is Priyanka Chopra Jonas.
Yeah.
There are two good elements to Love Again. First is Celine Dion. She's actually kind of awesome in it. And then secondly, he's in one scene, basically a cameo, but Nick Jonas is actually really funny. as like
doesn't he play like a shitty date or something?
He's like a shitty Tinder date who doesn't understand. He thinks it's all mixed signals, and he's like kind of funny because he's just a dummy. And
it's like the guy from it's like the guy from the start of Fresh, right?
Basically, no, that's basically what he's playing. He's playing the Brett Deer character from Fresh. There's in like the opening scene with Daisy Edgar Jones. Fresh is a great movie though, and this is like. But here's the thing: it's a Skittles commercial. Here's the thing. They change it up though from Shazam: Fury of the Gods. You see, because it's a commercial for tropical Skittles. That's totally different.
Oh, that's fancy.
It's a movie that is made by AI, and it's There is the extremely flamboyant editor, gay stereotype character who is, I think, played by one of the dude who played one of the Kens. It was Chris Evans' brother, Scott Evans.
Oh, Scott Evans. Scott Evans is great.
I think it's him who says to them he has to do a special interest piece on Celine Dion's tour. Basically what happens is it's essentially a little bit like You've Got Mail, except Priyanka Chopra Jonas's husband dies in a car accident, and the way that you know he died in a car accident is one of the opening scenes. She's eating tropical Skittles in a cafe that he gives her. He goes outside, waves goodbye, and then the next shot is this feels like goes on for like 3 minutes of just her face smiling.
Here's my question:
and then slowly standing up.
Does it end with them going to a Celine Dion concert?
It's better than that. So here's
because I was gonna say, are they gonna pull a God's Not Dead on us?
Here's the thing that But here's the thing: I'm much easier to get behind Celine Dion than God's Not Dead. Anytime Newsboys, because Celine Dion is awesome. But no, here's the thing: Celine Dion, basically, she's on a world tour. But essentially what happens is that he's doing a piece on her. So her phone, basically Priyanka Jonas, as a coping mechanism, this is all fine and good, is texting her dead boyfriend's cell phone as a way of like moving on from her. From him. And essentially, but again, like I said, you know he's dead because she's sitting there smiling and then her face looks concerned and then she stands up in slow motion. And it's like on her face for like 2 minutes. So I saw this movie directly after, on the same afternoon I saw Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Bad double feature again.
So I was watching it, and I will give you just some examples of some of the crisp dialogue of this wonderful film. So essentially, she's texting, he is doing a piece on her, and there's a thunderstorm, and he magically gets the text. He basically ends up accidentally with the dead boyfriend's phone, and they fall in love, and the guy's really creepy. I just want to give you some of the nuggets of this movie that they say absolutely earnestly. There's the wacky sister. This is also a Sony film, by the way. This is like a relatively big budget, like studio movie. It's got a wide release. This isn't like a Hallmark movie. Mm-hmm. And probably because Celine is in. It's also a remake of, I think, a German movie. But she's talking to her sister, who's like, the wacky. Essentially, it's Molly Gordon's character in the Broken Hearts Gallery. Except the Broken Hearts Gallery was actually funny and kind of sweet. It was like a good version of this movie, basically.
Yeah.
She says to her, like, you need, you need some D. Oh, girl, you need some D. And then Priyanka Chopra's like, oh, stop it. You sound like I have some disease or something. You sound like I have some kind of deficiency. He goes, you do, girlfriend. You've got a vitamin D deficiency. Ow! And then this is some of the other chestnuts.
Was this written by Sam Levinson?
Dude! What?
This must have been written by Sam Levinson with lines like that.
Sam Levinson is Shakespeare compared to this. Essentially what this is...
I don't know, man. I don't know. There was some terrible lines in The Idol.
Dude, the curb stomping line from The Idol sounds like David Mamet compared to this movie.
No, It doesn't, bro. This way he's like, what are you, a faggot? Like, that line just totally shut off the show for me. I was like,
I always say, the views expressed herein are only those of Becca Sandergaard, and they're not reflected.
You know, the movie line, I could say it, but that's the line. The Weeknd calls a bunch of people faggots, and it's like, at that point, I knew the show was a joke when he started dropping, like, lines he's not allowed to say, you know.
We've hit 3 hours, so let me finish the chestnut so we can move on with this. The other ones are, she sees her dead boyfriend's ghost, because of course she does. And he says to her, and I quote, like, "I'm just so glad you can hope again." There's another line where they have this boss character who is, his whole thing is, I'm yelling, really proud of you, man. And like he's acting like he's tough, and then at the end he says, "I'm so happy you could learn to love again." And it's stuff like that. There's a scene where he's trying to win the girl back because they have like the third act misunderstanding breakup scene, and he texts her and he says, he goes on a radio station. He goes, "Meet me at the place. You know the one where I finally heard the music." It's just that it's like, this is not Ernest. This has to be a parody. There is all the characters you imagine. They have a guy who's going through grief of his own, who's like a fat stereotypical foreign dude who runs the diner that she and her husband used to hang out with, and gives her only lives to give this woman sage advice. Like his whole character is like, I'm like, yes, I have seen Return to Me movie. Thank you for that. And it was a lot better when Archie Bunker was that character in that movie. It's all that stuff, and then this is the best one of all. When he's talking to, I'm guessing it's Scott Evans, or a Scott Evans type, if not Scott Evans, because it looks a lot like him. I think Scott Evans is probably even too good for this because he was in Barbie. They have a part where they're like, they want me to do a special interest piece on Celine Dion. And it's like, is Celine Dion even popular anymore? And they're just like, oh, yes, of course. He goes, are you kidding me? He goes, she's the artist of the generation. He goes, she's making a comeback, man. It's a downright Dion-assance.
Oh my God.
Ow. This cannot be a real movie that they're earnestly making right now. They can't. And it's just hilarious. And poor Celine Dion, her whole character is just, she's supposed to be on a world tour, but she's going to be essentially his best friend, giving him life advice, sitting in a closet with him, just teaching him how to send the right text to this girl to win her over. And it's really weird, and it's really creepy. And she's great, but everything else is really bad. Nick Jonas is fun for like 5 minutes. Bad. Shit again, love again. I hate again. Terrible. That's my number 6. Sorry that took so long, but it's bad. We're getting into the really bad ones now.
Top 5, yeah.
Number 6, Movies and Trains. You're number 6.
I just woke up. Sorry.
That's okay. Kidding. Sorry. Did I put you to sleep? I apologize.
No, I'm just kidding. But my number 6 is my most disappointing movie of the year so far, and that is Owen Wilson's Paint.
I like Paint. Yeah. I know I'm in a small boat.
I'll watch that. I'm gonna be watching that later.
I heard it was fucking terrible. I heard that it was a joke.
It's a Napoleon Dynamite type movie. You either kind of are into it or you're not. It's very quirky.
It sounds like it's a lot worse than that.
I don't understand what this is trying to be. At first, when I saw the trailer, I was like, oh, Owen Wilson's Bob Ross? That seems pretty interesting. And then his name's like Carl Nargle or something like that. And
is
it
supposed to be alternate reality him if he was an asshole?
And it's the present day, basically.
Yeah.
It's like present day, but if it was still...
Oh, that makes it worse, too.
And then this movie's trying to be like a Wes Anderson movie, too. Like, the way it's shot, the dialogue, it's like very Wes Anderson-esque. And it's like, no, it's not how this movie should be. And then Owen Wilson is just like freaking weird. Like, okay, Owen Wilson's a weird guy. He plays a lot of weird roles. But this is like weirder than his weird. Like it's weirder than the freaking Whack-Bat coach in Fantastic Mr. Fox. That's gonna be the best Whack-Bat player I've ever seen.
Yeah,
that's saying a lot.
Yeah, this movie is weird, and I don't like it at all. It's it's disappointing though.
Sounds fucking terrible.
I disagree, Gary, but that's fine. I gave it like 4 out of 5. I really liked it.
We're on
It surprised me because I thought it was going to be bad, but I actually kind of liked it.
Here comes the discussion. This also has 13 viewers on Letterboxd. Here's where we get into the director that I think is the worst director I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is the part of the stream where we get really bad.
He makes like 4 or 5 movies a year, and they're all really fucking bad. He makes them in 2 days, and they're always terrible. His name is Dustin Ferguson. He's made such hits as Amityville Toy Box, Camp Blood, Amityville in the Hood, Robo Woman, 5G Zombies.
Sounds amazing. All those sound amazing.
He made. You gotta watch some of these. The Clown Chainsaw Massacre.
I'm watchlisting that shit.
Holly Weird. Die 2-4. Okay, this is the first one I'm gonna talk about. It's a movie called. He's made a trilogy of movies called Doll Killer 3, and you can see by the poster, it's clearly a ripoff of Child's Play 3.
Absolutely.
Essentially, he's made a trilogy of doll movies that are essentially the biggest ripoff and the worst quality Chucky movies. And he made the third one this year. I don't remember what month it came out, but of course it ended up on Tubi. And it's as bad as you think it is. The problem, though, is that it is a 70-minute movie, and there is a scene where he's, I guess, the main guy's job, who owns the doll that's running around. He's like a telemarketer, but he does telemarketing for 15 minutes. It's one unbroken shot from behind him as he's like, "Oh, do you have any interest in this magazine?" And he does it for like 15 fucking minutes, and it doesn't change angles at all.
Sounds like a Tubi movie.
You don't get the doll until 40 minutes into the movie, and then the effects are so fucking bad that you're like, this is not worth it. But that's the best thing he's made this year. There are 3 more Dustin Ferguson films on my list that are, most of them I think are creature features that are just fucking terrible. We'll get to those, but just genuinely a fucking Child's Play parody or ripoff where the doll isn't really in it, and you just watch this dude do boring shit in his apartment for a while. Not really something anyone would want to see, but you know, it exists, and he got it on fucking Tubi somehow. But you know,
okay. Whatever. One question I gotta ask.
Yeah,
where is Amityville in the Hood streaming? I need to watch this.
It's on Tubi. Amityville in the Hood is on Tubi. I don't know if it's better than Amityville Karen. They're both equally as fucking stupid as you would expect. Just look up Amityville on Tubi. There's like 70 fucking movies that are not a part of the Amityville franchise. Like Amityville, Mount Misery Road, Amityville Dildo, Amityville Death Toilet. Like there's so many fucking ones that are just not connected. They're all bad. Amityville Christmas Vacation is 40 minutes. And it's not a Christmas Vacation.
Didn't Cool Duder make like half of those too?
There was a list. I know there's a guy that reviewed all of them, and you could see his spirit die every time he did another one. Because he started out with the Amityville 1, 2. I like 2, The Possession, and then he goes through, and then when he gets to the Tubi stuff, he just slowly his spirit dies as he watches more.
Yeah.
They're just
there's
bad.
A lot of Amityville movies. Like, okay. I was going to tell you guys real quick update from the home front. I just checked the MPA ratings board while I was looking for Amityville in the Hood because they do their Tuesday update. The only thing of note is FNAF is officially PG-13.
That sucks.
Which is kind of a bummer.
I'm not going to be mad. That's fine.
That's unfortunate.
That's fine with me.
My best friend in the world will be happy because he doesn't see R-rated movies, so he'll probably like it.
That's unfortunate because they could have done something really fucked up with an R rating, but they decided to make it for families instead. So,
bummer.
Oh, I can say
that's a lot of kids like the games, so I guess that's why.
More for the
but like the people who grew up with them are my age now, so just make a movie us.
They could pull them a 3, and you never know. It could be better than it seems.
That's true. But no, okay. My number 5, a really shitty Chucky ripoff. From a really shitty filmmaker, Dustin Ferguson. Okay, I'm gonna move it over because we're gonna talk about him later.
Yeah, you got more up your sleeve anyway. So
yeah,
I do. I have a lot more.
Guys, we're reaching the levels where everyone is gonna. The next 5 movies, everyone's gonna have a nice big rant, and we're already over 3 hours in, so we really got to move it along, guys. So number 5.
How about I just make it quick rants? Like, how's that?
Yes.
You quick rants.
Except for the number 1 and number 2. I have some things to say.
Actually, I would morely say the number 1 spot would be the one where it comes to the big rant.
Okay, go ahead. But number 5, what's your number 5?
You might have saw this coming already, but my number 5 is House Party.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, an unnecessary remake of the original 90s classic that is actually a funny movie.
I agree. It's not...
But
except for the homophobia is kind of lame. from the original. But other than that,
even the party stuff wasn't even funny. Like
Kid Cudi was funny though. The freaking Illuminati thing.
The Kid Cudi stuff I thought was really lame. I was just like, what?
I'm the fourth Cudi that's been resurrected. Come on, that was great.
I was just like,
that was very fitting.
What is this? And really uncalled for violence in this film that makes no sense. And
there's a decapitation in this movie. I never thought I'd say that. In House Party.
It makes no sense.
Really?
And and when LeBron James shows up, I just go like,
I saw that coming. The other big laugh though in the movie is the hologram talking about how he was the best part of
the hologram stuff. The hologram stuff was actually the only laugh that film even got out of me.
LeBron James.
But when LeBron James showed up, I thought the film was. I just thought the film could not.
LeBron James.
Like I just thought honestly the film could not get any worse. And then when he shows up, I'm like, you actually just made your film worse.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, it's.
I have like 8 Dustin Ferguson movies to watch from 2023 when I get off this stream.
Is that the same guy who made the other 4?
Yeah, he made there's Mega Ape,
cottage industry, man.
The Beast Beneath, A Bangle for Christmas, Lisa's Palace of Pleasure and Pain, Hell of the Screaming Undead, Stale Popcorn and Sticky Floors, Closet Monster. Those are all the ones I haven't seen yet that are out. They're probably all on Tubi too. They're probably all on Tubi.
Dude, some of those titles sound like pornos.
It does. One of them looks like a porno. I don't know how he makes these.
That literally sounds like a porno.
What I did was I went to release date newest first, thinking that his worst one was gonna pop up right away because that's the one I hate the most. And then I just see that there's 7 more movies that I haven't seen yet. So I'm like, I guess I'm watching those now.
But yeah, number 5 for me, House Party. Fuck this movie.
One thing I will say that I would agree with you if this is your thing is that the actual main guy, like the one who's actually trying, who doesn't want to throw the house party initially, but has like the daughter, he was kind of all right. The friend, however, what an asshat. I mean, that was what was hard to watch was his performance. He was such a dick to his friend.
Yeah, pretty much throughout the entire film.
Undermining
and
him.
even the koala scene that was given in the trailer wasn't even funny.
That was kind of funny.
That was not funny because it was they gave away one of the funniest parts in the trailer.
Well, and I'm really tired of. First off, also the kid and play cameo was totally unnecessary. It added nothing to the movie.
The cameo. This is why a remake like this sucks because they rely on cameos.
Well, and the other thing is, like, I am also getting tired of this trope of like, hey, didn't you know my uncle? Famous person we just happen to need to come to this house party that we promised is going to be there at the last second when people are ready to leave. I am so tired. They did that in Life of the Party too, where they have the freaking the McCarthy where Heidi Gardner's character is like they promised Christina Aguilera to come perform at the house party, and it's like, oh, you know my cousin Christina Aguilera,
Miles Teller in Project X.
Exactly. Well, see, I love Project X.
But Project X is actually funny.
That's actually a good movie.
Awesome.
Yeah.
The characters are horrible, but it's an awesome freaking movie. Otherwise,
that movie's funny.
I'm working on something upstairs. The only thing I'm working on is diabetes. Project X.
I love Project X.
I can't wait. I hope the sequel Project Double X finally happens.
What?
They
fuck your
car.
They
said they were. Michael Bacall wrote a sequel. Here's the one thing though. I saw that in the theaters. I was a senior in high school. At the end of Project X, I said this movie's great, and what's going to make it even better is that kid is going to be freaking murdered at the end of this because his parents are going to get home and freaking murder him. That's the one major flaw with Project X is that these kids are little shits, and then at the end, the dad's like, "You're grounded for the rest of your life, but I'm proud of you, son." I'm like, "Fuck that! Shoot that kid!" Maybe it's just because I'm getting old, but it's like
movies and trains. Wait, what are we on? 5?
I don't know.
I didn't get my 5 yet.
I just did mine. Mine was House Party.
Yeah,
I still didn't do my 5 yet.
Yeah, you have.
No, I didn't.
Wait, you didn't? Oh, I thought you already did.
No, we didn't. We're stuck on 6 or what?
That's
it's
crazy.
You, Luke, me, and movies and trains.
Yeah, I thought you said something already, but no, it was Luke's. I completely forgot.
No. House Party I actually kind of was okay with. But anyway, Number 5. A lot of people haven't seen this one. I'm sorry, Luke. You're going to be sad with me because I know you want to see this. Kandahar.
Yeah. Just move on.
Gerard Butler started making a bit of a comeback. Like, Plane was kind of all right. I really liked Greenland. I thought that was a lot of fun. And this movie is like Plane, except it was 1,000 times more boring and 1,000,000 times more racist. And it reminded me of, you know that scene... there's a stand-up bit that Pete Davidson does about movies that he likes to watch when he's high. And he talks about how he loves the movie Jaws because people talk like they're in a movie. They don't talk like they would in the real world. And he says the other thing he likes watching as high is the one scene where Richard Dreyfuss is cutting open the shark and the guy's like, what is that? It's like, it's a tiger shark. He goes, oh, what? And he says, that shouldn't be in the movie. That was probably Spielberg's uncle. And he just gave him a line. There is a moment in Kandahar. Yeah, there's a moment in Kandahar. They have these two guys who are like they're basically the Tony Goldwyn character from Plane. They're the guy in the control room, like trying to help Gerard Butler. Gerard Butler, as Mark Kermode calls him. Or Shut Up Buttwad, I think was the other one. But these two guys, I don't know where these actors are from. They had to have been the director's cousins or something, because they're in this movie and it's like, and this whole character, lives are on the line, man. Like, they're gonna, if they don't get to the freaking airport, they're gonna die. There's an uprising. And then what happens is these two guys, these two control room guys, one of them talks like we need to save him. The other guy's like, we can't. It's protocol. We can't get involved. It's protocol. We can't. And then at the end, the other guy tries to act a little bit because it gets to the tension where they're almost to the finish line and the bad guys are closing in. And the guy says, we have, damn it, God damn it, we have to save them. And the other guy's like, we can't do it, protocol, you know, that whole spiel. And then the other guy goes, fuck protocol, I'm not gonna let another good man die.
Wow.
Ah! Fuck! It's hard to watch. It's terrible, and it's also 2 hours and 2 fucking minutes long. It also looks like it's also edited really shitty. It's actually hard to watch. Like, the one element that even people who kind of didn't hate it, and even some people who hate it, said, like, the night vision fight. Yeah, except you can't even see it through the night vision because the camera shakes so damn much. It's like you know that scene in Cloverfield where they're in the subway tunnels? Imagine that, but with half the tension and even more shaky cam. And like shitty underlighting. Like it's terrible. It's terrible. So yeah, Kandahar is my number 5. Fuck that movie. Come on, Gerard, do better. You're better than this, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let that hit on me.
No.
Alrighty.
I still want to give it a try, man.
It's terrible. Just rent Plane again. It's so much better.
Dude, I own Plane.
Yeah, Plane's actually kind of good. Plane was a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, movies and things.
I'm just gonna run through mine and then get out of here because I'm tired.
Okay.
So all right. So my number 5, Fear. The marketing was better than the movie.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen it.
It's terrible.
It didn't come to my theater, so I didn't have to.
Good for you.
Lucky.
And then number 4, Children of the Corn.
Okay.
I saw the first 10 minutes and then I shut it off.
It took them 3 years to release it, so
they shelved it for 3 years, and this is like the third. This is like the third.
It shows like.
Yep. This is like the second remake of this freaking awful story, but
yeah,
whatever. And it also kind of doesn't work nearly as well as the first one, even though I don't even like the first one.
First one's not even that good.
CGI monster at the end is like, it's the thing that they're just talking about in all of the other movies, and it works so much better in the other movies because they just talk about them, they don't show them, and they show them in this one, and it looks freaking awful.
Looks like they pulled it out of a fucking Windows Movie Maker.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Spinning Gold, Grant kind of made me want to.
Did you see it? Did you actually watch it?
Yeah, and it's
was
awful.
bad, wasn't it?
It's just as awful as you said. Holy crap! Oh my!
It's really
I keep
bad.
getting called by my freaking friends, and it's annoying.
It's the fucking Z Team made that movie. Jason Derulo's in that movie. It's worse than Cats.
Yeah.
That's
and then one of Grant's least favorite things probably ever, Nefarious. You'll probably talk about it later.
Oh, we'll get to
That's
that.
your number one.
It's my number 2. It's my number 2.
Oh.
Hold up a minute.
Yeah, it's my number 2.
How is that?
Interesting.
Nefarious is a freaking awful, preachy movie without trying to be like
and offensive and horrible and transphobic and homophobic and racist
and it's another one of those movies that people like to come back at you and say that your opinion isn't valid because you didn't like the movie, and they didn't even watch the movie either. So but it wasn't me that got yelled at for it. At least it was freaking Cody Leach. If you guys watch Cody Leach, and
I got yelled at for it.
Oh, you did?
Ask Becca. Becca was my hero that week.
Oh yeah, no, I was bullying.
Came out
I was bullying Christians on your
Yeah, you were.
Pages.
Thank you for that. You were giving snarky remarks.
Yeah, fuck them, bro.
Yeah, and then my number 1 is Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. I don't think anything's gonna get worse than this movie.
Not even a surprise, man.
Yeah, at first I thought it was actually like really bad. And then as soon as more things happen, or like your opinion was getting bashed by the people in charge of the movie, it's like
I think that made it worse. Is it like, at least if you're a filmmaker, an artist, you have to take criticism, but they were actively running a campaign against people who didn't like it.
No. They were just like, no.
Trying to say stuff like they illegally watched it, and there was a bunch of stuff that was happening where I'm like, that's not cool.
Yeah, but then people just came up front and just were like, "No, you shut the fuck up because you are wrong."
Yeah.
You're like, you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
You get nothing. You hear me? Nothing.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
All right.
I'm
out of here.
I'll talk about that a little bit.
Thanks for coming,
later.
Movies and Trains. We always appreciate having you, buddy.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
Good picks, man. Good picks.
Yeah, thank you. So see you guys.
Peace out.
We're on 4 now, I guess.
Yep, we're on 4.
Okay, this one will be quick because there's not a lot to say about it. Another
Number
Dustin
4.
Ferguson movie, except it's an anthology called The Creeps. The problem is that it's 49 minutes long, and
it still fits the criteria. It's over 40 minutes.
Still
That's
does.
a feature film.
It
That's
still
Academy
does.
Award.
It's an anthology where all 4 stories are not interesting, but they're all directed by Dustin Ferguson. So essentially, it's 4 doll killers in a row, which is not really fun to watch. You would think them being shorter makes it better, but you just watch like 4 shitty stories in a row.
So technically, the man made 16 movies in 1 year. That's insanity.
He's made a lot. He's made a lot, but that happens when you spend $2 on your movies and you shoot them in like a day. That's how you do it. But
that he shoots all these movies
no,
in, like
he doesn't have a studio. What he does is there's studios like the studio that owns Amityville Karen. Essentially, what they do is they mass market these movies for cheap. They mass market these movies, or they buy them from people and say, "Okay, make this movie, and we'll buy it from you for like $10,000." They'll do that over and over again. And that's what these movies are essentially, is they just, these 4 or 5 companies just buy all these movies in mass from people who make them in 2 days. But that's all I'll say for The Creeps. It's an anthology that is essentially just watching 4 of his movies in a row, and that's not fun at all. But, that's it.
Yep.
Number 4, Luke?
I should have killed 2 birds with 1 stone, Movies and Trains, because my number 4 is Children of the Corn.
Yeah.
Literally one of the worst horror remakes I've ever seen in my life, filled with incredibly bad CGI, really bad acting. I would say, except for the little girl, like the main girl in the film, I thought she was actually pretty good.
That's what I hear.
Yeah, she was decent in the film. Like she does have potential ahead of her.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, again, they're revealing the monster, and it looks like freaking Windows Movie Maker. The kills are garbage.
Is it like Creepers Reborn?
Yo, you haven't even seen that shit, man. Holy.
Actually, I tried to. I got about 15 minutes in and I shut that shit off because it was so bad.
It's bad.
See? Yes, see,
it's weird to say that the first two are the best ones.
Yeah, don't doubt me on that movie, man. That movie fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Anyways, with Children of the Corn, yeah, and plus Kurt Wimmer directed this movie, the guy that made Equilibrium,
which is not bad.
I really liked Equilibrium, but then how can he go from here to all the way down to like where my foot is?
Didn't he do Ultraviolet too? That one wasn't too bad.
Yeah, fuck that movie too.
Really?
But
maybe it's just that the movie is bad, and I just had a crush on Mila Jovovich when I was in middle school.
No, it's fine, but it's just that I just really don't like that movie either. But with Children of the Corn, like it just does nothing with this story. Like, and seriously, like this is the 11th Children of the Corn movie,
and none of them are actually really that good.
Oh my god, no! Yeah. After this film, it's like no more Children of the Corn movies. No
more Hellraisers too. God damn it! If David Bruckner couldn't pull it off, no one can.
I didn't hate the reboot. I think the reboot was more. I feel like the reboot's more in tune with the book than any of the other movies, so I kind of respected it.
It was well made. I'll give it that.
It's not as good as 1 or 2, but I'd say it's my third favorite of the franchise.
It's my second favorite, only behind the first one.
I feel it. Well, and it was cool to have a Pinhead that was actually like canonically correct to the book.
Well, not just that, like actually focusing morely on the Cenobites.
They kind of Disney-fied it though. Like you could tell it Disney.
No, not really.
No.
It was still kind of gnarly, bro.
It was gory.
But it was a lot of it was off screen though. That's the other thing. It was like
some of it was like on screen. I remember the scene with the girls being held up, and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of fucking crazy.
Yeah, I guess. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that was your number 4, Luke. Children of the Corn.
Yeah, fuck that movie. Like it's not even. It shouldn't even be a surprise by this point. Like, because that's what I'll just say after every movie.
No one likes it.
This movie.
So my number 4. Is it my turn? My number 4.
Yeah, it's your turn.
My number 4, no one has heard of. It's a part 2 to a shitty first movie, and it's hold on. It's a Bollywood film. Ponniyin Selvan Part 2.
You want to hear the joke?
You only told me. The only reason why you even heard of it is because you told me about it.
It played at TIFF Bell Lightbox, the TIFF theater.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Fuck. That makes it even worse. So,
yeah.
Ponniyin Selvan Part 2 was so bad it ruined my whole Saturday. This movie is 3 hours.
When you actually could have joined me and Jared for a fun
time. Exactly. Luke knows this. So I was in the theater. There was no one there. I was in the theater about 30 minutes in. I was like, well, fuck, the Bell Watch Along's about to start. I'm going to go in the chat and tell everyone what a horrible time I'm having and how much I wish I could be there. Yeah. I did. Right before then, my friend got fired from his job. Luckily, they rehired him. So that's good. But that whole thing was miserable. The movie is 3 hours long. It is all of 3 hours. It's like 2 hours 56. The first one was like 3 hours too.
We need to get Bell.
I will just give you a run through of the first 5 hours of this 2-part opus. Palace, talk, plot, exposition, talk. Soul's about to die.
That's expensive.
Some guy is underwater. Now we go into part 2. What's the first 2.5 hours of part 2? Talk. Then 10 minutes of the worst shot battle scene ever.
Mm-hmm.
And then 15 more minutes of winding up the plot. Return of the King endings. Finally, it's over. Credits roll. There's an after. Fuck. And it's just, you know what it is? It's that meme from Kung Fu Panda of chit chat, chatty chat.
Yeah, all that. Or basically how the Joker says in Suicide Squad, all that chit chat's gonna get you hurt.
All that chit chat's gonna get you into the TIFF Bell Lightbox. I'm just kidding. Their lineup has been kind of shitty this year, so it makes sense why it was there.
Here's the thing. Both part 1 and part 2 are acclaimed. If you go on Rotten Tomatoes, they're in the 90s.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Like, this movie, it is nothing. It is 6 hours of talking exposition that we over and over, and it's the same thing. And it's shoddily shot. The acting is okay, but a lot of the characters are really annoying. And the comic relief in it is like Jar Jar Binks level. It's just not good.
Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah, exactly. You know what it was? It was like watching a serious Bollywood epic where half the cast was the Jack-Offisaurus from South Park. That's essentially what it was. And It's one of those
having glass shoved up your dicks. So there's that.
It's a movie where here's the starting sign. I broke etiquette because I said, look, I've already dedicated now 4 hours to this movie, about an hour in, or a half hour in, but it was almost at the 4 hour mark at that point. I took my phone out and said, you know what? If this movie's not going to engage me, I'm not going to engage with it. I just started playing fucking Royal Match until the movie was over.
Nice.
So I just didn't care anymore. I gave up. I was like, I can't do it. I'm the only one here. My phone can be as bright as I want.
Mm-hmm.
And then every once in a while, it was also one of those movies that I was alone in the theater. It was kind of like family camp where every once in a while I would get up. I'd take a swig of popcorn just to eat something so I could feel
walk.
Where I'd just pace like, there's only X amount of minutes left. Only X amount of minutes left. I can go home in X amount of minutes.
I wanted to do that during Insidious.
And then occasionally I'd get really mad and just go, what if I find these filmmakers? I'm going to punch their leg.
This is not a, like, I'm sorry to cut you off, but this is not a lie. Like, there were times, like, even during the third act of Insidious 5, like, where I was just like, no.
Yeah, but the one thing I'll say about Insidious 5, is that it's about half the length of this movie.
I know, but still, but I was just saying, though, like, because of how boring that movie was, I wanted to get up and leave.
This movie is the single... Speaking of Mark Kermode, I'm going to quote him again. He once said in his review of, there was a film, I think it was a Gus Van Sant film with Mia Wasikowska, it was called, like, Restless or something, where he hated it, and in his review he said, this movie is so dull that you could die while watching it and not even realize it. Because you're just literally, like, so that's why I ate popcorn, because I literally grabbed popcorn and like, this is a sign that I'm still here, and then I'm not. Yeah. The kick isn't coming, and the stop is going to keep spinning. Like, it was so bad and endless, and it ruined my night. So number 4, Connie and Sullivan Part 2. Fuck that movie. Just
number 3. We got another Dustin Ferguson joint, and it's got Chauncey Phillips in it. What makes it even worse is the main character is a girl who's kind of stupid in it, named Rebecca. I don't know why they had to do that, but it's called it's called Big Freaking Snake.
Big freaking snake,
and it's what you think it is. It's a movie about a big freaking snake, and the snake has really bad CGI. It's Dustin Ferguson again. It's 40 minutes long. It's like 45 minutes long. So essentially, he's not even trying at this point to make movies.
No, clearly.
He's just kind of putting whatever he wants to out. And it's a bad creature feature with bad CGI. The next one I'm about to show, the one after my number 2, is the one I watched with my mom that I was like, this is fucking terrible. But no, essentially, Big Freaking Snake, 40 minutes long, snake movie, garbage. By Dustin Ferguson, as you would expect. That's all I'll say about it.
All right. Number 3, Luke.
Grant, I know you had this one on your list, and I wish I could be in the same boat as you, saying it's a so bad it's good movie, but I found this film incredibly boring. The Devil Conspiracy.
Yeah,
I found this movie incredibly boring. Like,
I'll give it to you for one reason. You watched it by yourself, and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, because that does make it suck even harder. You have to be in the right
bro, like, you have to be stone cold wasted to enjoy that movie.
Or you have to be with your smart alekiest friends in a theater you're the only ones in. Like we were.
Well, that also makes a difference, because my theater does not get films like that, probably for good reason. But another thing is,
this should not have been
watching. Look, this film honestly had some good ideas. Like, we'll give it that. It had some decent ideas.
Batshit ideas, but pretty good.
I can say that. It had decent ideas.
Yeah.
But as, like, the beginning, like, few minutes just occur, I'm just like, oh my god, this is gonna suck.
I made a huge mistake.
And it just felt, dude, and it just felt like the directors were just shoving a stick up my ass. Like, seriously, just throughout the entire movie, they were just like, get that stick up in there, get it up in there. Get up there, like, throughout the entire film. And, like, seriously, like, it, despite the film's runtime, it feels like I was watching it for freaking 4 hours. Like, it never wanted to end.
It also was, I believe, kind of unnecessarily long. It was also like hour 50, I think. It was a little too long.
But it felt like 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Devil Conspiracy.
Fuck really
you! Bad. All right, my number 3 now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want to point out the fact that this is number 3. When I saw this movie, I said that no movie I've ever seen could be worse than this. there are two that are worse than this, but my number 3 is Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Fuck that piece of fucking shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blood and Honey Pooh. We don't need to talk about this very much. We've been over this on occasion. All I will say is instead of giving a review, I will give you the story that happened to me at my screening, just for those who don't know.
Actually, really quick though, Grant, I'll just tell you that you're going to get a huge rant from me.
Oh yeah, I know. That's why I'm kind of reserving my thoughts, because I almost want to do it when you do it with you, just so I can we can banter.
Yeah.
When I left the Soul something that's specific to my experience. I made friends at the screening. That's what we were talking about in the intro, the fancy new intro that Becca made. Again, great job. I made friends. My buddy Austin loves anything with blood and tits in it. So he no doubt loved Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. He'll probably be on his best of list. He's like the only one I know in history who actually genuinely liked that movie. It has like a 4% on Rotten Tomatoes. Here's the thing.
Not even that, a 3.
Yeah, which is too high, quite frankly.
Deserves a 0 for crying out loud.
It deserves negative. It deserves negative a trillion. Anyway.
Negative a freaking trillion zillion.
Yep. Negative a trillion zillion plus 30. Anyway, what I was gonna say was we met these two guys, we got talking, we stayed outside for about 15 minutes. If you watch my first reactions, we mentioned this, and this is absolutely true. We had not met these people before. They wanted to be on the thing because we got to know each other because of this movie. This movie, and then my friend Austin, first off, my other former employee at the theater, Andrew, who's kind of an acquaintance / friend of mine, when I got to Boston, he says, Grant, are you seeing Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey? I'm like, yeah, me and Ryan are seeing Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. And he goes, you guys are going to need this. And he brought out closed captioning devices. I said, why do we need this? And I said, that's not a good sign. He goes, why do we need this? And he goes, trust me, I saw it last night at the crew screening. You're going to need this. There's about a 10-minute section of this movie that is so badly sound designed, you literally cannot hear it. You literally cannot hear it. So I go in, and then Austin's like, this movie is awesome. And so he comes in, and he's coming in to clean, because we're just standing there loitering. But at that point, I'm like, fuck him. You can wait to clean the damn theater. We're going to loiter for a while. So he's standing there, and he looked in with his Art the Clown smile. That's why we call him Art the Clown, because The Terrifier 2 is one of his favorite movies, and it's a good movie. And he goes like he looks in there and goes, did you like it? And I said, Austin, go fuck yourself. I said it out loud. He goes, wow. And I was mad. It wasn't like funny. I was angry. And he just went, wow, really? And I just said, flipped him off. And he goes, wow. He goes, just don't talk to me for a while. I don't want to go to jail tonight. Just don't fucking talk to me for a while. We talked afterwards. And here's the other thing. Again, to quote Mark Kermode, people don't know this, but there's a term called, in film criticism that was coined by Mark Kermode, called the secondary infection, which is the idea that when you really hate something, when it's truly hateful, it often causes a secondary infection. It lingers in a way that, in a very specific way after it's over. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey is my secondary infection because, unfortunately, that movie made money, it was a hit, and they are making a sequel. And here's the thing.
Not even that. They even greenlit a third film.
They're making a cinematic universe. And so here's the thing.
Why?
First off, why? But secondly, you know that all the chuckleheads in my viewership are going to be like, hey, Grant, when are you going to see Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey 2? When are you going to see Blood and Honey 2? And I'm going to have to, because they're going to want to hear me get mad. And I'm going to do it. Because I'm a masochist, and I apparently like torturing myself for the amusement of others. But that's the secondary infection. It's not merely bad. It's so bad that now, whenever they make a follow-up to this movie, I'm going to have to see it. Yeah.
It's
so
true.
I'm going to have to see the inevitably shitty sequels to this movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So anyway, so that's my number 3, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Luke, you can have the floor on it when it inevitably shows up later.
Yeah, but I'll just tell you that it's not my next pick. I'll just say that.
Number 2.
Yeah.
This is my last Dustin Ferguson one. This is the one I watched with my mom. It's called Cocaine Cougar. So essentially, it's 65 minutes. Most of it is establishing shots of LA and the boardwalk. The cougar is really terrible PS2 graphics. A bunch of the plot lines are stupid and generic. The problem too is none of the kills are on screen, and the movie doesn't have an ending. The movie just ends. Like I was watching it with my mom, and like there's a scene where it's like this cougar's out of line, it's gonna kill us all, and then the credits played, and my mom and I were that's the whole movie. Like literally, it was just like, oh, the cougar's out to kill people. We gotta stop them after it killed a child or something. And then it literally ends. And my mom and I were like, oh, so that's the whole movie. But for the movie before, we were sitting there like, when's this fucking cougar showing up? It just wouldn't fuck. We made it. It's funny because me and my mom were watching it, and our first joke was, so is it about like some hot 40-year-old woman that's on cocaine? And it was like, no, it's just about some CGI cougar that just runs around. It's fucking terrible. It's probably, if we're gonna take out my first one, because my first one, my feelings about it are not so much about the quality of it. I know what it is. Even though it's more about some other things that I feel about the movie, but like this one is probably the worst made movie I've seen this year. It's not even really a movie. It's shitty. It has no plot. And it's directed by one of, I think, the worst filmmakers of our time. But if you really are interested, just watch Dustin Ferguson's filmography on Tubi, because it's genuinely some of the worst shit you'll see in your life. That's all I'll say about it. But that's the good one.
This is why you watch this movie.
And that's not even a movie that I think is amazing. I think I gave it a 6 or a 7, but that one is actually like,
it's a movie.
Not bad. It's a movie.
I love this movie. I love this movie.
Me too. Anyway,
who's next? Who's got number 2? Luke, right? Yeah.
My next one's number 2. To kind of play off movies and trains. My number 2 is Fear.
Okay.
Yeah, this film was pretty much a disaster. Like seriously, the people that basically get together throughout this entire film, basically that are like going for like a getaway weekend because apparently one of them is going to get married and some shit like that. They don't even feel like friends at all. Like, watch the film and be like, are you guys actually friends in real life? The film is so poorly made. It's so poorly directed and awfully written. And oh my god, like the horror just comes off as a comedy. Like it wasn't even intended. It felt like Dion Taylor, the director of the movie, was just like, let's make the shittiest movie possible. Let's have people laugh at the scariest moments ever. That's what Fear is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, guys, don't watch Fear. Fuck it. It is not worth your time.
Just watch the Mark Wahlberg, Reese Witherspoon Fear instead. It's actually pretty good.
Yes, that's a good movie.
Let me in the fucking house.
Yeah, exactly.
I had to. I'm sorry. I had to.
That's fine.
Grant, what's your number 2? Is it
number 2? No.
Hold up a second here. And we lost him again.
Grant?
You have?
I could just tell people what it is.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I thought for a second we lost you.
No, I took a breath for a second. I took a beat. Number 2, anyone's question, worse. How could anything be worse than Winnie the Pooh? If it's morally reprehensible, my number 2 is Spinning Gold. Spinning shit. This movie, it's like The Wolf of Wall Street if it was made by an idiot. That's essentially what this movie is. It's like The Wolf of Wall Street if Michael Bay directed it.
Oh yeah.
But even then, it's not as good as filmmaking of Michael Bay. This guy, for the first movie's 2.5 hours long. 2.5 hours. For the first hour 10, it's just shoddily made. I mean, the whole movie is shoddily made. And like some people show up that it's like, I'm not mad, I'm just as point. Like Jason Isaacs is in the movie. Hello to Jason. Jason Isaacs is in the movie as his dad for like no reason. He's barely in it, just to get into a bar fight with blood that looks like they just put some red paint on his face, like a bloody nose. It's all the B team. It's like Jeremy Jordan is like the top billed actor in it from Supergirl, and then it's like Jason Derulo, and like freaking Jason Derulo, and like freaking Wiz Khalifa, Mr. Mitch from freaking Duncanville, and the freaking hip hop artist Wiz Khalifa. He's better as Mr. Mitch on fucking Duncanville. And it's all of it. And they're playing these iconic musicians. But the thing is, they don't use the original recordings at all. So it's just the shittiest covers you've ever heard. The girl they get to play Donna Summer in this movie looks about 13 years old. And this guy looks way too young at first because it's like, okay, Jeremy Jordan, he has a baby face. He looks like my age, and yet he's playing a guy who is like almost in his 50s, and it doesn't really work. But then at the time when events happen, spoiler alert, he basically rapes Donna Summer, and he's treated like a stud for it. He basically records her orgasm sounds onto music and then boasts about how amazing it is against her will. And it looks like someone, I'm sorry, it's trigger warning, it looks like someone raping a child because the girl looks young. And it's really kind of scary and really kind of uncomfortable and weird. And then at the end of the movie is directed by the children and written by the children of the real life guy. And it's an independent production. It somehow got its way into enough theaters to come to my town. Me and Ryan were the only one. It played in our theaters for 5 days. It was there on Tuesday. It left on Wednesday. It came and went. And there was a moment we were seeing it, and there was a tornado warning going. We were luckily in the theater. The power didn't go out, but there was one moment where there was a glitch in the frame, and I didn't know if the power was shorting out or if the movie was just that shitty. It's a movie where at the end of it, not only is this scumbag guy portrayed as the biggest stud, like the cock of Ultimate Warrior, Superman character, it's basically like, imagine if Barbie was written by someone who actually thought that Ken was a good guy, but it was worse.
Yeah.
It's like all this guy's chauvinistic, racist, awful behavior is the coolest thing ever. Isn't he the coolest guy? And then at the end, he literally walks off into a bright shimmering light as they mash up a really terrible original song with bad covers of all the pop songs. And it's about how this guy exploited all these music icons, and isn't he great? So yeah, fuck that movie. Spinning Gold is my number 2.
So are we at 1 now?
We are at number 1.
I have a visual representation of the worst movie. I want to show it, though, so people will know.
Wait a second.
So this is a representation of...
Drum roll.
Okay, drum roll. This movie. This is the worst fucking movie of the year, okay?
No!
I hate it. It's super feminist. I can't stand that. The way they make men look.
That's such a lie. That is such a lie.
I fucking hate that movie so much I saw it 4 times. It's so bad.
Becca, don't you realize I hate that movie apparently because I'm a man. Because men are supposed to hate movies that are written and directed by women and are supposed to harass people.
Yes.
Who are...
Well, you know what? I hate it because I can't relate to it, okay? It's so bad. It's like...
I have a penis, therefore it compels me to give 0 stars.
I'm gonna do a 45-minute rant on it where I end it with burning Barbies because I hate it so much.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck this movie. Get out of here so I can tell you. Fuck your movie. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna put her
Margot Robbie, I'm not in love with you anymore. No, I'm just kidding. Okay,
no.
Okay,
but for real, I love that movie. That's my favorite movie of the year.
My worst movie of the year. I have a build up too. My worst movie of the year. Laugh at me. Sorry, Alex. It could have been better. No, I'm just kidding. That was wonderful.
Okay, no, we both have the same. We both have the same worst movie.
You have the same.
You want to say it in unison? 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Nefarious.
Yep. It's funny because I didn't hear about it until you told me about it. All I knew was that there was some demon movie coming out, and then I heard your review and I started looking into it, and I'm like, this is religious propaganda. And then I looked into it and I found out it was the God's Not Dead Unplanned people who did it, and I'm like, oh, they literally God's Not Dead. Every time they made a film, it was my worst of the year. Unplanned was my worst of that year. Like the problem
is the writers and directors of Unplanned also.
Their movies are always not actual movies. They're usually just, hey, we hate these demographics of people, but they don't even try when it comes to the filmmaking because yes, I can respect a movie on a technical quality if it has controversial elements to it. Yeah. Come on, Salo is a decent film it's crazy as shit, but it's well made. But
there's no art here.
There's no art. That's the thing too, is the art is not here. It's like you can make a crazy weird fucking movie but the message is clear and it's important, and I respect that. The problem with this movie is that it's not really the problem with these Christian filmmakers is that they don't want to make movies. They just want to tell people things they believe in a scary or fucked up way,
or
where people
movies,
who don't,
really.
yeah, well, they want to tell people in ways that they don't, that could scare them, so they can trick them into believing shit, and that's what this movie is, and that's how I partially feel about the other one too. Is like, it's movies where it's like, yes, it's questionable because at least with the other one, the message of the movie isn't bad. It's just the people are all pieces of shit that worked on it. This one, it's like,
Sound of Freedom. Yeah,
what most of this movie is, though, is just people sitting, or like two people sitting in a room talking to each other, and it's just this supposed demon that's supposed to represent all that's evils, talking about like women's rights and trans.
Thinks a smart person sounds like.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, it's supposed to represent people being like, it's very anti-trans, anti-women, like racial minorities, it's really weird to me because it's like, but as a movie, it has no solid value to it, which I think is really fucking weird. It's not. I can't call it a movie, which is weird because I'm like, do I even put it in here? Because it's not a movie. It's just a bunch of talking points from the worst fucking person you know, or the uncle you have that wears a red hat that says "Make America Great Again." Like it's essentially just. Yeah,
it is a filmed neo-Nazi manifesto conversation.
It is. It's like you took Hitler's manifesto and just made it into a movie where you're trying to be like, I'm the smart person, is essentially what this fucking movie is. And it's really weird to me that is something that actively is allowed. But the good thing is that most people have seen it most people I know have seen it, have been like, yeah, it's really bad. Like, it's not worthy of any respect whatsoever. It's just a terrible fucking movie with like, I'm fine with a possession movie where you talk about politics if it was actually a movie. Like, if you want to actually have a discussion, because let's be real, The Exorcist is a movie which I love, that fucking movie, but it's the argument between the Catholic look on good and evil and the battle between them. And it's not, the thing about that movie is it's not offensive in any way.
No.
Like, it's really, looking back at it now, they don't say shit that's bad. It's just the whole good and evil angle, and I can respect it as a human drama. This one was, we want to make our own Exorcist, but we want to put our extreme ultra-right politics into it, and it comes off as just a whole congregation at church jerking off in unison.
It really is.
Coming
it's a
to like,
jerk.
it's not great. It's just kind of fucked up, to be honest.
Becca, now that you've left it civil, can I unleash myself now?
Yeah, no, you go do your whole thing, because for me, I think it's easier for me to just be like, just let it out that way in a conclusive way and not be crazy about it, because genuinely I don't want to give it any more power than I have to. But you go have your crazy shit, because you have a lot more wild shit to say.
To be fair, you also had the benefit of hearing me rant about it before you even knew it existed.
Yes, and you went in telling me what was going to happen so I could like cross-reference it when I watched it. When I watched it at home, I could do like about everything you said. But yeah. No, yeah.
This movie, and I feel bad. This Sully's my favorite art form. This fucking piece of shit. So anyway, I have to. So I'm gonna quote another critic.
Really quick before you go.
What's up? No, I'm here. I can hear.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So. When we get to me, I'll tell you when to play it.
Okay.
Nice.
So
okay.
Go ahead.
I'm doing it for my own behalf too, because I just had to let that out.
I know you had to, but just do it for me too, man.
To quote the great Roger Ebert, there was a moment in this movie. I saw this movie on a Monday at like 3 p.m. It was packed with a sea of red hats. Like, everyone in my town who was MAGA anything came to this movie. The best part of the experience is they showed the Red Band Evil Dead Rise trailer, and they were all horrified, which was fantastic.
Mommy's with the maggots now.
Mommy's with the maggots now. That's a good movie. Yeah, it's a good movie because we're all from anyway.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Ew.
Anyway, but that's not what we're talking about. That's a movie that has merit. We're now talking.
I just
about
had
this
to.
movie. I know. So it's a sea of red hats here. There is a line. I don't know exactly what it is because my brain I blacked out. Oh no, we're having technical difficulties now at the end. Come on.
No.
Okay, I can still hear you guys.
Yes.
I just exited out for a minute, so.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Thank you.
Don't worry, I'm fine. Don't worry.
Oh, that's a relief. I was waiting for the moment to come. So Becca and Luke.
Yeah.
Sea of red hats, and there's a moment about an hour into this endless conversation. I make a deal. I never leave movies unless act of God. I never leave movies. I stay to the bitter end. There was a scene where I almost feel like I'm going to cry talking about this movie because this genuinely made me mad. I heard what's his nuts from frickin' the Boondock Saints who talked like this the whole movie. Whole movie. Say out loud something to the degree of he says something like they're doing this argument and this is after the anti-abortion stuff. This was after the death with dignity stuff, and this was all that stuff. It was at that point where I was already angry, and this just pushed me over the edge. Mm-hmm. I had to restrain myself because I didn't want to lose consciousness seeing a red hat standing over me, kicking me in the head, because it was that kind of audience. It was a rabid audience of Trumpers. So I just sat and asked, let's just put it what they are. They're assholes. That's what it was. It was an audience of assholes. Mm-hmm. And I was sitting there, and there's a line where he says something along the lines of, something to the extent of, he makes a crack. I can't remember the exact line, but the lawyer guy says something to the extent of I don't even know. Like I said, he makes a crack about trans people. The freaking demon makes a crack about how something like you wake up one day and you call yourself a woman or something. Some kind of horrible transphobic bastard thing to say. And the guy directly in front of me in the red hat said, "Yeah, fucking tell him." Said that out loud. I wanted to walk out and keep on walking.
It's like I think the best way to explain the communities coming around watching stuff like the Unplans and the Sound of Freedoms and this one is it's like going to a Hitler rally or a Trump rally. Is. They're equal at this point, but it's like going to a political rally and just listening to people spew stuff that you don't even know if they fully believe in. It's kind of wild though. It is that thing of I'm thankful I didn't walk into it not knowing what it was, because I genuinely feel like I couldn't survive a fucking screening of that movie, because at least at home I could crack Mystery Science Theater 3000 jokes about it. But in a theater, if I would have said anything, it would have been, frankly, in the case of yours, if I was at that theater, I crack a joke, I get fucking murdered. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's that thing where it's like, that's not what movies should be. And I've definitely been on this sort of crusade for a while. I think more after I got more politically invested in 2020, just this idea that these movies shouldn't exist, that I think it's a disgrace. It's a crime against humanity that things like this exist. Because essentially, everyone's like, oh, left liberal, they'll get mad at Barbie for being feminist and stuff. But Barbie isn't attacking anyone. It's not hurting anyone. And a lot of people, if you've actually seen the movie, it's very two-sided with the thing about everyone is suffering under the patriarchy. But then you look in this other side and you look at this movie and it's like, oh yeah, trans people this, fuck trans people. They feel this way about fuck Asians women, and black people and women. Yeah. And it's just you look at this and you're like, this isn't a movie. This is just more of people who for some reason, and this is coming from someone who I went to a church till I was like 16, 17. I went to 2 churches, and I'll admit the big thing is that a lot of people don't realize fully until you're in it. It's a terrible fucking situation to be stuck in a religion like that, because it's literally entrapment. Like, you get to a point where you can't get out. And I think that it's interesting to me seeing the politics move around, saying, oh, the liberals are grooming people and this and that. I just always find that fascinating, because I think another reason for me why I fucking hate these movies is they always try to act like everyone's like a problem, like trans people and liberals are grooming
We're
people.
the victims, the predominant.
Yeah, but then when I think about all the people in my life who have, take advantage of me, groomed me in that aesthetic, it's always been these religious people. So I'm like, I always, I grew up in a church when I was a kid where there was one of the lead pastors was a literal creeping on children pedophile. And then we went to another one, and it was two dudes who were not mature, who were running the kids section and the section where he speaks to people as a pastor. And they were both, they both obsessed about controlling the minds of children and making them depressed about shit and trying to force them to be leaders and pastors. And I definitely would consider my middle school and high school experiences to be mental grooming. Some of it for other people were sexual grooming for sure. And these are the people who are making these movies that are about like, ooh, this and that. And that's why I'm always like against it, because I'm like, it's unfortunate that there's a group of people who genuinely believe this is true, because the people making these movies that they think are the people making Sound of Freedom, they're like, oh, they're great people. But no, these are the ones who are going around abusing children,
it's really one
women.
person, though. It's Tim Ballard. The people who
but there's more people connected to that movie that are problematic. I'll admit, like
the director is a good guy, though. I mean,
but with all these movies, I think that I clump them in together. They're all directed, or they're all made by problematic people who commit the worst of crimes in society. And they try to tell people that they're wrong for believing something or being themselves. And that's why I can never respect any of these movies.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, okay, you're disingenuous, you're problematic, but you want to make a movie about how everyone else is problematic and ruining the world, when I'm pretty sure most of the child abuse that I've heard of in my life come from fucking churches. So
it's 100 minutes of the pot calling the kettle black in the most ugly, disgusting way.
Very true, very true. And that's my problem with it.
Well, and the thing too is like, okay, I love movies. That's why I do this. Mm-hmm. I love, I am, well, a little bit nicer, I hope, but I'm the kid from I like movies. I don't want to go to a party. I just like movies. Mm-hmm. I love movies. To me, cinema is an art. It is my church. I'm not a religious guy. It's my church. Mm-hmm. I felt like my favorite art form in the world was sullied watching this movie. It was uncomfortable. It made me sick to sit there.
Well, that's the thing too, because a lot of us go to movies as that form of what people go to church as. It's a way of understanding. It's a way of learning. It's a way of experiencing. And I just think whenever these people invade the multiplexes with their movies, I just find it really disgusting, because I'm like, yeah, you guys can have your, and this is, people are gonna say, oh, well, how dare you say that, because they say whatever. It's like, you can have your belief, but don't put it in our fucking movie theaters. They're gonna say, oh, well, we say the same thing about trans belief in schools. But I'm like, seriously though, if you're gonna make these movies, sure, make it on your streaming service, but to take up a theater. But the worst thing about this movie is that they marketed it as a horror movie, like it was the next Exorcist.
There was nothing religious in the trailer at all.
There wasn't, and that's what I think the biggest deception of it is that it's marketed like it's a horror movie, when actually it's brainwashing, it's mental abuse to its audience, and they act like it's fine. It's like, that's why I actively am like against these fucking movies. Like, stop making movies pretending you're making movies, and then just have it be because really what I see it as, it's non-consensual religion. It's not tricking people into your movie. It's like sexually assaulting a person.
It's a violation of
you're violating a person by forcing them to watch your religious bullshit, but they see it as it's fine, but it's like, bros, like if you're gonna sit here and make fun of people, maybe you should fix your problems, because why are people against this abortion stuff? It's because all these pastors are sexually assaulting women and children, and they're like, I don't know why they would be against it when they're the ones who like cause most of the problems
and are also funding the abortions themselves.
Yeah, I don't know why they were against it when they're the ones who would be fucking affected by it. Well, because that's the thing too. And this movie hates women. It hates gay people. It hates trans people. It hates black people. It hates Asians. It hates
the entertainment industry, even though
it hates the entertainment industry connection. They hate Jewish people in it. Like it's just like
it operates under the assumption that no one on death row deserves any dignity at all. Or even a last meal.
It plays off really the mindset that all these movies have, which is everyone deserves to die and not exist, except if you believe in the one God that we believe in. Which is funny too, because all these denominations of Christianity are different. So like, if it was really true, why are there so many versions of it? Is my argument. But like, I just think it's just propaganda. It's just like it's like all the. It's like all the movies Hitler made in World War II. Like, it's literally the same thing.
It's absolutely that. It's a movie where the day is saved because the hero goes on Glenn Beck. That's literally the resolution to the plot. I mean, it's hateful, bigoted, vile garbage. And I don't
think I'll see a movie worse than that, because at least with the Dustin Ferguson movie, it's just really poorly made films. And if I'm going to be honest, I would take a boring movie or a poorly made movie over a movie that is its whole goal is to cause chaos and hate. I think that's
the thing, is that this movie, people say, why is Winnie the Pooh only number 3? Why is Spinning Gold number 2? It's like, those movies were offensive and they were bad. But the thing is that they do not have the potential to actively rile up a large vocal minority that could very potentially cause harm to people, innocent people. Nefarious, I know because I shared a theater with them. It is creating this thing, and I'm kind of ready to move on to Luke's and to say goodbye. But before I do, I'm going to quote a great philosopher and poet, Bo Burnham. This is the line that should be taught in churches. It's from his song From God's Perspective.
Yeah.
It's the opening line. The books you think I wrote are way too thick. Who needs 1,000 metaphors to figure out you shouldn't be a dick? That is...
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, they're supposed to tell you, don't be a little asshole to people.
They're morality tables, basically. Yeah. They're like Aesop.
None of them are real, but they're just to tell you, don't be an ass. Like...
And again, like the Bible, there is some interesting stuff in there. I mean, it as a fable, as a story. But the thing is that these people really aren't really people who even follow the Bible. They cherry pick the Bible.
Yeah.
They pick the things that reinforce their bigotry. That's why I think that it's not impossible to make a good faith-based movie. It's just most of the people making them are not making them.
The thing is that you have to be a liberal to make a good faith-based movie. Scorsese did it twice. Like, just be a liberal.
Sarah Polley.
Like,
and she's
Sarah Polley did. Sarah Polley says fuck religion, and she made probably the greatest religious movie I've seen in like 30 fucking years. Because
what made Women Talking work is that the ending result is that even after all they went through, it's about holding on to your faith in the heat of the most horrible circumstances of your life. I mean, that's what it's about. And
they should have showed women talking to the audience for Nefarious instead. They might have learned something, because that's a good fucking movie.
Because they're
they wouldn't, because they're seeing Barbie and they're like they won't get it. It's like, well, because you're the fucking problem, bro. You're the reason.
Maybe it's
this
just
movie has to exist.
Look, I am not. I'll say this right. I'm not a woman myself. I know that there are certain aspects of Barbie that are not directly for me, but I like Barbie because I like art, and Barbie is.
But at least the two of you get the point of the movie. Yeah. That's the thing, is that at least the two of you get the point of the movie. These people are just shutting it off right away.
Because I'm not a brain-dead dumbass hate monger like these people, like Ben Shapiro with his freaking dwarf ass mustache, that fucking piece of shit. I'm sorry. The fact that Mara Wilson could come from the same genetic line as him makes me really sad as a human being.
Yeah. But no, I think Nefarious is the worst fucking thing that'll come out this year.
Terrible.
I think there's no other movie that will make, unless they make another movie in the same vein that is just the same thing, which that will be on the same level. But at this point, I just think it's like I put it in my Letterboxd review of Sound of Freedom. But essentially, what I said was, maybe it's time for these Christian faith-based movies to stop being made, or at least stop being pushed by the major theater chains.
Or being made by atheists because they clearly know how to tell.
Or let atheists do them, but there should be this thing of like, you know, the idea of separating church and state. They should just do that with art too. Separate religion and art. Like, don't let these, because really it's not being made by filmmakers, they're made by churches. No. So just don't let these churches make movies anymore, because they're clearly not
special
making movies.
Groups in churches.
They're using it for not movie purposes. So just stop letting them make these movies and we'd be fine.
Like you said it beautifully. It's a brainwashing tool. It's not a movie.
It is because I remember being 13, 12 and God's Not Dead came out and we watched that as a church, and goddamn, that movie's fucking terrible. That movie is like
manipulation. But at least that's kind of hilarious. Central. This one is
kind of, but I see it as a stepping stone to what Nefarious is. If we didn't let them, if we stopped them at God's Not Dead, Unplanned and Nefarious and these other ones wouldn't have been made. If we just stopped them.
Also, just to cover my own ass, for those who are confused about the context, I do not at all ever endorse ever laying your hands on a woman ever. I was referencing a line that these assholes who clearly do mention in their film Unplanned, which is a man saying that it's his job to punch a woman in the face. Yeah. That is an actual line.
Which, those movies, it's funny because it got to a point where my sister and I were making fun of that movie, because the story is that
My Pillow guy saves the day at the end.
My sister and my mom went to see a movie, and Unplanned left the theater at the time where they were leaving, and my sister said there was like all these 40-year-old women crying and looking at each other being like, that's the greatest thing ever. And my mom and my sister were fucking laughing about how fucking cringy these people were. It got to a point where my sister and I would just go look at each other and be like, beam me up, Scotty. Like, it was like, we'd make fun of how fucking stupid that movie was, because it's like, these are terribly made movies, and all of people, everyone I know, they're dangerous. That's the thing, is all of everyone I know agrees they're dangerous pieces of media that shouldn't exist. So making fun of them almost takes the power away from them, being like, these are stupid fucking things that should never,
I respect what you're saying and I agree with you, but I also think that why it's hard for me to make fun of them as much is because I also have this idea, and I'm not saying that you're making fun of them. I'm saying this with the knowledge that you are aware of how awful these are and how awful for society these are. But it's also, it's hard for me to make fun of it as personally, just because it just makes me sad to think that they would allow people like this to make movies. It just makes you think of that screenwriter who never gets
the problem. That's the problem with the fact that they fund all their movies. You can tell they're all shittily made. They fund their own movies, so what are they going to do? Tell these people who steal money from their people at their church to make a movie that's this bad? Like, it's just like, this is why I love
Honk for Jesus Save Your Soul. It's a perfect parody of these types of
movies. Yeah, because it's like talking about how terrible Christianity fucking is, and I think that's a great movie.
And mega churches also.
Mega churches too. Yeah. I just want to see more movies where they make fun of religion and talk about how shitty it is. Maybe I'll make my own, because frankly, there's a lot of things I could put into a movie about how fucking terrible Christianity is. But I think that it's just, these movies just need to stop being made. I think that maybe they should get a gag order. Don't make these fucking movies anymore, because it's like,
as a public service.
It's a public service, because at least with the other side of the argument, they're not making movies that are like detrimental to society. Like Barbie is not detrimental to society. Little Women is not detrimental to society. Women Talking is not. But these movies from this specific group of people who make films are just all detrimental, so maybe they should stop. But no,
you know what the best part of this whole thing, and then we gotta wrap it up, guys. We gotta let Luke do his, and then we gotta say goodbye. Guess who did endorse it though? Daily Wire and fucking Ben Shapiro had freaking.
Well, yeah, because it's a right wing thing, and Daily Wire is the one that made those shitty Gina Carano films that were also bad from last year that I also made fun of because they were really stupid. Like
My Son Hunter or whatever.
My Son Hunter, and
that was just terrible.
You know, and then they made the school shooting movie, which played at a festival, and everyone said it was fucking terrible, and they didn't ever really release it fully.
The only thing I'll give that one is that the lead girl was good, but her acting ability was not put in the right movie.
Yeah, I think that I would say her acting doesn't save the fact that movie is deeply
problematic,
conservative fantasy of I'm gonna save the world from a school shooter that's also a liberal, you know.
You know what? I was gonna put My Son Hunter on my list last year, but it wasn't good enough.
Oh, I feel that. You just didn't want to talk about in general. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I don't even see the movies. I just automatically rate them a half star just so I can give it to them. Just because I feel like there's no fucking reason for me to watch these movies, but I still feel like it's like the whole "What Is a Woman" documentary. I didn't see it, but I gave it a half star because I'm like, you know what? I don't really feel like I want to help take that shit down because that is actually problematic. Yeah. But I know what Luke's is. Luke is a really crazy. He's got a crazy fucking movie for number one.
Well, here, Luke. We're at almost 4.5 hours, guys. We gotta call it a night. So, sorry for going off for so long, Luke. But yeah, that movie needed to be torched into a grave.
Yeah, but honestly, since it's getting so late, I'm not really gonna torch this. If you guys want to hear my full torch thoughts on it, just go watch my review.
Okay, but do you want me to do the intro for you?
Yes, please. I'll count it down. 3, 2, 1.
Yep. I know what it is too.
It's Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
Yeah, the movie.
One of the worst horror films ever. Actually, screw it. I'm gonna go for a few things.
Okay.
Because
go ahead.
Seriously. The masks look like they were bought at Spirit Halloween for $1. Seriously,
Party
how could you
City even?
Party City. They were bought at combine Dollar Tree with Party City, and then you get those masks.
And not even a real Winnie the Pooh mask, one of those cheap knockoff.
It is
Winnie the Bear of the Interest, that kind of.
Actually, I want to call this movie Winnie the Pooh and Dog Shit.
Winnie the Blood in My Pooh is what I call it.
You need to get that checked
Winnie
out.
the Pooh, Blood and Dog Shit. That's basically what the movie is.
I know. It's been going on since I saw it.
The girls in the film, and I mean,
they're just walking tits. I'm sorry.
Look, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Before anybody decides to come at me for this, look, I'm a straight person, but there's great women in the world. But seriously though, look at the girls in this movie. They are legit porn stars that were just legit thrusted into this movie.
The type that wasn't able to make a real movie.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Yes. They all looked the same too. That's the other thing. Maybe it's just because all white girls kind of look alike.
And they are the dumbest fucking characters ever put to a fucking horror film.
Yeah.
They are the dumbest characters ever. The girl that just goes all the way to the end of the pool, she just lets Piglet kill her, just hey there, kill me. That.
I just like that intro where you're
the girl that got her head torn off because of Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, and it was still screaming when a machete went through her mouth.
The worst thing is, they don't even show you what happened. They don't even show you. They're just she's and then it cuts back to Winnie the Pooh. I got her head. Now look, the opening animated opening, I should say.
It was okay.
Actually, kind of set the tone pretty well. I was like, okay.
Yeah, that was the only part.
This actually could be pretty good.
Yeah. I think it.
After Piglet kills Christopher's girlfriend, I was like, oh god, this is exactly what I thought.
Pooh, why are you doing this?
All I'm gonna say is there's a hot tub for no fucking reason in the movie. Yeah. It's just there so people can
and also the ending is one of the worst horror endings I have ever seen in my life. the ending to this film is god awful.
It's like, completely pointless too. Like nothing.
Like seriously, he's just like, take me instead. And then plus it even said in the beginning that they would never speak again. They broke it. They're saying, you left. And I was just like,
Pooh,
really, Pooh?
Pooh,
You said not to speak again.
We used to be friends. Why are you doing this? Pooh!
It's just really interesting.
He just slits the girl's throat, and that's what happens. And then Christopher just runs away, stab, and then cuts to black. Credits roll. Nothing happens. Fuck this movie. Why does it exist? And also, fuck you, crew that made this film. You guys suck.
I'll tell you why it
Angry
exists.
Luke Show, my favorite.
I'll tell you why it exists because they knew stupid people would buy tickets. They knew stupid people would buy tickets because of the meme of it all. That's why they made it.
Winnie the Pooh means nothing.
Hey guys.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I have to do
that
this.
tangent. I needed to do it. Like
I know exactly how we're gonna end this. Someone act like they're holding up a knife. Pooh! Pooh! Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Pooh!
And then hold on a second. Ready? Ready? That's how we're gonna end this. Ready?
Yeah. Duh, should I run? I guess I'll just wait here to die.
Hold on, ready? Wait, hold on.
Dumbest character.
Shove it right down your throat.
Maybe we should not let people make slasher movies anymore because the whole point of slasher movies has been lost for the last 20 years.
Except for Ty West, he can make them.
Except for Ty West, but also because Ty West movies are nuanced.
He literally just bitch slaps a girl.
Yeah, that was the one element.
Look at this. Look at this.
I kind of chuckled because it's like he literally just bitch slaps people to death. Literally is what he does. He karate chops people.
Sorry, I was just anyway. So yeah, seriously, he just goes like.
It's just like.
Oh fucking bother.
It just shows.
Oh fucking bother indeed, my friend. This movie
Winnie the Pooh just proves that anyone can make a movie as long as you can. As long as you can deceive enough people to give you the money to make it, you can make a movie. You just need to know how to lie to people.
Hey guys, let's I have an idea.
As a big horror guy, this movie is just an insult. Really like.
Let's just make a Dumbo horror movie.
So
no, I was gonna say we need an elephant costume and we need to book an Airbnb. Yeah. Like, why can't we? What if they can make this movie? Let's do it. Why can't
Where's
we
the
just go to a goddamn
because Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey did. You don't need lighting. You don't need good cameras because
look at this. This is
your iPhone.
And seriously, this is how that chase sequence was filmed. Like,
this movie is so incompetent that there's a scene where Winnie the Pooh is chasing someone through tall grass, and it's like
that was the scene I was pointing out.
Okay, you can't see anything, and it's like he's running like.
He's just like
it's literally
as the director that is moving. Not gonna lie, the person that is helming the camera is just running like this.
I find it so funny because when you look at the running, it reminds me of Rocka Rocka when they did McDonald's, like Ronald McDonald. But then I look at their career, and they're doing what I hear is honestly, the greatest fucking.
That's our movie, guys.
Like honestly, I'm not gonna lie. When you were talking about that, I honestly thought you were gonna say the way Liam Hemsworth runs in Paranoia. Like
no, it's similar, but like. I think about stuff like there were people on YouTube who made really funny horror comedy sketches, and then look at them now. They made the greatest horror movie of the year, according to most people. How does one person I think it's a thing where it's like we're accepting too many shitty horror movies now, where genuinely we're getting more shitty than good, and I think we should just stop accepting these shitty horror movies. I think that. When someone makes, which I'm seeing it on Thursday, but I heard Talk to Me was amazing. I'm hoping it is, but it's that thing of like, it's people who started out on YouTube and built their thing. The guy who directed Winnie the Pooh seems like just some guy who thought, oh, this is crazy, let's do it, who doesn't respect women or an audience. and just fucking made a movie because he got enough money.
Before we really sign off, I have to say one more thing about this movie.
Okay, and then I want to close it with something, but go ahead.
Okay, I gotta say one more thing about this fucking movie.
Okay.
Again, as I stated numerous times earlier, the filmmakers, the people who worked on this film, the composer, and the production company, leave us the fuck alone and mind your own business. You won. Your idea worked. You made enough money. Just shut up. Leave us alone.
Don't get mad because
people to make it. Just laugh about it, okay? Laugh
All
it off.
press is good press. That's what I.
That's what I want to give to the crew that made this fucking movie.
So guys, I have $20 burning a hole in my wallet. I have an idea. Let's go rent an Airbnb, get a GoPro and a sack full of Big Macs and Party City Clown makeup and make Ronald McDonald blood.
No, you can't though because they already did it so well. You can't do it again.
Wait, is there a Ronald McDonald horror movie?
Wait, you don't know about the Rocka Rocka sketches that they did with McDonald's? You gotta see them. I'll send them to you.
I've seen the Eric Andre skit with McDonald's.
No, I'll send them to you. Essentially, the guys who directed Talk to Me have done sketches on YouTube where a Ronald McDonald character kills children in a playground.
I have seen this. Wait a second.
There's another one where he beats. It's a fake commercial, and he beats the shit out of a kid that's eating Burger King. It's good shit. And that is what makes me excited for Talk to Me is their style. Even the one they did of the Mr. Beast video they did, the style is so fucking good and interesting that I'm like, this movie's going to be something special. And I think they are the perfect example of starting on YouTube, showing your talents, and then making a movie. Maybe the guy who did Winnie the Pooh should have done that. Start with some short films, build your craft, and then make a movie. But he just decided to come right away and make a shitty movie.
Let's get a Pillsbury Doughboy outfit. Let's get shit-faced. Go into the woods and just make. And then here's the twist ending. Okay? The Pillsbury Doughboy bakes a guy in the oven into a giant bagel.
Biscuit. Really quick, I want to say I'm actually going to get going. So.
Oh, well, before you do, just hear me out. Into a giant biscuit, and then the camera rolls out and it goes, this is why you respect mascots. The twist ending is credits roll. Hey, Darman fam, remember, we're not just making movies.
My
we're
God.
changing lives.
I need to make a video that is so stupid and just random, and then end it with the Darman and outro, and that would be so fucking killer.
I know you're a little mixed on YMS, but I have to say he did one video for Darman, and he was trying to.
Did he do a Darman video? I'm not mixed on him. I do agree though that
Darman
some people like his takes on movies are sometimes stupid, but I need to see the Darman videos because those are genuinely stupid, and I want to see him react to those because those are fucking ridiculous.
He does that, and he does Generation Hope, which is like the freaking like.
Is Generation Hope the one about the kid that got like a disease and got like became autistic? And
Generation Hope.
And then the mom starts taking dick pics of the autistic child. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Generation Hope. Generation Hope is like Darman, but it goes even further and it's even shittier. It's like girl is mean to is racist toward her black housekeeper. Lives to regret it.
Is that the one where it's like you don't want to adopt me? No, that's Darman. You don't want to adopt me. Why? Because you're black. I've watched so many of those, and I'm like, they're so fucking stupid. Like,
they're all exactly.
But it's stupid people on the internet who will give it views, and I'll admit I've seen them, so it's my fault too. But people will give them views because they're so fucking stupid.
The Roblox one is my favorite one because the ending twist is that the mom is just evil. She's just a sociopath.
Yeah.
She's just manipulating.
They're bad. They're just bad videos. They're just fucking funny, but bad.
And with that, we'd like to bid you all adieu for the nobody who's still watching this after we've gone on for 4.5 hours.
This was longer than the last one.
Oh, it was longer by over an hour. It was long. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. Thank you all for coming. It's been a really good year so far. It's also been a really shitty year so far. And by the end of the year, let's hope there's way more of an Ages and a lot less Nefarious.
Yes, I will say I'm going to TIFF this year. I'm going to see if I can watch 30 to 40 movies at TIFF. There will probably be a lot of good ones in there. So I will definitely be probably talking about some of those at the end of the year when we do this again.
We're going to have to wait for Challengers until next spring.
No, I'm not waiting for Challengers to do my list because I'll push that to next year. I'll give it to 2024 just because that's like they're gonna start. I think Dune 2 is getting pushed too, so I'm like, you know what, give it to 2024, whatever. I'll take whatever the rest they give us. Bottoms is still coming out.
It's coming out. You know what I want to see? What thing from TIFF most entices me is that Anna Kendrick, I guess, is making a movie about the dating game serial killer.
I have that in my top 10 of the ones I want to see because that sounds so fucking interesting. It's called Woman of the Hour. It used to be called The Dating Game. It's now called Woman of the Hour.
That woman, talk about dodging.
I really got to get going.
Yeah.
All right, well, bye everybody. Until we meet again, we were all raised on popcorn, McMath extra butter.
Yes.
Bye everyone.
Yeah.
But no, like Woman of the Hour is in my top 10 that I'm really excited to see. We haven't ended yet?
No,